VI. She disappeared before sunrise. I picked her up at 3 a.m. outside the Millhaven rest stop, and I dropped her at the junction of Route 9 and County Road 12 at 5:40 a.m., which was 20 minutes before the sun came up, and between those two times she was the most completely present passenger I have ever had in my cab. By which I mean, she asked questions that required real answers, and she listened to those answers with the particular quality of attention that makes a person feel that what they are saying is being genuinely received, and she told me things about herself with the careful specificity of someone who has learned to mean exactly what they say. Her name was Eleanor. She was, she said, 47. She had the face of a woman who had lived her 47 years purposefully and showed it. Not in the way of wear, but in the way of having been used well. She was carrying a single bag, and she moved with the unhurried competence of someone who knows how to be wherever she is. She asked me how long I had been driving. I told her 14 years. She asked what I had learned in 14 years that I hadn't known at the start. I told her that patience is a skill and not a character trait, meaning you can get better at it deliberately, that the road is not neutral, it has moods, and you have to read them, and that the most dangerous thing in any cab is a driver who thinks they've seen everything. She listened to all of this and then said, "Those sound like life lessons wearing driving clothes." "Most things are," I said. She smiled. "What else?" I told her about the year I drove through a difficult divorce and did my best thinking on long night runs, and how the road became, in that period, the place where I could be honest with myself in a way I couldn't manage anywhere else. The combination of forward motion and enforced solitude, and the darkness outside producing a kind of confessional state. "I understand that," she said. "Moving makes it easier to be still inside, like the motion takes up the part of you that would otherwise be fidgeting." "Exactly that," I said. "I've been trying to get somewhere," she said. "For a long time, not geographically. I mean, there's something I've been trying to understand about what I'm supposed to do with the second half, and whether second half is even the right frame for it." "What do you mean?" "My husband died 4 years ago," she said. "We were together for 21 years, and I have been in the process of figuring out who I am without the context of that partnership, and it's taken longer than I expected, and has been stranger than I expected, and I am not finished." "I'm sorry," I said. "Thank you," she said, not dismissively, receiving it. "The not finished part is what I'm making peace with. I thought there would be an arrival, a point where I'd feel settled again. But I think the settling is the journey. The moving is the settling." We drove through the small hours, that particular window between 3 and 5, and when the night is most fully itself, when the stars are at their maximum density, and the road is quietest, and the sky is still hours from its first lightning. She asked me questions about my family, my plans, the things I was still figuring out, and I answered them with a honesty that the hour and the darkness and her quality of attention seemed to make appropriate. She told me about her children, 2 daughters, one who was easy and one who was complicated, and both of whom she loved with the specificity that mothers have, which is different from any other kind of love, because it contains the complete history of a person from before they had words for anything. She told me about the house she was going to sell, eventually, when she was ready to, and that she wasn't ready yet, but she was closer. We talked about grief and about forward motion and about the specific loneliness of being the one who keeps going when someone you loved has stopped. We talked about this the way 2 people talk when they're unlikely to see each other again, with the freedom that comes from impermanence. I pulled over at the Route 9 junction at 5:40. The sky to the east was the very first shade of not black, not yet blue, not yet gray, just a barely perceptible reduction in the dark. 20 minutes to sunrise. She gathered her bag. "Thank you," she said, "for the company and the honesty." "You're easy to talk to," I said. "I've been trying to be," she said. "It takes practice. Most things worth doing do." She climbed down. I said, "Are you going to be all right? It's still pretty dark out here." "I'm fine in the dark," she said. "I've been in it a while. You learn where the edges are." She stepped back from the truck. And then the sky did something. A cloud shifted somewhere, or the first light moved differently than I expected, and for a moment the junction was lit from the east in a very pale, very early light. She wasn't there. Not as in she had walked away faster than I expected. Not as in she had gone behind the truck or around a corner. The junction was flat and open, and I could see in all directions, and she was not in any of them. I sat for a long time. The sun came up. The sky went from pale to pink to the ordinary gold of a morning with somewhere to be. I have not explained Eleanor to myself in the years since. I have not tried very hard. What I keep instead of an explanation is the conversation, the things she said about moving and settling, about grief and forward motion, about the practice of being worth talking to. Those things were real and useful, and I have used them. And whoever or whatever Eleanor was, those things came from her and were given to me, and I am grateful. She disappeared before sunrise. But the things she said stayed after it. And I think that was probably the point. Visai, the hitchhiker, warned me not to stop. The first thing she said when she got in the truck was, "Don't stop for anyone else tonight." I had pulled over for her at a wide spot on Route 7, 3 miles south of the Calvert Junction, because she was standing in the road, not at the shoulder, in the road, one hand raised with the flat palm authority of someone directing traffic. I had slowed because I had no choice, and stopped because she walked to my window. She was about 50, stocky, wearing a heavy canvas jacket despite the mild weather. Her face was plain and direct, and she had the manner of a person who delivers information without decoration, because decoration costs time they've decided they don't have. "All right," I said to her instruction. "Why? There's something on this road tonight that looks like a hitchhiker," she said. "Between here and the Mercer overpass. You'll see it 3 times, same stretch, maybe a mile and a half. Don't stop." She climbed into the cab and settled herself and looked forward, and I pulled out. "What do you mean, something that looks like a hitchhiker?" I asked. "I mean, it stands at the roadside and extends a thumb, and if you stop for it, you'll find that it isn't what you thought it was," she said. "And then you'll have to deal with what it actually is, which is considerably more complicated." "You're being deliberately vague." "I'm being as specific as is useful," she said. "The specific details are less important than the behavior. Don't stop. That's the specific detail that matters." I drove. The road went north through fields and occasional tree lines, and the sky was overcast, no moon, and my headlights were the primary thing illuminating the world. "You said it'll appear 3 times, I said. "Approximately. The stretch between the South Calvert pullout and the Mercer overpass. It uses the same section of road. 3 is average. I've seen it twice. I've seen it 4 times in a single pass." "What happens if someone stops?" She was quiet for a moment. "Nothing dramatic," she said. "Nothing violent. Just a conversation you can't quite get out of. Questions that don't have comfortable answers. A feeling afterward like something was taken from you that you can't name. Like a splinter in a place you can't reach." "Have you stopped for it?" "Twice," she said. A long time ago, before I understood what it was. Both times left me feeling diminished in ways I didn't identify for months. After the second time, I started warning drivers. "Is that what you do, warn people?" "Among other things," she said. "The road has maintenance. Not all of it is physical." We reached the section she had described. I recognized it from her landmarks. The South Calvert pullout falling behind us. The road straightening into the stretch before the Mercer overpass. I held the wheel correctly and drove at my usual speed and watched the roadside. The first figure appeared about a half-mile in. Right shoulder, thumb extended, facing my headlights. My foot moved toward the brake on instinct. "Don't," she said. Not urgently, just clearly. I drove past. In the second of passing, I had an impression. A man, average height, unremarkable clothing. But there was something wrong with the impression that I couldn't locate. Not the figure itself, but the feeling of looking at it, which was the same feeling as a word you can't remember. A face you know from somewhere you can't place. A wrongness in the periphery. The second figure was on the left shoulder, about 3/4 of a mile further. Different apparent age, different apparent clothing, but the same wrong feeling. Like looking at a copy of a thing rather than the thing itself. My foot did not move toward the brake this time. "Good," she said. The third was directly ahead, in the road, which is what she had done to stop me, and which made my throat constrict for a moment until I understood it wasn't her. This one stood in the center of the lane and did not move as I approached. I kept my speed, reasoning from her instruction and my own response to her that the correct action was to continue. The figure resolved in my headlights, and I saw its face clearly for the first time in the pass. I can't describe it accurately. I've tried. What I can say is that it was the face of something that had studied human faces for a long time and could produce the correct arrangement of features without understanding what the arrangement was for. A face that looked like a face the way a sign that says tree looks like a tree. The surface of the thing, not the thing. I drove through the space where it had been standing. It wasn't there. The Mercer overpass appeared ahead, and we passed under it, and the road on the other side was ordinary. "Thank you," she said. "That's my line," I said. "You're the one who didn't stop." We drove to the Mercer Junction, and she got out there without elaboration. She stood on the shoulder and looked back toward the stretch of road we had come from. Her face in my mirrors was attentive, clinical, the face of someone doing a job they understand well. "What was it?" I asked through the window. "Not sure there's a word for it," she said. "Something that collects from people. Attention, maybe, or the sense of yourself you carry when you're on the road alone at night." She looked at me. "It thrives on the stopping, on the conversation you have when you realize things are wrong and try to talk your way through it. That's where it feeds." "Does it hurt people?" "Not the body," she said. "Just smaller. You feel smaller after. Like a bill you didn't know you owed." She turned back toward the road she'd come from. I watched her in my mirrors until she was small enough to be uncertain, and then she was gone, and the road south was empty and ordinary. I drove north. I passed that stretch regularly. I have not stopped in it since. Not for figures at the roadside. Not for anything. I drive through it attentively. The way she drove through my cab, present. Clear. Not giving anything away that I haven't decided to give. The road has maintenance. I'm glad some of it knows what it's doing. Wait. He asked me to keep driving forever. He was the best kind of passenger at first. Quiet, appreciative of the ride, occupying his space without expanding into mine. He got in at the Lanning rest stop at midnight and settled into the passenger seat and looked out at the road and seemed genuinely content to be there. Some passengers arrive with the energy of someone who has been waiting to talk, coiled with deferred conversation. He wasn't that. He was simply present in the way of a man for whom this was enough. His name was Martin. He was 60-something, retired from something he didn't specify. His hands were the hands of someone who had worked physically for most of his life and had stopped recently enough that they still held the shape of it. He smelled faintly of soap and coffee. He asked if he was bothering me. I said no. That was true. For the first hour, we talked in the easy intervals of two people who aren't required to talk, and choose to anyway. He asked about my route and my years in the job, and what I thought about on long drives. I told him about the state just before sleep deprivation that I tried to avoid, but which, in its early stages before it became dangerous, had a particular lucid quality. The way the road became very simple, the way thought became very clean. That sounds like meditation, he said. Cheaper, I said. He laughed. It was a real laugh, surprised out of him, which was the best kind. We drove. The night deepened, the traffic thinned to almost nothing, and the road north became ours in the way that roads become yours late enough at night. The fields were dark. The sky was clear, and the truck moved through it all with the solid, reliable momentum of a well-maintained machine doing what it was built for. At some point, maybe 90 minutes in, his energy changed slightly. Not alarmingly, just a shift in the quality of his silence, from restful to something more effortful. "Do you ever think about not stopping?" he said. "Comes up," I said. "Late in a run. Highway hypnosis, they call it. You have to watch for it." "No," he said. "I mean, do you ever think about what it would be like to just keep driving? Not finishing a run, not going home, just the road continuing?" "Sometimes," I said honestly. "Everyone who drives a lot thinks about that. What does it feel like when you think about it?" I thought about how to answer honestly. "It feels like a temptation," I said. "Like how you can look at an open road ahead of you and feel that pull, that it could just go on and nothing would require you to stop. But it's the same feeling as any other escape fantasy. The appeal is in the going, not in the having gone." "What do you mean?" "I mean the appeal of never stopping is actually the appeal of not being in whatever you're leaving. The road is just the vehicle for it. If you took the road and drove it all the way out, the thing you're escaping would be there at the other end. Or it would be in the truck with you the whole time." Martin was quiet for a long time after this. Long enough that I checked on him, not obtrusively, just a glance. He was looking out the windshield with an expression that I had started to understand was his face holding something it was deciding whether to say. "My wife and I separated 6 months ago," he said. 33 years. I thought I would feel something decisive when it happened. Instead, I've felt like a man standing in a house where all the furniture has been removed. The structure is right. All the walls are there. But there's nothing in it. "I'm sorry," I said. "I don't know how to be in the house," he said. "Every time I'm in it, I want to leave. Every time I leave, the being in it comes with me." He paused. "When I got in your truck tonight, I thought, what if I just don't get out? What if I just keep going?" "Martin," I said. "I know," he said. "I know it doesn't work. You said it. The thing would be in the truck with me." He made a sound that was almost a laugh. I think I needed to hear someone say it out loud. My own version of it has been all inside, and inside is where the furniture isn't. We drove another 30 miles. He talked about his wife, fairly, without the bitterness that comes later when grief has had time to harden. He talked about the house. He talked about his adult children who were supportive in the ways they could manage and unavailable in the ways they couldn't. He talked about being 63 and finding that it was possible to feel genuinely lost at 63, which had surprised him, which he felt should not have surprised him. I talked too. About the times I had felt the same pull. The road as escape, the drive as avoidance. About the times I had come home after a long run and had to relearn the house, the static life. The fact that stillness was also a skill, and one that required practice. He listened the way he'd listened to everything, with his full attention receiving it. At the Calvert interchange, which was my last good stopping point before my delivery, I pulled over. "I have to go south from here," I said. "This is as far as I'm going north tonight." He nodded. He gathered himself in the way of a man reminding himself of things. "The house," he said. "The house," I agreed. "It takes a while to refurnish. You have to start somewhere." He got out. He stood on the shoulder with his hands in his pockets and looked up at me. "Thank you," he said, "for the ride and for the conversation and for saying the thing about the furniture." He paused. "Also for not just driving forever." "Also for that," I agreed. He walked to the interchange bus shelter and sat down, and I watched him in my mirrors until I had to stop watching to navigate the south turn. He was still sitting when I lost sight of him. I thought about him on the drive south, about what it means to want to keep driving forever, about the way the road, at its best and worst, is a place to bring the things that don't fit anywhere else, about the necessity, eventually, of going home, about the furniture that has to be put back, one piece at a time, even when you're not sure where it goes. I called my son from the delivery lot before I slept, just to say hello. Just to check in, just because Martin had reminded me that the house needs tending. Some passengers teach you things by telling you things. Some teach you by needing what you happen to have. IX, the child on Highway 66 in 11 years of long-haul driving, I have maintained one rule more absolutely than any other. I do not pick up children. Not because children are dangerous, obviously they aren't, but because a child alone at the roadside at any hour is a situation with a specific and serious protocol. And that protocol does not involve putting the child in your truck. It involves calling emergency services and staying with the child until they arrive. This is the correct procedure, and I have always known it. I followed the protocol the night I saw her on Highway 66. Mostly. I followed it mostly. She was at mile marker 22, which is in the long straight section between the Farrell Junction and the county line. A stretch with no houses, no businesses, no reason for a person to be standing at the roadside at 1 a.m., and certainly no reason for a child to be. I saw her from about 300 yards out. Small figure, standing at the white line edge of the shoulder, not flagging, not waving, just standing with the small patient stillness of a child who has been told to wait and is waiting. I slowed, pulled to the shoulder. The protocols were already running in my head. Stay in the truck, call 911, give location, stay online, keep the child in sight. She was about 8 or 9, wearing a yellow rain jacket despite the clear night, with dark hair in 2 braids and the serious face of a child dealing with something they've decided to deal with like a grown-up. She came to my window when I rolled it down. "Are you all right?" I asked. First question. Most important. "I'm looking for the mile marker," she said. "I can't find the right one." "Which one are you looking for?" She said, "The one where my dad had his accident." I was already dialing 911 with my right hand while talking to her. The dispatcher answered, and I gave my location, described the child, confirmed no apparent injury. The dispatcher said units were 25 minutes out and asked me to stay with the child. "What's your name?" I asked the girl. "Lily," she said. "My dad's name was Robert. Robert Masson." She said it the way children say things they have been told are important facts to know, carefully, completely. "Where are your parents, Lily? Is your mom nearby?" "Mom's at the motel," she said. "Back there." She pointed south. I knew there was a motel about 4 miles back, the crossroads, which I passed regularly. "She doesn't know I'm here." I waited until she was asleep. "We need to call your mom," I said. "She'll be very worried." "I know," Lily said. She didn't seem evasive about this, just informational. "I'll go back in a minute. I just wanted to find the right one." The right mile marker. "The accident report said mile 22, she said. "But I've been looking, and they all look the same." She turned and looked at the marker she was standing next to. "Is this 22? I looked at the marker. It said 22. "Yes, that's 22. She stood for a moment, looking at it. Then she crouched down and put her hand on the ground next to the post, flat-palmed on the asphalt shoulder, the way children touch things when they want to feel them properly. "He was coming home," she said. "From a delivery. He was a driver too." She looked up at me. "Mom said he fell asleep. She said she told him not to take that run, he was too tired, but he wanted to finish it." "I'm sorry, Lily. She doesn't like roads anymore," Lily said. She stood back up. "We drove past this one to go to my grandmother's, and she started crying, and then we had to stop at the motel. I think she needed to see where it was. I thought maybe I could find it first, and then tell her, so she wouldn't have to be scared looking." I sat with this for a moment. An 8-year-old who had climbed out of a motel room at 1 a.m. to do reconnaissance on her father's accident site, so her mother wouldn't have to be afraid. The logic was so precisely and heartbreakingly that of a child who has appointed herself responsible for someone she loves. "That's very brave," I said, "and very kind. Does it help, seeing it?" She thought about this honestly. "A little," she said. "It's just a road. It looks like all the other roads." "Yes," I said. "It does." "I thought it would look different," she said, "like something would be wrong with it, so you could see why it happened." "The wrong thing was that he was too tired," I said. "That's not something you can see on a road." She considered this. "He should have stopped," she said. "Mom said he should have stopped." She said it not with anger, but with the sorrow of someone who has understood something about the world and wishes they hadn't needed to. "Yes," I said. "He should have stopped." She stood for another moment with her hand on the mile marker post, and then she straightened up and became practical. "I have to go back," she said. "I'll wait with you until the police get here," I said. "Then someone will take you back to your mom." "Okay," she said. She seemed relieved by this, by the plan, by the presence of an adult who knew the procedure. We waited. She stood near the truck and I stayed in the cab, and we didn't talk much, but the silence was the comfortable kind. She looked at the road in both directions with those serious, thoughtful eyes. "Do you get tired when you drive?" she asked at one point. "Yes," I said. "Everyone does." "Do you stop?" "Yes," I said. "I always stop." She nodded, apparently satisfied with this. The highway patrol arrived in 23 minutes. I gave my statement. They took Lily back to the motel and her mother. I sat at the shoulder for a while after, watching the lights of the patrol car diminish to the south. Then I started the truck and drove north, and I thought about stopping. About what it costs not to. about an 8-year-old girl standing at mile marker 22 at Wanham, with her hand on the ground, trying to find a way to make things less hard for her mother. About the things she said, it looks like all the other roads. About the things she understood, he should have stopped. I have stopped for every mandatory rest since. I have exceeded rest requirements rather than fallen short of them. This is not heroism. This is just being the kind of driver that a girl named Lily, if she grew up and had reason to think about drivers, would be glad existed. It is the least a person can do. Mile marker 22 on Highway 66 looks like every other mile marker on every other highway. Nothing is wrong with the road. Everything was wrong with the decision. We don't get to unmake decisions, but we get to make the next one better. X. The passenger who never opened the door. This is the story I have told the least and told last, because it is the one I understand least, and because the ones you understand least deserve the most care in the telling. It was a November night, the year after my divorce, which is to say the year when I was doing the most driving and the least thinking about anything that wasn't the road. I was running the late corridor, the one that goes north through the agricultural belt, through nothing particularly interesting, through the kind of dark that has depth and weight on an overcast night when neither moon nor stars are available and the world is exactly what your headlights make it. I had been driving for 6 hours. I was tired in the clean, manageable way that 6 hours produces, rather than the dangerous way that 12 hours produces. My load was routine. My schedule was on time. There was nothing unusual about any of the circumstances of the night except that I was not looking at anything beyond the road, and hadn't been for weeks. I pulled over at a rest stop to eat. I had been skipping this, eating while moving, which is a bad habit I had developed in that period as a symptom of having stopped caring about anything except efficiency. I stopped. I ate. I was sitting in the cab with the window cracked, and the November air coming in, and the rest stopped quiet around me. The passenger door opened. I turned. The door opened. I heard the handle, the seal releasing, the slight change in air pressure. And then nothing. The door was closed. It had not opened far enough to have admitted anyone. I checked. Door closed. Locked in the way it had been when I last used it, which was several weeks ago. The cab was empty. I sat for a moment. Sound carries in odd ways at rest stops. Doors nearby, other vehicles, acoustic oddities. I concluded echo or misidentification and turned back to my food. The door opened again. This time I watched it. The handle depressed. The door moved, half an inch, the edge of the frame separating from the body. Cold air came in from outside. Then the door closed again, gently, with the careful click of someone closing a door quietly so as not to disturb. The seat was empty. I am a man with a certain tolerance for my own confusion, which I have developed over 50 years of being alive, and 11 of driving at night when strange things sometimes happen. I have a high threshold for assuming something is wrong. I did not reach it immediately. "Okay," I said, to the empty seat. Nothing happened. The cab was its ordinary self, the dashboard, the instruments, the dark windshield, the meal I'd stopped eating, the November air still slightly present from the door's brief opening. I said, "I don't know what you want." The radio, which was off, produced a sound. Not static. Not a station. A quality of sound that I cannot accurately describe, except to say that it was the sound a radio makes when it is receiving something just at the edge of signal, when the carrier wave is present, but the content is not quite coming through. A presence of intent without the delivery of it. "I'm listening," I said. The sound shifted, not into words, not into anything decipherable. But the quality of it changed. The way a voice changes when you've been crying and try to speak and can't quite. When the emotion is larger than the channel available for it. I sat with this for a long time. The meal went cold. The rest stop stayed quiet. I did not turn the radio off because it seemed, in some way, I had no language for. Important that it stay on. Eventually the sound faded. Not cut off. Faded. The way signal fades when you drive out of range. Gradual, and then complete. The cab was ordinary again. I sat for a while longer and thought about the year I had been having, about the apartment I had moved into after the divorce, which I had furnished minimally and lived in like a man camping in a space he didn't intend to stay in, about the driving, the long hours, the efficiency I had substituted for everything that efficiency cannot substitute for, about the people I had not called and the conversations I had not had, and the particular aggressive forward momentum of a man who is keeping motion between himself and what he doesn't want to feel. "I hear you," I said. To the cab. To whatever had opened the door and tried the radio. To the November night, and the empty rest stop, and the 11 years of road that had brought me to this particular parking spot at this particular hour. I don't know who was there. I don't know what they were trying to say, or whether they were trying to say something at all, or whether what I experienced was some convergence of fatigue and acoustic oddity and a grieving man's brain making meaning from sensation. I know that the door opened. I know the radio made a sound I couldn't categorize. I know that when I finally pulled out of that rest stop and drove north, something had shifted in me. Not dramatically, not completely, but enough. The way a door shifts on its hinges when someone opens it and closes it quietly so as not to disturb. I called my ex-wife that week. Not to revisit things, we were past revisiting things, but to say that I hoped she was well. She sounded surprised, and then, after a moment, genuine. She was well. So was I, or getting there. I called my son. I called my sister. I called a friend I had been avoiding for months because his happiness was, in that period, difficult to be near. The passenger who never opened the door, or who opened it and brought nothing through it, or who brought something through it that doesn't have a body, I have no explanation for. Only this, whatever it was. It sat in the seat next to me in the dark and tried to say something, and I listened. And the listening itself was what I needed, regardless of what was being said. The act of being present and open and willing to receive whatever was coming through the imperfect channel. That's the thing about 11 years of night driving that I couldn't have told you at 29. The road gives you things. Not always the things you think you're looking for. Not always the things you'd choose. But the things, if you are paying attention, that you are ready to receive. The passenger who never opened the door sat in my cab on a November night and gave me back to myself. I am still grateful. I have the sense, when I drive certain stretches of road late at night, that the cab is never entirely empty. That things the road has collected travel alongside, in whatever way is available to them. I have stopped minding this. I find it, on the whole, good company. I, the hitchhiker without a shadow, the summer I drove the Southern Corridor for the first time, I was 29 years old and under the impression that I had a thorough understanding of what the world contained. I had been driving trucks for 6 years by then, long enough to feel proprietary about the road, and short enough that I hadn't yet learned what the road thinks of that feeling. The Southern Corridor runs through flat country. Long, low stretches of 2-lane highway, where the horizon is always visible and the sky at night is enormous, and the towns are small enough that the gas stations outnumber the restaurants, and sometimes you drive 40 miles without seeing a light that didn't come from your own cab. It was the 3rd week of July. The heat had been extraordinary. The kind of heat that bends the air above the road into water shapes during the day and falls only to about 80 at night. leaving the asphalt warm to the touch. I was running a refrigerated load, which meant the temperature in the trailer was irrelevant to the temperature in my cab, which meant I had the windows down because the ack had been making a noise I didn't trust, and I preferred the hot air to the sound. I saw him at mile marker 34 on the county road between Farrell and the junction, a man standing at the roadside with his arm out, thumb extended. Late at night, maybe 11:30, maybe midnight. He was wearing jeans and a white shirt, and he stood in the cone of my approaching headlights with the relaxed posture of a man who was accustomed to waiting and was not particularly troubled by it. I stopped. I am not a man who regularly stops for hitchhikers, but I had been alone for 9 hours and the road ahead was long, and I made a decision I have never been able to fully account for and pulled to the shoulder. He came to the window first, leaned on the sill. He was perhaps 40, perhaps older, with a lean face and dark eyes that caught the light from my dashboard in a way that made them seem lit from within. Pleasant face, nothing alarming about it. "Going north?" he asked. "Far enough," I said. Standard answer. "How far you going?" "Far as you'll take me," he said, which is the answer that should make you say no. I said, "Get in." He settled in the passenger seat with the ease of a man who had ridden in truck cabs many times before. Didn't fidget. Didn't look around at the cab with the tourist curiosity that some passengers have. Just settled, looked forward, seemed content. We drove. I made conversation. The usual things. The road, the weather, where he was coming from. He answered in the way of a man who is present without being forthcoming. Yes, the heat had been bad. He had come from the south. He had been traveling for a while. Each answer was complete enough to be a real answer and empty enough to give nothing away. I found myself talking more than he did, which is unusual for me. It was about 20 minutes in that I noticed the shadow, or rather, noticed the absence of it. My headlights were catching the road and the shoulder and the scrub on either side, and the cab lights were low but present, and the ambient light from the instruments painted everything inside the cab a soft green gold. In that light, I had a shadow on my side, projected faintly onto the seat back, onto the door. The kind of shadow that exists in diffuse light, more a dimming than a shape. I noticed it the way you notice your own reflection in a window at night, peripherally, without meaning to. He didn't have one. I looked at this observation for a long moment inside my own head, the way you look at something that doesn't compute before deciding whether to give it the weight of being real. He was sitting there, solid, white shirt, dark jeans, hands relaxed in his lap. The seat was occupied. The truck's suspension carried him. I could feel, vaguely, the infinitesimal adjustment of a loaded truck carrying an additional passenger's weight. He was there. His shadow was not. I did not say anything for a long time. I continued driving. The road went north and the fields were dark on both sides, and the sky had that impossible star density that only happens far from any city. I watched the road. I watched, at intervals, the absence of his shadow. Finally, I said, without planning to, "You've done this before." "Traveled," he said. "Yes, hitchhiked." "Among other ways," he said. I thought about how to ask the question I actually had. "You want to tell me something?" I said. It was not a question exactly. He was quiet for a moment. "Then, there's a grade about 12 miles ahead. On the east side of the road, before the curve, there's a gap in the barrier. It's been there for 3 years. The county knows about it and hasn't fixed it. In wet conditions, in the dark, it's the kind of thing that takes someone by surprise." I thought about this. "Is that why you're here?" The road tells you things, he said. If you pay attention, I'm part of the road telling you things. You're not, I started, and stopped and reconsidered what I was going to say and how I was going to say it. You're not someone who got in my truck back there. He looked at me directly for the first time, those dark eyes lit from somewhere inside. I'm someone who needed a ride north and you gave me one, he said. The rest of it is semantics. We drove the 12 miles. I saw the gap in the barrier, exactly where he'd said, on the east side before the curve, a missing section of guardrail with a raw drop-off on the other side. I noted it. I reported it the next morning to the county highway department and followed up until they fixed it, which took another 2 months and 3 phone calls. When I pulled over at the junction where the county road met the main highway, he said, "This is fine." You sure? It's the middle of nowhere. I know where I am, he said. He climbed down from the cab, stood on the shoulder, and looked back up at me. The road behind him was empty, and the night was large, and he stood in the cone of my taillights with total stillness. "Thank you for stopping," he said. "Thank you for the tip," I said. He nodded once. I pulled out. In my mirrors, the shoulder was empty almost immediately, not as though he had walked away, but as though the darkness had simply absorbed him, the way darkness absorbs everything eventually, given enough time. I drove north. I have driven north many times since. I stop sometimes at that stretch where the guardrail was and look at the repair, solid metal, correctly installed, doing its job. I think about the shadow that wasn't there. I think about the fact that something that had no shadow could still affect the physical world, could sit in a truck cab and carry weight and be present enough to be heard and answered. I think about the gap in the barrier and what might have come through it if no one had been told. I think the shadow was the least important thing about him. She knew my route before I did. I have been a driver long enough to know that there are 2 kinds of people who hitchhike. The ones who want to get somewhere and the ones who want someone to talk to. The first kind looks at the road. The second kind looks at you. After enough years, you learn to tell them apart before they finish climbing into the cab, and you adjust your expectations accordingly. Mara, which is what she told me her name was, looked at me. She was about 30, or maybe younger than she seemed, with hair pulled back and the kind of eyes that take inventory when they land on you, cataloging things you haven't offered. She was at the rest stop outside Henner when I pulled in at 1:15 a.m. for my scheduled break, not hitchhiking formally, standing near the exit lane with a bag, looking at the road with the focused patience of someone calculating options. I made the offer. She accepted without hesitation and climbed into the cab with the efficiency of a person who has done this before and has a system for it. "Where are you going?" I asked. "You're going to Kellerman first," she said. "Then the bypass around Fitch, because the on-ramp at exit 14 is shut for resurfacing. Then Route 9 south." I had not told her any of this. The Kellerman stop was my own addition to the standard route, a fuel station where I got a specific brand of coffee that I preferred, not on the manifest, not on any documentation. The bypass around Fitch was real. The on-ramp closure had been announced 2 days ago, but it was not information I had shared. I looked at her steadily. "How do you know that?" She was looking out the windshield. "I know the road," she said. "This part of it anyway. I know who uses it and when and how they go." That's not an answer. "It's the best one I have," she said. "The one that would make sense to you would take longer than we have tonight." I pulled out of the rest stop and drove. She sat with her hands in her lap and her eyes on the road and did not speak again for several miles. Then she said, "You need to call your daughter." "I have a daughter." Her name is Claire, and she is 22, and she lives 3 states away, and we have a complicated relationship that I am too proud and too awkward to do enough about. I had not spoken to her in 6 weeks, which was 6 weeks too long, which I knew and had been not knowing in the particular way of fathers who are better at driving than at the other kind of navigation. "What do you know about my daughter?" I said. It was not quite a question. "I know she tried to call you 3 weeks ago and got voicemail and didn't leave a message and has been waiting for you to call back," Mara said. "I know she's not angry. I know she thinks you're angry at her. I know neither of those things is true, and both of you are sitting with it like it's a permanent thing when it isn't." The road was very quiet. The fields on either side were dark and distant. My headlights were the only lights in either direction. "You're going to tell me you're psychic," I said. "No," she said. "I'm going to tell you that some roads carry information. Like water carries minerals, it picks things up as it goes. Conversations people had in parked cars. Things people thought about while they were driving alone at night. Your daughter called from the rest stop. We just left. She used the payphone there. Back when there were payphones, back when she was 10, and you were on this run, and she'd called the dispatcher and gotten your route and wanted to surprise you." I remembered that call. I had pulled into the rest stop, and the payphone was ringing, and I had picked it up as a joke, and it had been Claire, 10 years old, enormously pleased with herself for having figured out how to reach me. "The road remembers things," Mara said. "The people who spend enough time on it learn to read what it remembers. That's all." "That's all," I repeated. "It sounds stranger than it is. Information doesn't disappear, it accumulates. If you know how to listen, roads tell you everything that's ever happened on them." We stopped at Kellerman. I got my coffee. She declined when I offered to get her something. Back on the road, I said, "Are you going to tell me something else I need to know?" "The brake line on your passenger side rear is developing a slow leak," she said. "It's not critical yet, but it needs looking at before your next run." I had the truck serviced the following morning. The mechanic found exactly what she had described: a slow, not yet critical deterioration in the brake line. He said another week, and it might have been a different conversation. She got out at the Route 9 junction. I asked her where she was going from there. "Back," she said. "I've been going back for a long time." "Back where?" She smiled. It was the first time she had smiled, and it was the kind of smile that means there isn't a word for the answer to that question. "Call your daughter," she said. She closed the cab door. I sat for a moment, then pulled out. In my mirrors she was standing at the junction, and then she wasn't, and the junction was empty in both directions. I called Claire the next afternoon. Before my next run, she picked up on the second ring. "Dad," she said, just like that, like it had only been a few days. "Hey," I said. "I was thinking about the time you called me from that rest stop." Silence. Then the payphone. I was so proud of myself. "You should have been," I said. "That was a good piece of work." We talked for an hour. We talked about things we hadn't talked about, and some things we hadn't known the other person needed to say. By the end of it, something that had been knotted for a long time had loosened. I drove the Southern Corridor again the following month. I passed the Henner rest stop at 1:15 a.m., as I usually do. I looked at the exit lane as I passed. Empty, but I nodded anyway, because someone had known my route before I did, and had taken the time to tell me what the road remembered, and I thought that deserved acknowledgement. The 3. I picked up someone who was already dead. There are events in a life that reorganize everything that comes after them, not because they are the largest things that happen, but because they reveal something about the structure of the world that you cannot unknow once you have learned it. I have had two such events. The first was the birth of my son. The second was the night I picked up Raymond Carr on Route 11 outside the town of Delwood in October at 10:47 p.m. I know the time precisely because I had just reset my trip timer at the Delwood fuel stop, and the counter was at 12 minutes when I saw him. I know his name because he told me, and I know it is accurate because I later confirmed it against records that are public and available to anyone who knows where to look. He was standing at the roadside in the way of hitchhikers, arm out, thumb extended, wearing a flannel shirt and work boots and carrying nothing. He appeared to be in his mid-50s. His face was weathered and ordinary, the face of a man who has worked outdoors for most of his life and does not think much about it. I pulled over. He climbed into the cab, said his name was Raymond, said he was going up to the Ferris farm, which he said was about 20 miles north. Said he'd been working there for years. Work for the Ferris family? I asked, making conversation. Did, he said. Long time. Old Gerald Ferris, you know the name? No. Good man, good farmer. Gone now, few years back. The son runs it. A pause. I'm just going back to check on things. We talked easily. He was a talker, in the comfortable way of men who have spent long hours with other workers and have developed a sociable fluency. He told me about the farm, what they grew, how the land lay, the particular challenge of that stretch of country for certain crops. He knew the land with the specificity of someone who had spent decades on it, who knew which fields drained well and which ones needed watching in a wet spring. He told me about his wife, who had died a few years ago. He said it quietly, without drama. He said she had been a patient woman, and that he had not always deserved it, and that he missed her more as time went on rather than less. I told him I understood that feeling, having lost my own father a few years back. He nodded. It changes, he said. Not gets better. Changes, you carry it different after a while. We were about 15 miles in when he said, "You're a careful driver. Try to be." I was in a truck, he said. Not this kind, pickup years ago. Wasn't careful enough. He paused. Wet road, that curve on County 7 just south of the Ferris property line, went off the embankment. I drove for a moment. Were you hurt badly? Killed, he said. Matter of fact, not distressed. The way a man might say retired or moved away. I absorbed this information. I found to my own surprise that it did not make me want to stop the truck or check the locks or take any of the self-protective actions that a rational person might expect. He was simply a man in my truck who had told me something true, and the information settled into the cab the way honest information does, heavily and without drama. How long ago? I asked. He thought about it. 12 years, he said. Or thereabouts. Time gets imprecise. Why are you going to the farm? Boy there, he said. Danny, Gerald's grandson. He's been having trouble. Same kind of trouble I had at his age, which is the kind that puts a man in a ditch if no one helps him out of it before it gets to that point. I thought maybe if someone from the family's history came around, talk to him a little, sometimes it matters. Where the advice comes from. He can see you? He saw me once, Raymond said. Few months back. It scared him, which I understand. Thought if I came with someone else, someone solid, it might go easier. I thought about this for the remaining 5 miles. Then I pulled to the farm road at the Ferris property, which was gated but unlocked. Thank you for the ride, he said. I can drive you up to the house, I said. Better if I walk from here, he said. He climbed down from the cab. He turned at the bottom and looked up at me with an expression that was difficult to read. Not sad, not happy, something between them that was more enduring than either. You're a good man for stopping, he said. Not everyone would. "Where are you going after this?" I asked. He thought about that. "Home, I think," he said. "Been a while." He walked up the farm road. I watched him until the darkness absorbed him. I sat for a moment, then pulled back onto Route 11 and continued north. In the morning I did what I knew I was going to do. I looked up Raymond Carr, Ferris Farm, Delwood County, the curve on County 7. The accident was in the records, October 12 years ago. A single vehicle rollover on the county road, the driver identified as Raymond Carr, 54, who had worked at the Ferris property for 19 years. No survivors. I called the Ferris farm. A woman answered. I asked if there was a Danny Ferris there. She said yes, that was her son. I asked if everything was all right with him. There was a pause. Then, better recently. He had some trouble this fall, but the last couple weeks something changed. He says an old man came to talk to him. We all thought he'd imagined it. A pause. Do you know something about that? I gave someone a ride, I said. Just wanted to make sure he arrived. She said thank you in a voice that had too many things in it to separate out. And I said you're welcome, and drove north into another ordinary morning. I think about Raymond Carr, about the curve on County 7 and the wet October road, about a man spending 12 years figuring out how to help a boy he cared about, and finding a way to do it, and doing it, about what it means to not be done with a place even after you've left it, about the fact that I stopped that night, and the difference that made. Small things, small decisions. The road is made of them. IV, the silent passenger, he didn't speak. Not once. Not in 4 hours and 231 miles of road. I want to be clear about this because it is the thing people find hardest to believe. That I spent 4 hours in an enclosed cab with a man who said nothing, and at no point did it feel wrong, or threatening, or like something I needed to escape. It felt instead like a particular kind of company that I had not known I needed until I was in it. I found him at a rest stop outside Millhaven at 2 a.m. Or he found me. He was standing near my truck when I came back from the restroom, standing at a polite distance, looking at the truck without touching it. He was tall, thin, wearing dark clothes that were neither remarkable nor ragged. His face was angular, sharp at the jaw, with calm eyes that were so light in color they appeared almost silver under the rest stop's fluorescent wash. "Need a ride?" I asked. Not because I usually ask, I don't, but because something in the combination of his presence and his stillness produced the question without my conscious input. He looked at me, nodded once. "Where you headed?" He pointed north. One extended finger, held briefly, then lowered. I understood this to be either the limit of his communication or the most direct answer he had. I said, "I'm going north about 200 miles. That work?" He nodded again. Got in the truck with the ease of someone to whom this was familiar. I pulled out and drove. For the first 20 minutes I made the standard conversation attempts. Weather, road conditions, the usual social leveling that happens in enclosed spaces between strangers. He listened to all of it with apparent attention, but produced no response beyond an occasional small nod. Not rude. Not cold. Simply silent, in the way of a man for whom silence is the native condition. I stopped trying to talk, and something interesting happened. The cab, which is ordinarily a private space that I fill with radio or recorded books, or the internal monologue of a long-haul driver alone with his thoughts, became something different. His silence was present in it, an active thing, not an absence. Like the difference between a room that is empty and a room in which someone is sitting quietly. I found my thinking clarifying. Not dramatically, I wasn't struck by revelations or overcome by emotion. But the things I had been turning over in the back of my mind for months. The question of whether to retire. The question of what to do with my father's house. The question of whether the distance between me and my son was fixable or fixed. Those things became less tangled. Not resolved, just more visible. I thought about this while I drove and said nothing, because there was nothing to say that seemed necessary. Around mile 80, he shifted slightly in his seat, the only movement he had made beyond the basic necessities of riding in a vehicle, and looked out the passenger window. The moon was up by then. A full moon low on the horizon, and the fields were visible in pale silver, and the road was an ink line through it. He looked at this for a long time. His expression was the expression of someone who has seen many beautiful things and has not yet lost the capacity to recognize them. I looked too, for the seconds that looking away from the road was safe. The moonlit fields, the clean line of the road, the sky. "Nice," I said without planning to. He nodded. A real nod, not a social one. He was agreeing with me. Around mile 150, I stopped for fuel. He stayed in the cab. I came back with 2 coffees, one for me, one placed in the cup holder on his side without comment. When I pulled out, I saw him pick it up and hold it with both hands around the cup, not drinking immediately, just holding the warmth. That small gesture, a man holding a cup of coffee for the warmth of it on a cool night, made me feel something that I still struggle to name. Recognition, maybe. The universal human instinct toward small comforts. We drove the remaining 80 miles. The moon moved across the sky and the fields changed, and the road went north through smaller towns and past grain elevators and water towers with town names in faded paint. He watched all of it with the same quiet attention. I pulled over at the rest stop near Calvert where Route 7 splits north-south, which seemed like a natural endpoint. I said, "This is as far as I go on this road." He nodded. He reached into his jacket. I tensed for a half second, which I am not proud of, and produced a coin. Not currency I recognized, large, copper-colored, worn to near smoothness on both faces. He held it out to me. I took it, looked at it. The design was too worn to make out. It sat heavy in my palm for its size. "Thank you," I said. For what, exactly, I would not have been able to specify. He got out. At the bottom of the step he looked up at me once, those silver eyes, calm and clear and carrying something in them that was older than any expression I had a name for. And then he turned and walked toward the rest stop building, and I lost him in the lighting. I kept the coin. It sits on the shelf above my desk where I look at it sometimes when I'm trying to think through something complicated. I have never had it identified. I have not tried. Some things are more useful as questions than as answers. The silent passenger. 4 hours, 231 miles, 1 coin, and a clarity I've been grateful for ever since. Some company doesn't require words. Some presences fill a space more completely by what they don't say than by what they do. I have thought about him many times, about where he came from and where he went, and what the coin is, and why he was at a rest stop at 2 heading north by pointing his finger. I have not found answers to any of these questions. What I have found is that the questions themselves are not unpleasant to carry. Some questions are that way. They don't demand resolution. They just ask to be held, like a cup of coffee in both hands on a cool night. For the warmth of the thing. V. The man who never blinked, the human eye blinks between 15 and 20 times per minute. This is involuntary, regulated by the brainstem, not subject to conscious override for any significant duration. You can hold your eyes open deliberately for perhaps 30 seconds before the reflex overrides you. I know this because I looked it up afterward, after the drive, in the particular feverish way of a person seeking a rational foothold on something that has left them without one. The man I picked up on Route 14 did not blink. Not once. In 3 hours and 40 minutes of road, at close quarters in a cab, I watched him, carefully, then obsessively, then with the flat concentration of a man who has accepted something and is simply verifying it, and he did not blink. His eyes were open and brown and unmoving in their lids, and they were always looking at something. And what they were looking at was usually the road ahead, with the kind of focused attention that a very experienced driver gives to the road. Present, evaluating, not drifting. He appeared to be in his late 40s. He had a pleasant, unremarkable face, the face of a man you would not pick out of a crowd, would not be able to describe with any precision afterward, but would find, in the moment, perfectly comfortable to be around. He was dressed simply. He carried a small canvas bag that he placed between his feet when he sat down. He spoke normally. This is important. Everything else about him was completely ordinary. He asked about my load, my route, my years in the profession. He had intelligent questions about logistics and routing efficiency. He talked about the road with the familiarity of someone who knew it well. He told me a story about a drive he had made through this corridor years ago, in winter, with chain conditions and a load that shifted. And the story was the kind of story that people who have worked the road tell. Specific, detail-rich, technically accurate in the way that can't be faked. 30 minutes in, I realized what I was noticing. He wasn't blinking. I watched him for 5 minutes without being obvious about it. Peripheral vision, brief direct glances, the cover of checking mirrors, nothing. His eyes were open and steady, and the road surface moved in them as a continuous reflection, and they did not close. For a while I searched for explanations. Some people have infrequent blink rates, a physiological variation, or a concentration habit, or a response to the environment. But infrequent is still occasional, and occasional means some, and some means at least once in 5 minutes, which is far below normal, but still within the range of a human anomaly. He wasn't blinking at all. I checked it 10 minutes. 20, 30, nothing. You ever get tired on long runs? He asked. Used to, I said. Got better about sleep management. Most accidents on long hauls are fatigue-related, he said. Not mechanical failure, not road conditions. Fatigue, a driver who's been awake 20 hours has reaction time equivalent to a driver over the legal alcohol limit. He said this informatively, not accusingly. Are you in road safety? I asked. Adjacent to it, he said. I found, over the course of the drive, that his conversation had a persistent orientation toward attention, to awareness, to being present on the road, to the habits that keep a driver sharp. It was subtle enough that I might not have noticed if I hadn't been so focused on the blinking question. But once I noticed it, the pattern was clear. Every subject he raised circled back, eventually, to the question of whether I was paying attention. Whether I was here. I realized, paying more attention than I usually did. My hands were correctly positioned, my following distance was correct, my mirror checks were properly timed. The blinking, or the noticing of its absence, had made me deeply, almost hyper-consciously present in the act of driving. You do this on purpose, I said. We were about 2 hours in. Do what? The not blinking thing. He was quiet for a moment. Then, for the first time in 2 hours, he turned and looked directly at me. His eyes were brown and steady and completely dry, and they were also, in some way I couldn't articulate, the eyes of something that had been watching roads for a great deal longer than I had been driving them. "It gets people's attention," he said simply. "What are you?" He turned back to the road. "Something the road makes," he said. "When there's been enough accidents in a stretch, enough inattention, a kind of response, a way of reminding drivers what the job actually is. And the job is? Being here," he said, "completely here, every mile, not mostly here, not here between thoughts. Here. I drove for a while with this." "Does it work?" I asked. "Often enough," he said. "The drivers who give me rides tend to be more careful after. Not from fear, just they've been reminded of something." "Of what?" "That the road is a real place," he said. "That everything on it is real. That the thing between here and where you're going is not just time to be gotten through." He got out at the county road junction, 40 miles before my delivery. He picked up his canvas bag, climbed down, and did something I hadn't expected. He looked up at me from the shoulder and blinked. Once, deliberate and slow, like a demonstration. "You can do it," I said. "I can do anything I decide to do," he said. "That's the point." He looked at the road ahead of me. Safe drive. I drove the remaining 40 miles with the particular focused attention of a man who has been made aware of his own awareness. I noticed things I usually let slide. The texture of the asphalt changing at a county line repair, the way a crosswind came off a gap in the tree line, the early signs of brake wear in a truck I passed. Present. Completely present. Every mile. I have not picked up a passenger who didn't blink since. I have also not driven on autopilot since, or at least not without catching myself and correcting. The correction has become automatic. I think that's what he was trying to give me. Not fear, not mystery, just attention, the most important thing a driver can have. And the easiest thing to lose when the miles get long and the road gets familiar, and you start to treat a real place like a space between other places. He gave it back to me. I'm still grateful.
The abandoned way station that still takes drivers in. I've been pulled into a lot of way stations over the years. It's part of the job. The signs flash, you ease off the highway, you idle through. A DOT officer glances at your papers, maybe walks your trailer, maybe waves you through. You lose 10 minutes and you get back on the road. It's bureaucratic and tedious and absolutely ordinary, the way most of this job is ordinary. That's why it took me a while to notice that the way station on southbound US 19 through the Georgia Hill Country wasn't on any of my maps. My name is Victor Marsh. I've hauled freight for 16 years, mostly southeast routes, and I know the DOT checkpoints on every major and minor highway between North Carolina and Florida. I knew US 19 well enough to drive it in my sleep, which on bad nights I nearly had. There was no way station between the Lumpkin County line and the town of Dahlonega. I knew this with the certainty of a man who had driven that road twice a week for 4 years. And yet there it was. The blue and white sign, way station open, all commercial vehicles must exit, and the overhead lights, and the off-ramp with its gentle curve into a concrete lot. It was about 1 a.m. on a Thursday in late September. No other trucks visible on the highway. I was alone on the road. The law is the law. You don't skip open way stations. The fines are significant, and the attention it draws is worse. I took the ramp. The lot was older than it should have been, if I were thinking clearly. The concrete was cracked and stained, dark with old oil and the kind of grime that accumulates over decades. The painted lines had faded to near nothing. The booth at the center of the lot, where the scales were, where the officer would be, was lit from within, a yellow-white light that gave the whole structure a jaundiced look. I pulled onto the scale platform and stopped. An officer appeared from inside the booth, walking out to my door the way they do. I rolled down the window. He was in DOT uniform. Gray shirt, dark trousers, badge on his chest that I couldn't read from that angle. He had the flat, weathered look of a man who had spent decades outdoors in the Georgia heat, and his eyes, in the booth light, were a very pale color that I initially thought was gray. Evening, he said. Need to see your logbook and bill of lading. Standard request. I handed them over. He took them and looked at them the way officers do. Not reading closely, really. More scanning for the obvious, the undeniable. Then he said, without looking up, "Where'd you load out of?" "Charlotte," I said. "Dry goods to Valdosta." "Charlotte," he repeated. He said it the way you'd say a word in a foreign language that you're not sure you're pronouncing right. He handed back my logbook. He kept the bill of lading. "Hang on," he said, and walked back to the booth. I sat there. 5 minutes. 10. The booth was lit, but I couldn't see him inside. The angle was wrong, or the light was too bright, or both. There were no other vehicles in the lot, no other officers visible. The highway beyond the ramp was empty. I remember thinking that it was too quiet. Even at 1 a.m., a working way station near a state highway has ambient sound. Radio chatter, the hum of computers, the periodic buzz of the overhead lights. There was none of that. Just a deep, cushioned silence that seemed to press inward. At the 12-minute mark, I got out of my truck. I know you're supposed to stay in the cab, but he had my bill of lading, and 12 minutes is too long for a routine check. I walked to the booth. The door was closed. I knocked. No answer. I looked through the small window set in the door. The booth was empty. Not just empty of the officer, empty of everything. No desk, no computer, no radio equipment, no chairs. Bare concrete walls and a bare concrete floor and a single bulb hanging from the ceiling. Dust on the floor, undisturbed. My bill of lading was on the floor. Just lying there. No one had touched it in years from the look of the dust around it, except it was my bill of lading from my truck, handed to a man who had walked through this door 12 minutes ago. I picked it up and walked back to my truck and got in and locked the doors. I looked at the booth from the cab. The light was on. There was no one inside. I drove off the scale platform and up the ramp and back onto US 19, and I drove for 2 hours without stopping. I called dispatch when I got to a spot with good cell signal, and I told them what had happened. The dispatcher ran the location against our route records and DOT registration data. No way station on southbound US 19 at that location. No record of a station ever being at that location. I gave him the mile marker I'd noted on the off-ramp sign. He looked it up. "Victor," he said carefully, "that's not a DOT ramp. That's listed as an old county road entrance, closed in the 1980s. I went back in the daylight once. Daytime on US 19 pulled to the shoulder at the mile marker. There was an old ramp, grass-cracked asphalt, a bent and rusted sign that I couldn't read from the truck. I could see the ghost of a parking lot at the bottom, empty, overgrown at the edges. The booth was there, a small concrete structure with dark windows and a caved roof section. No overhead lights, no dot signs, no active scales. I asked around, the way I do when things don't make sense. Eventually found an older driver, a man named Pete Calloway, who'd been working southeast routes since the early 1980s, who got quiet when I described what I'd seen. "I heard about a station on that road," he said. "Old one. State closed it down in 84 or 85. Budget cuts mostly, but also..." He paused. "There was an officer posted there, early 80s, young guy, working a late shift alone. Got run over when a driver who'd had too much didn't see him walking the scale platform. Killed right there." He shook his head. "They closed the station not long after." "How long after?" I asked. "Few weeks. Felt disrespectful to keep it open, I guess." He looked at me. "He's still checking papers out there?" I thought about the pale eyes and the flat, weathered face. The way he'd said Charlotte, like a man hearing a name from another time. The empty booth. The bill of lading on a dusty floor. "He let me go," I said. "Checked my papers and let me go." Pete nodded slowly. "That sounds about right," he said. "Just doing his job." I take a different route through that stretch now, but some nights, long nights, empty highways, I think about a man in a gray uniform standing in a lit booth in an empty lot, still working his shift, still checking paperwork, still making sure the load manifests are in order, 40 years after anyone told him to stop. Just doing his job. I hope someone eventually tells him he can go home. I hope wherever home is for him, it's better than that empty concrete booth and that long, empty road and the sound of trucks passing without stopping. Though I think in some way, he finds meaning in the ones who do stop. the ones who follow the signs, the ones who see the light on and pull off the highway because that's what you're supposed to do, because the rules say way station open means you stop. For those drivers, for us, he's still there, still taking the paperwork, still doing the check, still making sure we're authorized to be where we're going. Story 2. Every midnight, the same little girl. Waves from the bridge, I didn't notice the first time. Or maybe I did, in the way you notice something small and peripheral, a flicker in the corner of vision that your brain files under irrelevant and moves on. A child on a bridge at midnight should have registered more strongly. But on a long haul, after 10 hours behind the wheel, your brain economizes. It logs what it needs and discards the rest, and a small figure on a roadside bridge glimpsed for perhaps 2 seconds as you pass beneath at highway speed gets discarded. The second time I noticed because she was in the exact same place. Standing at the left rail of the overpass bridge, facing south, facing the direction I was traveling, with her right arm raised, waving. The same child, as far as I could tell. Small, maybe 6 or 7 years old, dark clothing, hair loose and dark. Standing at the left rail of the overpass bridge that carries County Road 8 over Highway 62 in the hill country of northern Arkansas, she was waving. Not frantically, not in distress. The slow, deliberate wave of someone saying goodbye. The way you wave to a train. I remember checking the clock. 12:02 a.m. Third time, I made sure. I had my co-driver with me that run, a man named Aaron Beach, who'd been in the business 12 years, and I told him nothing beforehand. Just drove. When we reached the bridge, I kept my eyes on it. 11:58, 11:59, midnight, and there she was. Left rail, dark clothing, slow wave. Aaron saw her. I watched him turn to look back as we passed under. "The hell was that?" he said. "You see her?" "Little girl, bridge, past midnight." He was quiet. Why is a little girl on a bridge at midnight? We argued about it for 20 miles. Aaron wanting to call it in to highway patrol, me not knowing what we'd say, both of us circling the obvious question without saying it. What child stands on the same bridge in the same spot every time a specific truck passes, at exactly midnight, waving? I started keeping a log. Date, time to the minute. Over 6 months, I passed that bridge 19 times between 11:30 p.m. and 1 a.m., and she was on the bridge at midnight on every single one of those runs. Not on the 3 runs where I passed the bridge at other hours. I made a point of timing those. 2 in the afternoon, she wasn't there. 7 in the morning, she wasn't there. Only midnight. Only my southbound midnight runs. Waving, always waving, as if she knew I was coming. I started asking people, discreetly the way you ask when you're not sure you want to be laughed at. I found a woman in a diner in Mountain Home, Arkansas, a retired schoolteacher named Gladys Thorne, who'd spent her life in the area, who knew the bridge well. She set down her coffee when I described what I'd been seeing. "You know there was an accident on that bridge," she said. It wasn't a question. The accident had happened in 1979. A family, father, mother, young daughter, driving home late at night. The daughter's name was Caroline, 6 years old. The car had gone through the rail. Investigators said the father had fallen asleep at the wheel and gone into the creek below. The parents had survived, badly injured. Caroline had not. "Where on the bridge?" I asked. Gladys looked at me steadily. "Left rail," she said. "Closest to the southbound lane." I asked her if others had seen the girl. She was quiet long enough that I knew the answer before she gave it. "Over the years," she said, "mostly truckers, night drivers. My husband saw her twice back when he drove that route. Always late, always waving." She wrapped her hands around her coffee cup. "People wonder if she's waiting, if she's looking for someone." "Who?" "Her daddy drove a truck," Gladys said. "Before the accident. Long haul through the night. Caroline used to wave him off whenever he left late, stand on the porch and wave until the lights disappeared." She paused. "Some people think she got turned around, that she's on that bridge waving because she thinks the next truck is his." I thought about a 6-year-old girl who had been waving at southbound trucks for 45 years. Still waving. Still waiting for a pair of headlights to mean what she expected headlights to mean. Still thinking that if she waved long enough, eventually the right set of lights would slow down and her father would be behind the wheel. I changed my approach after that conversation. The next time I came through at midnight, as we cleared the bridge and I saw her there at the left rail, her arm going in that slow, certain wave, I turned on my hazard lights. just for a moment. Twice. The way you'd flash your lights to say I see you. In my mirror, in the darkness behind me, I thought I saw her hand slow. Pause. As if she wasn't sure what to make of that response. I've done it every time since. Every midnight crossing, southbound, I hit the hazards twice as I come out from under the bridge. It's the only thing I can think to give her. Some acknowledgement, some signal that the lights going by have seen her, that she isn't invisible, that her vigil has been witnessed. I don't know if it helps. I don't know if a child who has been on that bridge since 1979 can be helped by a hazard light. I don't know how any of this works, the logistics of it, the theology of it, the cosmology of a little girl frozen at midnight on a creek bridge in northern Arkansas, waiting for a truck that isn't coming. What I know is that she's there, and she's waving, and the least I can do is wave back. Story 3. The Cargo Manifest. Had my own name listed as the shipment. The manifest was in a sealed envelope when I picked up the load. Standard practice for some clients, they don't want the driver knowing the contents, for proprietary reasons, for insurance reasons, for 100 reasons that are all boring and legitimate. You pick up the load, you take the sealed envelope, you deliver both, and the receiving party opens the envelope and confirms the load against the manifest inside. I did not open the envelope. I want to be clear about that. I am a rule-following man. I have never tampered with a sealed manifest in 13 years of hauling freight. My name is Gerald Orton, and I have a clean record, and I intend to keep it. But the envelope was damaged in transit. Somewhere in the Appalachian section of I-81, I hit a stretch of road construction that was rougher than advertised, and a coffee thermos I'd left on the passenger seat tipped over and soaked part of the cab floor and the document holder where I kept the manifest envelope. When I noticed the spill and reached for the envelope, it was sodden. The paper had wicked up the coffee. The seal had given. I didn't open it. The seal opened around me, if you follow the distinction. I pulled the wet document out only enough to lay it flat to dry, and as I did, the top portion of the manifest became visible. I read it before I understood what I was reading. That's how it works sometimes. The information goes in before the processing catches up. I read my own name. Then I read the line below it. Then I understood what I had read, and I pulled over immediately. The manifest heading was standard boilerplate, the freight company's letterhead, the load number, the date. Under cargo description, in the precise, unemotional font of a logistics document, consignee, Weybridge Distribution, Harrisburg, PA shipper, Consolidated Holdings LLC contents, Orton, Gerald Raymond, 1 unit, condition, undetermined weight, 183 lbs fragile, yes handling. Do not open until delivery confirmed. I sat on the shoulder of I-81 for a long time. My full name. Gerald Raymond Orton. My approximate weight, I hadn't weighed myself in a while, but 183 was within a reasonable range. 1 unit. Condition undetermined. Do not open until delivery confirmed. I got out of the truck and walked around it. I looked at my trailer. It was sealed. I'd checked the seal when I'd picked up the load, a standard numbered wire seal. The trailer number on my assignment sheet matched. Everything was as it should be. I got back in and called my dispatcher. I told him I had an issue with the manifest. He asked what kind of issue. I said I needed him to contact the client and get a clear description of what was in the trailer. He came back to me 20 minutes later. The client, Consolidated Holdings LLC, was what he called a documentation firm. They handled sensitive cargo, mostly for legal and estate purposes. He'd gotten confirmation from the client that the trailer contained personal effects and documents from an estate. That was all they would say. Personal effects. Documents. From an estate. I asked if the load had been cleared by DOT. He confirmed it had. He asked if there was a problem. I said no and ended the call. I called my wife. She asked how the drive was going. I said fine, normal, no problems. I didn't tell her what I'd read. Some things you don't tell your wife on the phone in the middle of the night on a mountain highway. I drove to Harrisburg. I made the delivery at 7:30 a.m. to the Weybridge distribution facility. The receiving manager, a thin, brisk woman in her 50s, came out with her own paperwork, looked at my trailer, confirmed the seal number, and then asked for the manifest. I gave her the damaged document. She looked at the water damage without expression. She unfolded it fully. She had no hesitation, no sense that it was sealed or private, and scanned it. Made a check mark on her clipboard. "Everything looks correct," she said. "We'll have the seal broken by our team." "Can I ask what's in the load?" I said. She looked at me. Consolidated Holdings sends us document archives, legal records, personal records, estate documentation, storage, and cataloging. She tilted her head. "Is there something wrong?" I looked at the manifest in her hand. From where I stood, I could see the cargo description field. It read, in clear type, "Archival documents, personal records, estate of our holdings, approx 200 boxes." 200 boxes of documents. Not my name, not my weight, not one unit. Condition undetermined. I looked at the document. I looked at her. She looked back at me with polite professional patience. "No," I said. "Everything's fine." I drove away. I drove to a rest area 30 miles west and I sat, and I thought about what I had read on that mountain highway, and what I had seen on the same manifest an hour later in the same woman's hands. A manifest can't change. Paper doesn't change. Except that it did, or something did. Either the document I'd read on I-81 was different from the one in that woman's hands, or the one in her hands was different from the one I'd read, or my memory was wrong in a specific, detailed, personal way that included my own middle name and an accurate estimate of my body weight. I think about that qualifier. Condition. Undetermined. Not good, not poor. Undetermined. As if whatever was being shipped had not yet been fully assessed. As if the condition of what was in that trailer was something that remained to be seen. I think about fragile. Yes. I've spent more time than I should thinking about why I would be fragile. I've tried to think of it as simply literal. An archive of someone's personal records, someone's life on paper, would be fragile. Documents are fragile. That's what the manifest meant, but I keep coming back to my name and my weight and that instruction at the bottom. Do not open until delivery confirmed. I have not told my dispatcher. I have not told my wife. I have told you. I still drive freight. I still pick up sealed loads. Every time I accept a manifest envelope, I know whether it's dry, whether the seal is fully intact, whether I will be able to tell if it has been tampered with. I have never opened one deliberately. I don't plan to. Some things are better confirmed only at delivery. Some conditions are better left undetermined. Some cargo, you just have to trust you'll arrive intact. Story 4. The rest area that traps drivers. Until dawn. I had been warned once. A driver named Coates, Calvin Coates, out of Knoxville, had told me over lunch at a truck stop in Chattanooga about a rest area on I-24 westbound that you didn't want to sleep in past midnight. He'd laughed while he said it, the way you laugh at something you want to frame as a joke but aren't entirely sure is. I'd laughed with him and forgotten about it. I stopped at that rest area at 11:15 p.m. on a November night, 2 years after that lunch. I hadn't planned to stop. I'd planned to push through to Nashville, but my eyes were heavy and the grit of fatigue was behind my sternum, and I knew from experience that I was 20 minutes from dangerous. I took the rest area exit without thinking about Coates or anything he'd said. My name is Leonard Hayes. I drove I-24 most of my career. What I'm going to describe is what happened during the 6 hours I spent at that rest area, and why I could not leave, and what I think the place is, though I'll allow that my theory is built on incomplete information and genuine uncertainty. The rest area was ordinary when I pulled in. 6 or 7 other trucks in the overnight spaces, a vending machine building with its lights on, the smell of cut grass and exhaust. I killed the engine and reclined the seat and was asleep in probably 4 minutes. I woke at 1:30 a.m., checked the clock, felt rested enough, decided to push on. Standard. I started the truck, put it in reverse to back out of the space. The truck moved 6 inches and stopped. Not the engine was running fine, all gauges normal, no warnings. The truck simply stopped, as if it had encountered a resistance that my taillights couldn't illuminate. I tried again. 6 inches of backward motion, then a solid, absolute stop. I got out and looked. Nothing behind me. I walked the trailer's length, checked the tires, checked for any physical obstruction. Nothing. I got back in and tried to pull forward, same thing. The truck moved maybe a foot toward the exit lane, and then the resistance hit and I was stopped. I sat with the engine running for a while. Tried once more in each direction. Same result. Got on my phone to call roadside assistance, discovered I had no signal. I had full bars when I'd pulled in, I'd checked the weather on my phone. Now I had nothing. The CB was similarly dead. Channel 19 turned up static so textured and constant that it seemed almost deliberate, like noise designed to cover something, rather than simply the absence of signal. I tried the rest area's emergency call box, a blue phone on a pole near the vending machines. Picked up the handset. Silence. Pressed the call button. More silence. Pressed it again. From the handset, after a long moment, a sound. Not words, not static. A sound like distant voices heard through walls, the shape of conversation without the content. Murmuring. Multiple voices, perhaps, very far away, saying things I couldn't resolve into language. I hung up the phone, I walked back to my truck, and I looked at the rest area. In the 2 hours since I'd arrived, nothing had changed. The same trucks in the same spots, their running lights on, their engines silent. No one had come or gone. The vending machine lights were the same flat yellow. The grass was still, no wind. I knocked on the door of the truck nearest mine, a Kenworth in red livery. Knocked hard, no answer. Tried the next one, no answer. Walked the row of trucks. 7 trucks, 7 drivers, not one of them responding. Curtains drawn across sleeper windows, engines off. I went back to my cab and sat down and waited. At about 3 a.m., I heard something I haven't been able to fully explain. From somewhere beyond the tree line at the back of the rest area, a sound like many people talking at once, very quietly. Not the vending machine hum, not road noise. A collective murmuring sound, the kind that comes from a crowd. It lasted maybe 4 minutes and then stopped, and then the rest area was silent again. At 4:45 a.m., something shifted. I felt it more than heard it, a change in the quality of the air maybe, or in the pressure behind my ears. I started the truck. I put it in reverse, it moved. Clean, normal, unrestricted. I got out. I backed out of the space. I drove to the exit ramp. I went back, as I always do when something doesn't make sense. Daytime, late afternoon, the rest area busy with weekenders heading toward Nashville, families at the picnic tables, a couple of truckers stretched out in the sun beside their rigs. Normal rest area, normal afternoon. I found one of the truckers, a woman from Iowa, mid-40s, making a Memphis run, and asked if she'd ever stopped here overnight. She looked at me. Something in her expression said she knew what I was about to say. Once, she said, didn't do it again. Couldn't leave until dawn, I said. 5:17, she said. I checked the clock when the truck finally moved. 5:17 a.m. She held my gaze. You hear the voices back in the trees? Around 3 a.m. She nodded slowly. I heard them around 2:30. Not the same every time, I've been told. She went back to her sandwich. Different drivers hear it at different hours, but always before dawn, always stopped. What is it? I asked. The place, I mean. What's it doing? She was quiet for a while. Then, my theory? The rest area does what the name says. It makes you rest. It holds you there until you've slept enough to be safe. She took a bite of her sandwich. How tired were you when you pulled in? Dangerously tired. 20 minutes from an accident, I'd estimated. She seemed to read the answer in my face. It won't let you leave until you're ready, until you've rested long enough. She shrugged. Could be worse. I've thought about that explanation a lot. It's not supernatural so much as paternalistic. A rest area that enforces its function. That won't release you until the thing you came for is done, until the rest has been taken, until you are genuinely safe to drive. The murmuring in the trees I don't have a theory for. I've decided some things don't need theories. What I know, I was not safe to drive when I pulled in. I slept for nearly 3 hours. I left only after I had genuinely rested. Whatever is in that rest area on I-24 westbound, whatever kept my truck pinned until 4:45 in the morning, it might have saved my life. Might have saved the lives of whoever I would have run into if I'd pushed onto Nashville with my eyes full of grit and my reaction time gone to nothing. I still pull over when I'm tired. I pull over everywhere, anywhere. But I've never gone back to that particular rest area because the trapped feeling, the absolute concrete impossibility of moving when I wanted to move, was one of the worst experiences of my life, even though it did me no harm. Freedom of movement is something you don't know you need until it's gone, even if the thing that took it was trying to help you, even if it was right. Story 5. I heard someone walking on the roof of my moving truck. I have checked the roof. I want you to know this first. I pulled over, I got out, I looked. Both times. I am not a man who hears a sound and accepts it without verification. I've been troubleshooting mechanical issues on my own rigs for 15 years. I know the difference between road noise and something else. There was nothing on the roof. That's the part I can't explain. My name is Steve Aiken. I haul refrigerated goods, produce, dairy, pharmaceutical, whatever pays. Refrigerated trailers have their own sound ecology, the reefer unit cycling, the temperature alarm if it needs to alarm, the particular resonance of cold metal on a hot road. I know my equipment sounds the way a musician knows his instrument. I know every rattle, every hum, every rhythm. The sound started on a stretch of US 17 through the South Carolina lowcountry at around 2 a.m. It was July. The heat still bad even in the middle of the night, the swamp smell coming through the vents when I had them cracked. I was carrying lettuce and cut flowers from a distribution hub south of Myrtle Beach. The reefer was cycling normally. Everything was fine. Then someone walked across the roof of my cab. That's the only way I know to describe it. Heavy footsteps. Not the light skitter of an animal. Not the random percussion of road debris. Purposeful, paced steps, each one placing weight deliberately, moving from the back of the cab roof to the front. I heard them clearly through the headliner. I heard them cross from side to side. I heard something that sounded, unmistakably, like a person repositioning, shifting, finding a more comfortable place. I pulled over, immediately, got out, climbed up the step rail, looked at the cab roof. Empty, not just empty of a person, empty of marks, empty of debris, not so much as a scratch in the road grime. Nothing. I got back in and drove. 15 minutes later, somewhere near the Ace Basin, the footsteps started again. Back of the cab, moving forward, more deliberate this time. Slower, at one point the sound stopped directly above my head and I heard, I am completely serious, the sound of something sitting down. The slow settle of weight, the minor creak of the roof panel taking a static load. Something was sitting on the roof of my moving truck. I pulled over again. Climbed up again. Roof empty again. I got back in and did not pull over a third time. Because I had a delivery window, and because whatever was producing this sound had twice demonstrated that I would find nothing if I looked. I gripped the wheel and drove and listened. The steps continued, more confident after my third attempt to address them. Moving around, crossing the roof, pausing, repositioning, one stretch of road, about 4 miles of it, arrows straight through the marsh grass. The sound was continuous, something pacing. Back and forth, back and forth. The full length of the cab roof, as regular as a metronome. I called my wife just to have a voice. I didn't tell her what I was hearing. I said something about the radio being out and wanting some company. She talked for 20 minutes about our son's soccer game and a problem with the dishwasher, and the footsteps continued the whole time, methodical and unhurried. I made my delivery. The receiving crew unloaded the trailer. Nobody mentioned anything about the cab roof. I got out and looked one final time after the trailer was empty, in full dock lights. Still nothing. I told this to another driver, a man named Bellows, who I knew from the same freight company, and he went very still. I asked him if he knew what I was talking about. He didn't say anything for a bit. Then the low country stretch. Ace Basin area. That's where it started, I said. I've heard it, he said. Once, few years ago. I thought it was branches at first. Then I realized we were on open road, no trees. He shook his head. I didn't pull over. I asked him if he'd ever found out what it was. He had. Not a definitive answer, but something. He'd talked to a man who drove that route for 30 years. Retired now, living near Beaufort, who told him the low country roads had old roots, that the marsh and the land under it held things that had been there a long time. That people had been moving through that country for thousands of years, and not all of them had moved on in the ordinary sense. He thought they just wanted a ride, Bellows said. Bored, maybe, or curious. Never seemed to cause any harm. Never seemed to cause any harm. That's a comfort as far as it goes. I drive the US 17 low country stretch occasionally still. When the footsteps start, and sometimes they do, always after midnight, always in that same stretch of marsh road, I don't pull over anymore. I just drive. If there's something up there that wants to ride on the roof of my truck through the July dark, something old and curious and without weight enough to mark the metal, I've decided I can live with that. The first time I drove that stretch after the incident and the footsteps started again, I did something I hadn't done the first time. I knocked on the ceiling of the cab, 3 times lightly with my knuckles. The pacing stopped. There was a pause. Then, very lightly, from above my head, 3 knocks in return. I turned up the radio and kept driving. Some passengers you don't ask for. Some passengers don't ask permission. They just settle in and ride. And you can either spend the miles terrified, or you can knock on the ceiling to say hello, and listen for the knock that says hello back, and drive through the dark together. It helps a little. The hello, I think it helps us both. Story 6. The tunnel that added 3 missing hours to my route. There was no tunnel on my route. I've established this definitively after the fact through map study, GPS records, satellite imagery, and 3 separate conversations with the state DOT office in West Virginia. The stretch of US 119 between Logan and Williamson runs through hill country and crosses several ridgelines, but it does so through mountain cuts, not tunnels. There are no tunnels on that road. There never have been. And yet I drove through one. I drove through it, and I came out the other side 3 hours later than I should have. My name is Paul Gentry. I've hauled coal country freight in and out of West Virginia for 12 years. I know US 119 the way mountain people know their hollows, by feel, by rhythm, by the particular way the road behaves when it's wet versus when it's dry. I know where the guardrails are too close and where the shoulder is too soft and where you lose radio signal. I know that road. There was no tunnel when I turned onto US 119 from the county route connector outside of Logan. The road went where it always went, south through the hills, curving with the ridgeline, climbing and descending in the pattern I knew. 40 minutes into the drive, the road went into a tunnel. It came up on me gradually, the hillside coming in close on both sides, the rock walls tightening, and then the dark square of a tunnel mouth, tiled in old concrete, lit inside by overhead fluorescence in a yellow-green that made the walls look sick. I slowed. I double-checked my mirrors. I drove in. The tunnel was long. I couldn't see the exit. The fluorescence ran the length of what I could see, and beyond that more darkness, more lights, more road. The walls were old concrete, water-streaked, with drains at the base every 100 feet or so. I drove at 30 miles per hour. I drove for what I estimated as 5 minutes. The tunnel didn't end. At 10 minutes, I slowed to 20. At 15, I stopped the truck and got out and stood in the tunnel and looked both ways. Behind me, receding into the yellow-green distance, the tunnel. Ahead, more tunnel. No exit visible in either direction. The overhead lights made a slight buzzing sound. The air was cold and smelled of minerals and water, and something else, something musty and deep. The smell of enclosed underground space that has been enclosed for a very long time. I got back in. I drove forward because there was no alternative except reversing indefinitely into darkness. I drove, and the tunnel did not change. Wet walls, humming lights, cold air from nowhere. I thought about distance at 20 miles per hour. 10 minutes of driving covers 3+ miles. 20 minutes covers nearly 7. At 30 minutes, I was more than 10 miles into a tunnel that did not exist. My phone showed no signal. The GPS showed my position as a blue dot in the middle of an empty gray space. No road names, no landmarks, no identifiable terrain. Just me, in gray. I drove for what the clock said was 2 hours and 40 minutes. Then the exit appeared. A gray square of daylight growing, and I came out of the tunnel onto a hillside on US 119, and the sky was the dark blue of nearly midnight, and the clock said it was 11:48 p.m. I had entered the tunnel at 9:07 p.m. A tunnel, if one existed, would have taken perhaps 4 minutes to drive. Nearly 3 hours were gone. I pulled to the shoulder and sat. My fuel gauge was noticeably lower than it should have been for the drive I'd done. My reefer unit's runtime log showed continuous operation for nearly 3 hours more than I'd been on the road. Something had used 3 hours of fuel and 3 hours of cold chain operation inside that tunnel. The road around me was normal US 119. I recognized the terrain. By my position relative to a known milepost, I was about 4 miles south of where I should have been, not 20 or 30 miles south, despite driving for hours. The tunnel had moved me 4 miles while consuming 3 hours. I've thought about this constantly. The mathematics of it don't cooperate with any model I can construct. You can't drive for nearly 3 hours at 20 miles per hour and end up 4 miles from your start. Either the speed was wrong, or the time was wrong, or the distance was wrong, or some combination of all three. The dot, when I finally called them with a carefully phrased set of questions, confirmed. No tunnel. Never a tunnel. No plans for a tunnel. The ridge I'd been driving along was cut through terrain. They'd looked at my approximate coordinates, and there wasn't even a topographic reason for a tunnel in that section. I talked to a man in Logan, an older man, retired miner, born in those hills, who told me that the underground in that part of West Virginia is not simple, that there are old mine shafts everywhere, that the hills are riddled, that some of the cuts and hollows connect in ways that the surface maps don't show. That people who worked the mines talked about strange acoustics, strange time, shifts that felt longer or shorter than they were. Underground does something to time, he said. Always has. Mine foreman knew it. You don't wear a watch in the mine, you lose track, you come up and 2 hours are gone, or 2 hours that felt like nothing took all day. He looked at me. Your tunnel sound familiar? Mine tunnel? I said. Old ones run everywhere under those hills, he said. Some of them big enough for a truck. Some of them go places that don't make sense on a map. He sipped his coffee. You came out, though. Some don't. I drive US 119 still. I've driven it maybe 40 times since that night. The tunnel has never reappeared. The road goes where it should go, through the cuts, around the ridges, without any underground detour. But I watch the hillsides as they close in. I watch the road ahead. I keep one eye on the clock and one eye on the G-piece, and when the rock walls come in close on both sides, I hold my breath a little until I can see the sky again. And I never, ever stop the truck inside a cut. Whatever those hills took 3 hours to show me, I don't need to see it again. Some routes, you drive once. Some tunnels, you come out of grateful. And you don't ask what was in the dark between the entrance and the exit. You just drive. You keep going. You get out into the air and the night sky, and you are glad, simply glad, that the road is where you left it. Story 4. The Fog on Route 9. Never Let Me Leave. I've told this story exactly twice before tonight. Once to my wife, who listened without saying anything for a long time afterward, and once to a therapist I saw for about 6 months after it happened, who wrote dissociative episode in her notes and recommended I try meditation. I'm not interested in being believed. I'm just interested in getting it down in writing. Because the more years go by, the more I worry the details will erode and become something softer and more manageable than what it actually was. My name is Roy Stanton. I drove long haul for 11 years. The incident on Route 9 is the reason I don't drive anymore. It was a November run, dry goods heading from a facility in western Connecticut up to a distribution point in Vermont. Route 9 through the hill towns is the kind of road that's scenic in the fall and hostile in the winter, and November is the hinge between the two. It can go either way. That night it went wrong. The fog came in around 9 o'clock, somewhere in the stretch between Brattleboro and the state line. Not unusual, those hills collect fog like pockets collect change. But this fog was different in a way I noticed before I could name. It had a quality of density, almost a texture like driving through wet wool. And it was lit from within somehow, not from my headlights, which were swallowed immediately, but with a faint, sourceless luminosity, as if the fog itself was faintly, weakly glowing. I slowed down. Of course I slowed down. You drive in fog like that, you take it to 30 and you creep. I was looking for mile markers, looking for landmarks, anything to tell me where I was on the road. The first sign I passed said Route 9, Esterbrook, 12 miles. I drove. The fog thickened and thinned and thickened again. The road curved and I followed the curves, watching the edge of the lane in my headlights. I drove for what felt like 20 minutes, maybe 25. I passed another sign. Route 9, Esterbrook, 12 miles. I stopped the truck. I am a careful man with a good sense of time and distance. 25 minutes at 30 miles per hour covers roughly 12 and a half miles. I should have been past Esterbrook, or nearly at it. I should not have been at the same distance marker. I got out my paper maps. I had GPS too, but the GPS had stopped updating, was showing my position as a blue dot suspended in blank gray space, signal lost. The paper maps told me Route 9 was a straight shot, no significant loops or detours, and Esterbrook was the only town for the next 20 miles. I drove again, 40 minutes, maybe more. I passed another sign, Route 9, Esterbrook, 12 miles. I stopped the truck again. This time I got out and stood on the pavement, in the fog, listening. There are sounds a highway makes even at night. Wind over asphalt, distant engines, animal noise from the edges. There was nothing. Total silence except for the idle of my own engine. The fog pressed in on every side, muffling even that. I got back in and turned around. I drove east back the way I'd come for 40 minutes. Then I passed a sign that said, Route 9, Esterbrook, 12 miles. Same sign, same mileage. Whether I drove east or west, the same distance remained. I pulled over and called dispatch on the satellite phone. The cell signal had been gone for over an hour. I reached a human voice and I told him, very carefully, that I was on Route 9 in Vermont and I appeared to be stuck in a loop. That wherever I drove, I was still 12 miles from Esterbrook. He was quiet for a moment and then told me to stay where I was and keep the satellite signal active and he'd track my position. 20 minutes later, he called back. His voice was odd. Roy, he said, your tracker isn't moving. Your GPS shows you parked on Route 9 about 7 miles east of Esterbrook. You haven't moved in 45 minutes. That's not possible, I said. I've been driving. He didn't have an answer for that. I turned the engine off, I cracked the window and listened to the fog silence. I ate a granola bar from my bag because I needed to do something with my hands. I watched the fog move past the windows with that impossible faint luminosity. Then I heard the sound. It started far away, so far that at first I thought I was imagining it. A low, rhythmic sound, regular as a pulse, getting closer. I sat very still and listened. Footsteps. Someone walking on the road in the fog, coming toward me. I reached for the door lock and hit it. Then I sat there, heart going, watching the fog for whatever was coming. The footsteps got closer. They passed alongside my truck. I heard them clearly, the scuff and impact of boots on wet asphalt, right outside my door. And I looked at my mirror and saw nothing. No shape, no shadow. Just fog. The footsteps continued past me and faded going west. I turned the engine on immediately. I put it in drive. I drove east, keeping the window cracked and listening, for what I estimated was 90 minutes. No signs, no mile markers, no town, no oncoming cars, no headlights from any direction, nothing but road and fog and that terrible silence. Then the fog thinned. Just like that from one moment to the next, patchy and thin, and then I could see stars and the road ahead of me clear in my headlights, and a green sign that said, Entering Brattleboro. I was at the eastern edge of where I'd started, before any of the fog. My dashboard clock read 11:47 p.m. I had gotten onto Route 9 at 9:03, over 2.5 hours for a drive that should have taken 40 minutes. I called dispatch. I told them I was clear of the fog and driving again. There was a pause, and then my dispatcher said, Roy, your tracker says you haven't moved from the same spot for 2 hours and 20 minutes. It just started moving again. I was driving the whole time, I said. The tracker says different. I drove the rest of the night in a state I can only describe as suspended. Not frightened, exactly. More like a man who has seen something that doesn't fit any of the categories he has available and is waiting for his brain to build a new one. I never found a category that fit. What I know, I was on Route 9 for over 2 hours. I drove both directions. The town of Estabrook remained 12 miles away in all directions. Something walked past my truck in the fog that left no shadow and cast no shape. And the entire time, my GPS tracker believed I was parked. I quit trucking 8 months later. The official reason was that my back was giving me trouble, which is true, but not the reason. I still don't drive through fog if I can help it. When fog rolls in and the world softens and the sounds muffle and the lights go strange, I pull over and wait. I sit in my car with the doors locked and the engine running, and I wait for it to clear. I don't know what Route 9 did to me that night. I don't know if it was the road or the fog or something older than both. But I know that there are places where the ordinary rules of distance and time don't apply, where you can drive and never arrive, where you can move and be recorded as still, where something without a body can walk a wet road in November and leave footsteps and no shadow. I know these places exist because I spent 2.5 hours in one, and some nights I wake up at 3 in the morning with the certain conviction that I am still there, still on Route 9, still in the fog, still 12 miles from a town I will never reach. And I have to turn on all the lights in the house before I can convince myself I got out. I got out. I know I got out. But I'm not entirely sure what got out with me. Story 5. I delivered a trailer that was already waiting for me. The logistics of freight trucking are boring by design. You have a load, you have a manifest, you have a route and a delivery window, and you execute. The paperwork is precise. The seals are numbered. The chain of custody is documented at every step because things go wrong in transit, and when they do, someone needs to know exactly where and when. I have always appreciated that precision. It is the opposite of mystery. It leaves no room for the inexplicable, which is why what happened on the run to Harlan County on March 8th has bothered me more than almost anything in my 15 years behind the wheel. It didn't just frighten me. It offended me, like an error in arithmetic that you check 4 times and keep getting the same wrong answer. I was hauling a refrigerated trailer, pharmaceutical supplies sealed and temperature monitored. The seal number was CX4470038. I watched the dock worker apply it at the Origin facility in Louisville at 7:15 a.m., and I wrote the number on my manifest and confirmed it before I pulled away. Standard protocol, I've done it 1,000 times. The delivery point was a medical distribution facility in the mountains of eastern Kentucky. I'll call it the Harlan facility. I'd been there twice before. A long drive, Louisville to Harlan County is about a 4-hour run in a truck, more if the mountain roads are tricky. I pulled out of Louisville at 7:30 and drove. The roads were clear. I made good time. At around 11:45, I came down the last grade into the valley where the Harlan facility was situated, swung into their lot, and pulled to the receiving dock. There was already a trailer at the dock. I thought at first it was another carrier this facility received from multiple haulers. But I looked at the trailer. Yellow with blue trim. Identical to the one I was pulling. Our company's colors. My company's trailer number on the side. Our company's trailer number. Not a similar number, not a coincidence, the exact same trailer number that was on the unit behind my cab. I pulled out my manifest. Double-checked. The trailer I was pulling was Unit 7741C. The trailer parked at the dock was Unit 7741C. I sat in the cab for a full minute. Then I got out and walked over to the other trailer. The seal was intact. I looked at the seal number, CX4470038. My seal number. The dock supervisor came out, a heavy-set man named Glenn, who I'd dealt with on previous deliveries. He looked at me, looked at my truck, looked at the trailer already parked at the dock, and his expression did something complicated. "You're early," he said. "Glenn," I said carefully, "when did this trailer arrive?" He checked his clipboard. Signed in at 11:30. 15 minutes ago. We're about to start unloading. Who delivered it? He looked up. "You did." I pointed at myself. I just pulled in. 5 minutes ago. He pointed at his clipboard. "Signature right here. Says Dale Yurch, that's you, right? Says you dropped it at 11:30. My name is Dale Yurch. I had not been at the Harlan facility at 11:30. I had been on a mountain road 30 miles away at 11:30. I have a satellite tracker in my cab, an ELD log, a GPS record. I can prove where I was. But there was a trailer in that dock with my trailer number and my seal number, signed in with my name. I called my company immediately, put them on hold, then got Glenn to stop his dock crew from breaking that seal. Then I got my fleet manager on the line and walked him through what I was looking at. He was quiet for longer than I'd have liked. Then he said, Dale, the tracking on your trailer shows it was in Louisville until you left at 7:30. It's been moving with your truck the whole time. There's a trailer with our markings and our seal number already sitting in this dock, I said. That's not possible. I know it's not possible. I'm looking at it. He told me to hold. I held for 8 minutes, listening to the mountain wind on the outside of the facility and Glenn's dock crew murmuring behind me. When my fleet manager came back, he sounded careful in a way that told me he'd been talking to people above his level. We need you to not break that seal, he said. Don't let them unload that trailer. Keep everyone away from it. What's in it? I asked. That's just it, he said. We don't know. We didn't send a trailer ahead of you. That manifest you signed at 7:15, there's no other matching unit. CX4470038 was issued this morning in Louisville. There's only one. 2 company reps arrived that afternoon with a state highway patrol officer and a woman who identified herself as working for the pharmaceutical company whose goods I'd been carrying. They broke the seal on the trailer that had arrived at 11:30. It was empty. Not just unloaded, sterile empty. No residue, no temperature record, nothing to suggest it had ever contained anything. But the trailer itself was real, and registered, and its number matched, and the seal number matched, and my name was on the receiving log. The investigation lasted 3 weeks and concluded with a finding I've never heard explained to my satisfaction. Equipment error, combined with possible manifest clerical error. Someone typed a wrong number somewhere. The trailer was probably from a different carrier, similar markings, and the seal number was a coincidence. But I talked to the woman from the pharmaceutical company, privately after the official investigation wrapped. She'd been quieter than anyone else through the whole process, watchful, note-taking, not volunteering information. Has this happened before? I asked her. In the industry? A double delivery? She looked at me steadily. There have been reports, she said. Over the years, deliveries arriving before the trucks that carry them. Manifests that match loads that haven't moved yet. She paused. Always empty when you open them up. What does it mean? I asked. She picked up her bag. Officially, equipment error and clerical mistakes. She looked at me once more before she left. Unofficially, nobody knows. But it keeps happening. I checked my trailer's seal before I pulled out of the Harlan facility that afternoon. CX4470038. Unbroken, confirmed intact. The pharmaceutical load inside was complete and accounted for. The other trailer, Unit 7741C, empty, signed in under my name, was towed to an impound yard for further inspection. I heard later it disappeared from the yard. No one signed it out. The security footage from that night showed it there at midnight and gone by 4 a.m., the lot camera pointing at an empty space where it had been. I drove back to Louisville with my heater up and my radio loud and my eyes on the road, and tried not to think about what it means for a delivery to arrive before it's been sent. I'm still trying not to think about it. Some arithmetic, no matter how many times you check it, keeps coming out wrong. Story 6. The truck stop where nobody was alive. There are truck stops that feel like the edge of the world, places so far from anything, open so late into nothing, that the fluorescent light feels desperate, feels like it's the only thing holding back the dark. I have eaten at such places, fueled up at such places, slept in their lots through 100 nights of wind and rain. I know the atmosphere, the grind of the coffee maker, the country music from speakers that have given up on high frequencies, the shuffle of boots across linoleum. I know what those places feel like when they're right. I know now what they feel like when they're wrong. My name is James Pollard. The truck stop I'm going to describe is on a state highway in rural New Mexico. And I'm not going to give you the precise location because I went back once and couldn't find it. And I've decided that's probably for the best. It was December, late, past 1 in the morning, and I was empty running from El Paso toward Albuquerque. Cold desert night, the stars enormous and close, the road straight as a rope thrown across the scrubland. My fuel gauge was lower than I liked, and when the truck stop sign appeared on the horizon, the big lit up pillar of it, Fuel, Food, 24. HRS, I was glad to see it. I pulled in. The lot was busy, 8 or 10 other trucks idling in the overnight spaces, their running lights on, exhaust rising in the cold air. Inside, the lights were on full and I could see shapes moving behind the windows. I fueled first, then went inside. The bell over the door rang. The fluorescent lights were bright, slightly too bright, almost buzzing bright. A woman was working the register, maybe 50, heavy-set dark hair. She was looking at the counter and didn't look up when I came in. A trucker in a green jacket was sitting at the counter eating eggs. A man and a woman were at one of the booths along the window, menus open in front of them. A kid, teenage maybe, wearing an apron, was wiping down the coffee station with his back to me. I nodded at the woman behind the register. She didn't respond. I figured she hadn't seen me come in. I went to the restroom, came back, took a stool at the counter. The man in the green jacket had a newspaper folded beside his plate, the Tribune from the look of the masthead, though the date was too far away to read. He was eating methodically, not looking up. "Excuse me," I said. To the woman behind the register, she was still looking at the counter. "Can I get a menu?" Nothing. She didn't move. I looked at the man in the green jacket. He was cutting his eggs. Sorry, the fork and knife moved normally, the food moved, but he was absolutely silent. No scrape of cutlery on plate, no sound of chewing. Nothing. In the too bright silence, I realized nothing was making any sound. Not the kitchen behind the pass-through window, not the couple in the booth, not the kid at the coffee station. The hum of the refrigerator cases near the door was absent. The music that every truck stop has playing somewhere, absent. The only thing I could hear was my own breathing. Hello? My voice sounded too loud, too present. Like speaking in a room full of paintings. No one reacted. Not the register woman, not the counterman, not the couple in the booth, not the teenager at the coffee station. None of them moved except for those mechanical, continuing gestures, the fork rising and descending, the menu pages turning without purpose, the rag going in slow circles. I walked to the couple in the booth. I stood right beside them. The woman was reading the menu. The man was looking out the window at the parking lot. Up close in the full fluorescent light, their faces were perfectly normal, perfectly ordinary, and perfectly, terribly still. Not still like sleeping, but still like photographs are still, like sculptures are still. Their eyes were open and fixed, and they were not blinking. I reached out and touched the woman's shoulder. It was the temperature of the room, exactly the temperature of the room. Not warm. I left. I want to say I left calmly, but I left fast, out the door and into the cold and down the lot to my truck, and I climbed in and I locked the doors and I sat there with my engine running for what felt like a long time. Through the truck stop windows, I could still see the shapes inside. Moving. Still moving. The woman behind the register, the man with his eggs, the couple in the booth, the kid with his rag. All of them performing their functions in that too bright light with no sound and no warmth. I looked at the other trucks in the lot. 8 or 10 of them, running lights on, exhaust rising. I had not seen any of the drivers get out. I had not seen any of them in the truck stop. There had been no one at the fuel pumps when I'd been there. I drove away. I drove for 2 hours without stopping, north through the desert, and when I finally stopped at a truck stop outside of Socorro, real country music, real silverware sounds, a waitress who looked me in the eye and asked what I wanted, I drank 3 cups of coffee and couldn't stop looking at her hands to make sure she was breathing. I went back, like I said, 1 month later driving the same route. I knew the mile marker, I knew the highway. The sign wasn't there, the lot wasn't there, just scrubland and highway and the cold winter desert. I've looked online, talked to other truckers who run that stretch. Found one, a man named Pete Oxner out of Tucson, who said he'd seen it. Pulled in for fuel, went inside, walked out fast. Didn't want to talk about it beyond that. I think those trucks in the lot had been there a long time. I think some of those truckers went in and didn't come out. I think the truck stop exists for them now. A way station for the ones who stopped there and never left, serving coffee to no one, maintaining the ritual of the all-night diner for an audience that can't drink the coffee and can't taste the food and can't look you in the eye because they haven't blinked in longer than you want to calculate. I drive past that stretch of highway now with my fuel tank full and my eyes straight ahead. I do not stop if I can help it. I do not go inside if I do stop. If you ever pull into a truck stop and everything looks right but nothing sounds right, if the silverware makes no noise and the music doesn't play and the people behind the windows don't look up when you walk in, get back in your truck. Don't touch anything. Don't say hello. Just get in your truck and drive north, and don't stop until you find somewhere that sounds like it's alive. Story 7. Something kept knocking from inside my cargo trailer. I want to start with the facts as I knew them at the time, because the facts are what made this so difficult. I had loaded a sealed trailer at a fulfillment warehouse outside Kansas City. The seals were intact. The load was cataloged. Household goods, palletized and wrapped, headed to a storage facility in Denver. I was the only driver. The trailer had been pulled from a secure lot connected to my truck in a secure yard, and I had watched the dock team close and seal the rear doors myself. There was nothing living inside that trailer. I knew this the way I know anything I've personally verified, with the kind of certainty that comes from watching something happen with your own eyes and writing down the number. 6 hours into the drive, somewhere on I-70 through western Kansas, something knocked on the wall of the trailer from inside. Not wind buffeting, not cargo settling, not road vibration moving a box against the wall. I've driven enough miles with enough loads that I know what all of those sound like. This was a knock. Deliberate, spaced, 3 beats. A pause, 3 beats. Knock, 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 pause. Knock, knock, knock. I turned down the radio. I listened. Knock, knock, knock. Pause. Knock, knock, knock. I pulled over on the shoulder. The Kansas plains were flat in every direction. The sky enormous and gray with coming weather, the road empty behind me and empty ahead. I climbed down and walked to the rear of the trailer, stood at the closed doors with my hand on the latch. Knock, knock, knock. From inside, clearly, from inside the sealed trailer. "Hello," I said. The word felt strange out loud on that empty highway. Knock, knock, knock. Same pattern. Same rhythm. I had a decision to make, and I thought about it for about 90 seconds while the wind came off the plains and rocked the trailer very slightly. If there was a person inside, a stowaway, someone who'd been inside when the doors sealed, they could be in trouble. Could have been in there for 6 hours. No air circulation to speak of. Depending on how they were situated among the pallets, possibly injured. I opened the doors. The load was exactly as I'd last seen it. Pallets of wrapped household goods, stacked and strapped, filling the trailer from wall to wall with just enough clearance to walk a narrow path down the center. I had a flashlight. I shone it down the length of the trailer. No one visible. I climbed in, called out again. Walked the length of the trailer, checking the gaps between pallets, looking for any sign of a person, disturbed wrapping, displaced boxes, anything. Nothing, everything was exactly as loaded. I stood at the far end of the trailer, flashlight on, listening. Knock, knock, knock. Below me. The floor. I crouched down and put my hand on the trailer floor. The trailer floor is steel over a wooden underlayment, and there is, structurally, nothing beneath it except the trailer chassis and the road. There is no space. There is no room for anything to exist beneath the floor of a standard freight trailer. Knock, knock, knock. Under my hand. Under the floor. I cannot tell you what I felt in that moment, except that it was primary. It came from somewhere below reasoning. I stood up. I walked back down the trailer. I climbed out. I latched the rear doors and I walked back to my cab, and I sat down and I started driving. I drove the rest of the way to Denver. 6 more hours. The knocking continued, on and off, the whole way. Always the same pattern. 3 and 3, sometimes loud, sometimes barely audible over road noise, but always present when the road was quiet and my radio was low. 3 knocks, Pause. 3 knocks. I delivered the trailer. The receiving dock team unloaded it. Took most of a day with a full crew. I stayed nearby, watching. When the last pallet came off and the trailer was empty, I walked its length myself. Concrete floor, intact. Walls, intact. No damage. No evidence of tampering. No explanation. I asked one of the dock crew, a young guy who'd worked there a few years, if anything had seemed wrong with the load. He looked at me oddly and said no. Anything unusual? I pressed. He was quiet a moment. Then a couple of the pallets were moved. Or they looked moved, like they'd shifted during transit. They all shift, I said. Yeah, he said. But these were in the middle of the load, the ones near the center. They were moved outward, like something had been in the center and pushed them apart. He paused, but the center was empty, just floor. I nodded. I didn't say anything else. I've looked into the history of that trailer. Unit number and registration, I wrote it down. The trailer had been in service for 7 years. Standard service record. No accidents, no significant incidents. I asked our maintenance department, casually, if anything had ever been flagged for that unit. After some delay, they told me the trailer had been out of service for about 3 months, 2 years prior, due to damage. The floor had been partially replaced after something had compromised the structural integrity of the underlayment. They didn't have specifics on what caused the damage. I think about what I know about freight trailer floors. I think about the structural space that doesn't exist beneath them. I think about knocking, coming from a place where nothing can be. I think about 3 knocks. A pause. 3 knocks. The universal distress signal. 3 of anything, repeated. Something was signaling. Something that had been in that trailer long enough to damage the floor from underneath. Something that couldn't be seen but could knock. Something that followed me for 6 hours across Kansas because it had nowhere else to go. I no longer drive that trailer. I requested a unit transfer and got it. The original trailer is still in the fleet rotation as far as I know. Other drivers have pulled it. I've never asked them if they've heard anything. Some things you don't ask. Some things you already know the answer to. And the knowing is enough. Story 8. The GPS led me to a town that disappeared before sunrise. I'm going to describe what I found, and then I'll try to describe the town itself, and then I'll tell you what was there in the morning. I'm going to be as precise as I can, because imprecision is the enemy of being believed, and I need someone to believe me, even if that someone is only the future version of myself reading this back. My name is Marcus Reed. I drove freight for 9 years. The run in question was a night haul through rural central Ohio, Route 33 to a fuel depot in a town called Raysburg, which is a real town that I can find on a map, and that exists in the ordinary way things exist. But that night, my GPS, a unit I'd used for 6 years without a problem, stopped navigating to Raysburg about 40 miles out and began directing me down a county road that ran roughly southwest. It was about 11 at night. I'd been driving since 4 that afternoon and I was tired, which I mention not as an excuse, but because I want you to have all the relevant information. I followed the GPS. I know you're not supposed to follow GPS over a cliff, and I know experienced drivers learn to supplement the device with maps and common sense. But it was 11 at night on a dark road, and the unit was showing me a route I didn't know. And for the first 15 minutes, I didn't question it. Then I passed a sign that said, "Entering Halverton, Pop. 1847. I didn't know Halverton. I pulled out my road atlas at a stop sign. Halverton was not in my Ohio atlas, not in that area, not anywhere in the index. I checked the GPS, which showed me centered in a small town with street names labeled and everything detailed the way the GPS shows real places. I decided to drive through and get my bearings. Halverton was real. I'm certain of this. I saw it with my own eyes, in the dark, in the headlights of my truck, and it was a town the way towns are towns. Streets laid out in a grid, houses set back from sidewalks, a few commercial blocks in what was clearly a downtown. The buildings were old Victorian-era architecture, a style you see in Ohio towns settled in the mid-1800s, and they were in decent repair, not fallen down, not abandoned in any obvious way. But there were no lights, not a single window lit, no streetlights either except for one at the main intersection, which worked, that buzzing amber of sodium vapor, and illuminated a hardware store, a bank with old lettering on its facade, and a corner pharmacy with a hand-painted sign. The pharmacy sign advertised Coca-Cola for a nickel. I drove slowly through the downtown, past the hardware store and the bank, past a diner, chairs up on tables visible through the front window, closed and dark, past a post office with a flag on a pole, the flag hanging still in the airless night. I saw no one, no cars, no animals, not so much as a cat on a step. At the far end of the downtown, there was a church, and beside the church, a cemetery. I got out of my truck at this point because I wanted to read the headstones, dates, names, anything to anchor me to time and history. My flashlight moved across the nearest stones. The most recent date I could find was 1943. I walked further in, all dates in the first half of the 20th century. The oldest stones were from the 1850s, none later than 1943, a whole town of the dead. Every resident buried in the same year their town must have stopped. I went back to my truck. The GPS was still showing me in Halverton, still showing street names around me. I took photos with my phone, the diner, the pharmacy, the bank, the church. I didn't want to touch anything. I started the truck and drove out the way I'd come in. In the morning I came back. Or tried to. I knew the county road. I drove it from the Route 33 junction going southwest. I drove for 20 miles and there was no Halverton. I turned around and drove back and there was no Halverton. I had the photos on my phone, dark but clear. The pharmacy sign readable, the bank facade visible. I had driven those streets. I researched Halverton when I got home. Found it eventually in an Ohio historical archive. Halverton, Fayette County, founded 1856, population peak 1,847 in 1910, according to a census entry. The town had been largely abandoned by the mid-1940s. The residents dispersed when the primary employer, a foundry, closed. By 1950, it was listed as a ghost town. By 1960, any remaining structures had been demolished. The land, according to the archive, had been rezoned for agricultural use. In 1960, the town of Halverton, Ohio was erased. Every building taken down, the streets themselves eventually overgrown. I drove those streets in 2019. I have photographs of a pharmacy that was demolished 60 years before I took the picture. A pharmacy advertising nickel Coca-Cola from a hand-painted sign on a window I walked up to and nearly touched. I've shown the photos to 3 people. My wife, my brother, and a man who researches local Ohio history as a hobby and confirmed the Halverton details I'd found. All 3 of them looked at the photos and said nothing for a while. The historian said, "Where did you say you took these?" "The town," I said. "Halverton, on the county road." He was quiet. Then, "The county road doesn't go anywhere near where Halverton was. The roads were rerouted in the 50s. The roads were rerouted. The town was demolished. The land was plowed under. And yet for a few hours on a night in October, the roads went back to where they used to go, and the town was there, and the street light worked, and the flag hung over the post office of a place that had been dead for 60 years. I think about 1943, the most recent date in that cemetery. The year before the foundry began its decline. Maybe 1943 is when Halverton, in the way that matters, really ended, when the people still alive could see the writing on the wall, could feel the town beginning to fade. Maybe the town has been doing this for a long time. Coming back for a few hours in the dark, showing itself to passing strangers, reminding whoever stumbles through that it existed, that it was real, that 1,147 people lived and worked and died there, and deserved to be remembered. Maybe that's what the pharmacy sign is for, advertising a price so old it's from another world, saying, look at us. We were here. I look. I'm still looking. Story 9. I saw my own truck coming toward me. I need to tell you about the night of September 22nd, because I've told it to no one except my brother, and my brother thought I should leave it alone, and I've decided he's wrong. Some things need to be said. Some things need to exist somewhere outside of one man's memory, or they'll drive you to places you don't want to go. My name is Frank Delio. I've driven trucks for 20 years. I drove the same route for 13 of those years, a loop run from a distribution hub in Indianapolis, south through southern Indiana, and into Kentucky, back up through the river towns. I knew that route the way you know a song you've heard 10,000 times, not thinking, just doing. My hands and feet knew it. That's important. I want you to know that I was completely familiar with every inch of that road. I want you to know that what I saw was not the product of confusion. It was a clear night, dry, no fog, no precipitation. The moon was up and bright enough that on open stretches I could see the fields on either side without headlights. I was northbound, somewhere in the stretch of US 421 between the Madison turnoff and the town of Vernon, a straight, lightly traveled section through farmland and river bottom. Time was approximately 2:15 a.m. I came around a gentle curve and my headlights hit an oncoming vehicle. A truck. A big rig. I had perhaps 5 seconds of full light view before we passed, and I used those 5 seconds because something told me to look hard. The truck was identical to mine. Not similar, identical. Same make, same model, same year. Same company livery, our company's colors, our company's logo on the door. Same truck number on the cab. I read it. We passed close enough on that road with that moon that you can read truck numbers. It was my truck number? It was my truck. I looked at the driver as we passed. The cab interior was lit the way all cabs are lit at night, dashboard glow, running lights reflected. The driver was visible for maybe 2 seconds. The driver was me. My face. My build. My jacket. The dark blue canvas one I was wearing. Hands on the wheel the way I hold the wheel. I watched it pass in my mirrors. Watched the taillights go south. I pulled to the shoulder. My hands were shaking. I put them on the wheel to stop the shaking and stared at the road ahead of me and tried to apply logic to what I'd just seen. There were no duplicates of my truck. Each unit in our fleet had a unique number. You couldn't have 2 trucks with the same number on the same road at the same time. It was physically impossible given our fleet size and operations, and a stranger who looked like me, driving a counterfeit version of my truck with my exact number on the cab, on this road at 2 a.m., I could not make that make sense no matter how I arranged the pieces. I drove the rest of the run. I delivered. On the return leg, southbound this time, I drove that stretch of US 421 in full daylight, at a normal pace, looking at the road. Nothing unusual. Normal road, normal fields, normal Indiana geography. I told my brother that night. He listened. He said, "Some things are better not looked at too close. Forget it." I tried. The second time it happened was 6 weeks later. Same road, different time earlier, around midnight. Same clear night. And again, coming southbound while I was northbound. The truck. My truck. My number. My face behind the glass. This time I stopped the moment it passed and got on my radio. We have company channel for the route, drivers check in, call out hazards. I keyed up and asked if anyone had a southbound on US 421 in the Vernon stretch. 3 seconds of static. Then a voice I didn't recognize. It said, "That's you, Frank. That's been you all along." I asked who was on the channel. No answer. The frequency went to static and then just nothing. Not even static. I sat there for a while. Then I drove. The third time, I didn't pull over. I didn't key the radio. I kept driving north and let the thing pass me, watched it in the mirrors, watched my own taillights going south, and I kept my hands on the wheel and my foot on the gas. I just drove. After that third time, I started thinking about what it meant. Not supernaturally, I don't have a framework for that kind of thinking, but practically. Logistically, if I was seeing my own truck coming toward me on this road, what did that mean? It meant something was making a run I hadn't made yet. Or maybe a run I'd made so many times that it had worn a groove in the world, and the groove kept running without me. Maybe 13 years of the same road, the same truck, the same route over and over is enough to leave a mark that plays back independent of the man behind the wheel. Like an echo. A thing so repeated that it keeps going after the sound stops. I changed routes a few months later, got a cross-country run, Denver to Phoenix, Phoenix to Salt Lake City, nothing familiar, nothing I'd worn grooves into. I haven't seen the other truck since. But here's what I can't stop thinking about. The voice on the radio. "That's you, Frank. That's been you all along." What does that mean? That I'd been seeing myself the whole time? Not a ghost, but a reflection. Not of what I was, but of what I kept doing. Projected back at me by the repetition? or something else, a version of me that kept driving that route forever, that was still driving it, that will always be driving it, caught in the loop of 13 years like a clock that doesn't know it stopped? I don't know. I truly don't know. What I know is this. Somewhere on US 421 in southern Indiana, on clear nights, between the Madison turnoff and the town of Vernon, something drives my route with my face and my truck number, going south while I go north. Something that the radio picks up as me. I hope it's not suffering. I hope, if it's anything at all, it's just the motion, the hum of the engine and the straight road and the moonlit fields on either side. And nothing like awareness. Nothing like feeling. I hope the echo is empty. I hope the truck on the road in the dark is just a shape, just a habit the road got into. And not a man, not even a version of a man, sitting behind the wheel, driving south forever, wondering why he can never reach his destination, because I know what that feels like. I know what it feels like to drive and feel like you're getting no closer. I know what it feels like to see yourself coming the other way and not be able to stop. 20 years on the road. Some of those years, I think, are still out there somewhere. Still running, still turning wheels, still watching white lines disappear under the hood. Not haunting me, just continuing, the way a river continues after you've left the bank. The way a road goes on after you've turned off it. Always, somewhere, going on. Trucker Horror Stories, 30 Tales from the Midnight Road Story 1 of 30, the last CB radio call on Black Ridge Highway. It was just past 2 a.m. when the static broke on Channel 19. I'd been driving Black Ridge Highway for 6 years and never had trouble. Long, straight, dark, the kind of road where your eyes start playing tricks after the first hour. The fog was low that night, sitting on the asphalt like a gray blanket, and my headlights barely punched 20 feet through it. The voice came through broken, but I caught most of it. A man's voice, raspy, older, the kind of voice that sounded like it had been out on the road for decades. He said my truck number first, my exact number. Then he said, "Don't cross Black Ridge tonight. Something's waiting in the fog. Turn around at the junction and take the county road. Don't stop for anything. Don't answer anyone who flags you down. Just drive." I laughed. CB calls like that happen sometimes. Lonely drivers, bored dispatchers, drunk guys with too much time and a radio. I keyed back and asked who was transmitting. Nothing. Just static. I tried again. Nothing. By the time I hit the ridge itself, the fog was so thick I'd dropped to 30 miles an hour. The white line on the shoulder was my only reference. I kept my eyes forward, both hands on the wheel. Then the CB crackled again. Same voice, same words, almost word for word. "Don't cross Black Ridge tonight. Something's waiting." I pulled over at a wide shoulder and sat for a minute with my engine idling. The fog moved around the cab in slow, patient waves. There was no other light anywhere, no town glow, no headlights coming the opposite way, nothing. I got out to stretch my legs and immediately felt it. The silence. Not road silence, not empty highway silence. Something heavier. The kind of silence that feels like it's listening to you. I got back in and drove. Made my delivery. Took a different road home. Back at the depot the next morning, I mentioned the transmission to my dispatcher. She pulled up the logs for that channel. Channel 19 on Black Ridge had been flagged as dead, no active users for 6 years. She showed me the last logged transmission, a trucker named Harold Beam, reporting fog conditions and warning drivers about Black Ridge. The transmission was dated 6 years ago, the night Harold's rig was found abandoned at mile marker 44, with the engine still running, his coffee still warm, and no sign of Harold anywhere. They never found him. The voice on my radio that night sounded exactly like the recording she played me. I know because I made her play it twice. I still drive Black Ridge, but I keep the CB off after midnight. Some transmissions, I've decided, are not meant to be answered. Some warnings come from places we don't have words for, delivered by people who know the road better than the living ever could. Harold Beam vanished on Black Ridge, and whatever he found in that fog, whatever found him, he's been warning drivers about it ever since. I don't know if that makes him a ghost or a guardian. I don't know if there's a difference. What I do know is this. The next time that voice comes through my radio, I'm turning around at the junction and taking the county road. No questions, no laughter, just the long way home. Story 2 of 30. The woman who knocked at every truck stop at 3:13 a.m. Every driver on the southern corridor had heard the stories. You didn't bring her up at fuel stations or diners. It was considered bad luck, like mentioning her name might summon her. But she came up anyway, usually around 2 a.m. when drivers were tired and the conversation turned to the strange things you see on the road. Someone always knew someone who'd seen her. Someone always had a cousin, a former partner, a guy from their depot who'd made the mistake of opening the door. The rule was simple and universal. If you're parked at a truck stop between 3 and 4 a.m. and someone knocks on your cab door, do not open it. Don't answer. Don't look out the window. Just sit still and wait for it to stop. She always knocked at exactly 3:13. 3 slow knocks, a pause, then one more. Like a signal, like a code. I'd been driving for 11 years before I heard her myself. I'd pulled into the Clearwater truck stop off Route 9 around midnight, dead tired, planning to sleep until 6. I was under a blanket with the curtains drawn when my phone alarm pulled me out of a dream at 3:10. I lay there drowsy, thinking about getting up for coffee when the knocking started. 3 slow knocks, a pause, then one more. I held my breath, reminded myself of everything I'd been told. Don't move. Don't look. Don't answer. I lay there rigid, staring at the ceiling of my sleeper cab, counting my heartbeats. The knock came again. Same pattern. Then I heard something I hadn't been warned about. A voice. Soft, almost gentle, like someone who was very tired and very cold. She said she needed help. Said she'd been walking and her feet hurt. Said she just wanted to use a phone. Everything in me wanted to open that door. That's the cruelest part of it. She doesn't sound like a monster. She sounds like someone's grandmother. She sounds like a woman who genuinely needs help, and every decent instinct you have screams at you to respond. I didn't open the door. After a long silence, I heard footsteps moving away from the cab. Slow, deliberate, moving toward the next truck in the line. I waited another hour before I opened the curtain and looked out. The truck stop was quiet. A few rigs sat dark under the lights. Nothing moved. Then I looked in my side mirror. She was at the far end of the lot, walking away from the last truck in the row, moving toward the darkness beyond the fence. She was wearing white. Her feet, I noticed with a cold that had nothing to do with the temperature, were not touching the ground. I talked to a retired driver at the depot the following week. He'd seen her twice, he said. The second time, he'd looked at her face. He didn't describe what he saw. He just shook his head and said he understood. After that, why the rule existed. I didn't push him. Some things on the road you learn to accept without full explanation. The woman in white knocks at 3:13. You do not open the door. That's all you need to know. Story 3 of 30. The highway that doesn't exist on any map. Dispatch gave me coordinates that night, not a route. Just latitude and longitude for the pickup, and the same for the drop. My GPS calculated it automatically, and I followed without much thought. I'd been doing this run for years and trusted the system. The deviation came about 40 minutes outside of town, when the GPS steered me onto a road I'd never seen before. No sign at the turnoff, just a clean junction and a smooth surface heading east. I assumed it was a newer road, maybe a bypass that had gone in recently. The asphalt looked almost too new. No oil stains, no cracks, no road debris at all. Like it had been freshly laid just for me. I drove for nearly an hour. The road was arrow straight, completely dark except for my headlights. No other vehicles in either direction. No mile markers, no side roads, no houses, no farms, no infrastructure of any kind on either side, just flat, featureless land. The GPS showed me on the route, making good time. I didn't worry. Then my GPS rebooted. It did that occasionally on long hauls, just went dark for 30 seconds and came back. When it came back, it rerouted me. Hard right, back toward the interstate. The new route added 40 minutes. I grumbled and followed it, eventually making my delivery without incident. Back at the depot, I mentioned the road to a colleague who knew the area better than I did. She'd never heard of any new bypass out there. I described the junction, the direction, the approximate location. She pulled up satellite maps on her phone and zoomed in. Nothing, just open field. No road, no cleared land. Nothing to suggest a road had ever been built there. I filed it in the back of my mind and forgot about it, until 3 weeks later when another driver from our company mentioned it unprompted in the break room. He'd taken the same detour, same road, same featureless landscape, same GPS reboot. He was more shaken than I was because he'd also noticed something I hadn't. On his odometer, the stretch of that road registered as 0 miles traveled. He'd driven for an hour and his truck said it hadn't moved. We both filed reports. The company sent someone to investigate. They found nothing. The coordinates we gave mapped to empty grassland. My truck, however, told a different story. When the mechanic went over it that month, he found black asphalt residue packed into the tire treads, high-quality road aggregate, the kind used in premium highway construction. He couldn't explain it. Neither could I. I've looked for that road a dozen times since. I've driven every junction in that area in every kind of weather. I've never found it again. But I believe it's still out there, running quietly through a piece of geography that doesn't show up on any map, patiently waiting for the next driver who follows their GPS without question into the dark. Story 4 of 30. I picked up a hitchhiker who had been dead for 20 years. It was raining hard the night I saw her, standing at the edge of Highway 12 with her arm out and no umbrella, water streaming off a brown coat that looked a size too large. I don't normally pick up hitchhikers, most drivers don't anymore, but something about her made me break. She was old, maybe 70, and the nearest town was 15 miles in either direction. She got in without fuss, thanking me quietly, and gave me a destination, Millbrook. Specifically, a street name and number. She sat with a small suitcase on her lap, hands folded over it, and looked out the windshield. She didn't say much. When I asked where she'd been, she said she'd been visiting family and was going home now. Her voice was calm and a little tired, the way people sound after a long day. We drove in comfortable silence mostly. I offered coffee from my thermos. She declined politely. The rain picked up and then eased off. I asked her name. She told me quietly, and I didn't catch it fully over the road noise. I didn't ask again. When I reached the street she'd given me in Millbrook, I pulled up to the number. A well-kept house with a porch light on? I turned to tell her we'd arrived. The seat was empty. The seatbelt was still buckled, the same way I'd last seen it. The door was still locked. The rain was still coming down, and there was no wet mark on the seat where she'd been sitting. No impression in the upholstery. Nothing to say she'd ever been there. I sat for a long moment, genuinely confused, then got out and knocked on the door of the house because I didn't know what else to do. A man answered, mid-40s, kind-looking. I described the woman I'd picked up. Brown coat, small suitcase, said she was going home. I gave the name she'd told me, the piece I'd caught. The man's face went through several things in quick succession. He asked me to describe her again. I did. He leaned against the doorframe and was quiet for a moment. Then he said, that was his mother. He described her perfectly from my description. He showed me a framed photograph from the hallway. A woman in a brown coat holding a small suitcase, smiling at the camera. It was her. She had died 20 years ago, he said. Heart attack. On Highway 12, coming back from visiting relatives, she'd been trying to get home. He asked if she'd seemed okay. I told him she'd seemed tired but peaceful. He nodded like this was the right answer. He thanked me for stopping for her. He said other drivers had reported the same thing over the years. A woman in a brown coat on Highway 12 in the rain, asking for a ride to Millbrook. She always arrived home, he said. She just never arrived the way you'd expect. I drove back in the rain thinking about how calm she'd seemed. How grateful. How much she'd looked like someone who had simply been away too long, and was very glad to finally be going home. Story 5 of 30. Every time I passed mile marker 66, someone appeared in my mirror. The first time I noticed it was early October, on a night run through the hill country on Highway 17. I passed mile marker 66, a green sign, white numbers, nothing remarkable, and glanced up at my rearview mirror out of habit. There was a figure in the back seat, a man sitting upright, staring straight ahead. Pale face, dark clothing, completely still. I hit the brakes so hard I nearly jackknifed the trailer. I pulled over with my heart going at sprint pace, killed the engine, and turned around. Empty. The cab was empty, doors locked, no sign of anyone. I got out and checked the exterior, walked the length of the truck, shone my flashlight under the trailer. Nothing. I wrote it off. Trick of the light. Eye fatigue. 100 rational explanations. The second time was 2 weeks later, same route, same hour. I passed mile marker 66 and looked up. A woman this time, elderly, looking slightly to the left, hands folded in her lap. Same stillness, same pale quality to the skin. I kept driving this time, watching the mirror. She didn't move, didn't look at me. When I was a mile past the marker, I braked again and turned. Empty cab. Over the following 2 months, I passed that marker 11 times on various runs. A figure appeared in my mirror every single time. Never the same figure twice. Young men, old women, children, a man in a suit, a teenage girl with her hair pulled back. All sitting in the same position, upright, still, facing forward. None of them ever looked at me. None of them ever moved. I started keeping a log. Date, time, description of the figure. The log was for my own sanity more than anything else. I mentioned it to one other driver I trusted, a woman named Carla who'd been on these roads longer than anyone. She went quiet when I described it, then said she knew about mile marker 66. Said 2 others had told her the same thing over the years. Said she'd seen it herself once, and that was enough for her. She told me what she thought it was. Highway 17 through that stretch had been a site of 11 fatal accidents over 30 years, all within a mile of that marker. 11 deaths. I'd counted 11 figures. I bought a set of cab curtains and covered the rearview mirror when I drove that route. Problem solved, or at least hidden. Then one night I forgot a last-minute dispatch, no time to set up. I passed the marker, looked up. The figure in my mirror was looking back at me for the first time, looking directly at me through the mirror with an expression I can't fully describe. Not threatening, something more like recognition. I drove that stretch with my eyes fixed on the road ahead and didn't look in any mirror for the remaining 50 miles. I transferred to a different route the following week. Some things, once they notice you, you don't want to keep meeting. Story 6 of 30. The empty school bus that followed my truck all night. It was a Tuesday night in late November outside Tulsa, when I first noticed it in my side mirror. A yellow school bus, running lights dark, sitting about 4 car lengths back. I thought nothing of it at first. School buses travel, maintenance runs happen. I sped up to 80 to get ahead of a slowdown I could see coming. The bus matched me exactly. I could see, even at distance, that the driver's seat appeared empty. I slowed back to 65. The bus slowed. I changed lanes. The bus changed lanes. I took an unplanned exit, one I had no reason to take, purely on impulse, and the bus followed. I got back on the highway at the next ramp. The bus was 4 lengths behind me again before I'd reached cruising speed. For the next 6 hours across 3 states, that bus maintained exactly 4 car lengths of distance. I stopped for fuel and watched it idle on the shoulder across the road, lights still dark, until I pulled back onto the highway, at which point it eased in behind me like it had been waiting patiently. I stopped at a way station. The bus waited outside. I pulled out. It followed. I called dispatch at 3 a.m. and tried to explain what was happening. The dispatcher thought I was either tired or joking and told me to take a rest break. I said I wasn't stopping. Not with that bus behind me. She asked why not. I said, because whatever is driving it, I don't want to be parked when it decides to stop following and starts doing something else. I drove until dawn. When the sky started to lighten, I watched in my mirror as the bus slowed, then stopped on the shoulder. I kept going. I watched it get smaller in the distance. When it was barely visible, it turned off its lights. They'd been off the whole time. But somehow the bus itself got darker, and when I looked again a moment later, it was gone. There were no exits near where it had stopped. Nowhere for a bus to have gone. I filed a detailed incident report at the depot, including the time I'd first noticed the bus and the exact route it had followed. The company pulled highway camera footage from the relevant corridors. Every camera showed my truck. None of them showed a bus, not one. The cameras covering the stretch of interstate where I'd been for 6 hours recorded nothing behind me but empty road. I had driven entirely alone, according to every piece of objective recording equipment available. But my trailer, and this is the part I keep returning to, had fresh yellow paint transfer along the rear bumper when the mechanics looked it over. The kind you'd get from something that had been riding very close behind you for a very long time. Story 7 of 30. The Fog on Route 9. Never Let Me Leave. I entered the fog bank at mile marker 12, just past the old dairy farm, the way I had 100 times before. Route 9. Fog was famous in the county. Thick, low, and fast-moving. The kind that formed in the valley when cold air came down off the hills and met the warm ground. I dropped my speed to 40 and put my hazards on, standard procedure. The diner appeared on my right at mile 14, same as always. Then the broken fence at 15, then the dead oak at 17. I drove on. The fog pressed in from both sides, and I focused on the white line. Then the diner again. On my right, broken fence, dead oak. I slowed and checked my mirrors. Had I somehow turned around? No, I was heading in the right direction, odometer ticking, everything normal. I drove past the landmarks and continued. Diner, fence, oak. On the fourth pass, I stopped in the road and turned on every light I had. I sat there for 10 minutes, watching the fog swirl around my cab. Not another vehicle in sight. Not a sound outside except my engine. I put it in reverse and tried to go back the way I'd come. After a quarter mile of reversing, the diner appeared behind me, ahead of me now, since I was going backward, on my right. The same side it should have been on my left. I tried everything over the next several hours. I drove fast, I drove slow. I turned the truck around 3 times. I went completely dark and just rolled forward in neutral. Every variation eventually brought me past the same diner, fence, oak, and then around again. My fuel was dropping. My hands were cramping on the wheel. I could feel something building in my chest that I was working hard not to call panic. I finally stopped the truck in the middle of the road, turned off the engine, and sat in the sudden quiet. I didn't pray exactly, but I did something in the same neighborhood, I asked, out loud, to be let through. I said I had a delivery to make and people depending on me, and I meant no harm. I said I was sorry for whatever I'd done to get stuck. I don't know how long I sat. Then, without any change I could point to, the fog began to thin. I started the engine, drove forward, past the diner, and it stayed behind me. The fence, the oak, gone. Open road. The fog dissolved over the next mile and the night sky opened up, and I drove into it with the windows down. Breathing in the cold air, mile markers counting forward properly at last. It was 5:47 a.m. when I cleared the fog. I'd entered at 11:30 p.m. I had driven for 6 hours on a stretch of road that should have taken 8 minutes. Story 8 of 30. I delivered a trailer that was already waiting for me. It was a standard overnight run, trailer 4471, sealed cargo, pre-manifested, drop at the Harwick Distribution Center by 6 a.m. I'd done this run before, nothing unusual about it. I picked up the trailer at 9 p.m., completed my pre-trip inspection, recorded the seal numbers, and headed out. Good roads, light traffic, arrived at Harwick at 5:48 a.m. I radioed the dock. The dock supervisor, a man named Curtis, who'd worked there for 15 years and who I knew fairly well, came out to meet me. He looked at my rig, then at me, then back at my rig with an expression I didn't understand. He pointed behind me. Parked at Dock 7, settled in like it had been there for hours, was trailer 4471. Same number, same color, same carrier markings. I walked over to it with Curtis and compared the seal numbers. Both of us knew enough to check that first. My seals matched the manifest. So did the trailer at Dock 7, already unloaded, already signed for, already processed into the inventory system. The sign-in log showed delivery at 3:19 a.m., 2 hours and 29 minutes before I'd arrived, and at least 3 hours before my trailer had left the depot based on the dispatch log. Curtis was calm about it in the way that experienced people are calm about things they genuinely cannot explain, quietly, carefully, without making eye contact. He said he'd had an early delivery, driver he didn't recognize, quiet guy, no issues with the paperwork. Signed off, unloaded fast, gone before 4 a.m. We stood there for a while, both of us looking at 2 trailers with the same number. The company launched an investigation. They concluded there had been a data entry error somewhere in the system, that another trailer had been mislabeled, and that the cargo had coincidentally matched. The report was thorough and rational and explained nothing I couldn't poke a hole in if I tried. Here's what the investigation didn't address: the signature on the doc's copy of the delivery receipt for the 3:19 a.m. delivery. I saw it before the paperwork was collected. It was my signature, not someone's forgery of it, not someone with similar handwriting. My exact signature, the one I'd been using for 11 years, down to the way I looped the tail of the last letter. I hadn't signed anything that night except my pre-trip log at 9 p.m. I have one copy of the manifest from my run. I keep it in a drawer at home. Occasionally I take it out and look at it. The seal numbers are there, the cargo weight, the route. Everything correct. Everything properly filled out. Just the one problem, the thing I noticed, and said nothing about to the investigators, the detail I've told almost no one. The manifest was dated correctly for that night, but it was signed at 3:19 a.m. Story 9 of 30. The truck stop where nobody was alive. I pulled in around 1 a.m. looking for a bathroom and a hot coffee. The lights were on, the sign was lit, country music drifted from a jukebox visible through the window. A classic truck stop. Nothing remarkable. 2 other rigs were parked in the lot. I went inside. The diner section held 7 people. A man at the counter, 2 couples in booths, a lone woman by the window, a young man near the jukebox. All of them seated, all of them still. The kind of still that stops you in the doorway. Nobody moved when I came in, not a head turn, not a glance up. The man at the counter had his coffee cup held just slightly above the table, not resting, not lifting, just suspended. The woman by the window was looking out at the parking lot at an angle that should have put me in her field of vision. She didn't blink. I could see that clearly from where I stood. She didn't blink. The country music played from the jukebox. The overhead lights hummed. The coffee maker behind the counter was running. I could hear it. Could smell the coffee. Everything was operating, only the people were not. I backed toward the door the way you back away from things you don't have a word for. None of them moved. None of them turned. I hit the door with my shoulder, felt the night air, crossed the parking lot at a pace that stopped just short of running, and got in my truck. I sat for 60 seconds watching the window. Nobody inside moved. I drove until I had signal and called the police from about 50 miles out. Reported it as a possible medical emergency, multiple people unresponsive. They sent a unit. The officers who responded called me back an hour later. The stop was locked and completely dark. No vehicles in the lot. No sign of anyone, no sign of recent activity. The manager reached at home, said the location had been closed for 11 years, a fire had gutted the interior in 2013, and the building had been empty ever since. I pulled up the location on my Maps app. Closed. Permanently. Had been for over a decade. I know what I saw. I know the music was playing and the coffee was running and 7 people were sitting in there not breathing, not blinking, waiting in the light of a place that officially did not exist. I know I was awake. I know I was sober. I know my own mind well enough to be certain I did not imagine the smell of that coffee or the lyrics of that song or the sight of a suspended coffee cup held by a hand that never moved. I have driven past that location once since. In daylight. The building is still there, weathered, boarded up, clearly long abandoned. The parking lot is cracked and weedy. There is no sign, there is no jukebox, there is no light. But I could swear as I passed that I could still smell the coffee. Story 10 of 30. Something kept knocking from inside my cargo trailer. The manifest said machine parts, industrial components in sealed wooden crates, no hazmat classification, no special handling requirements. I'd picked up the load at a warehouse outside Phoenix at 6 p.m. and was headed for a facility near Albuquerque, an overnight run of about 4 hours. Standard cargo, standard run. The knocking started just outside Flagstaff around 9 p.m. 3 knocks, evenly spaced, then a pause of about 30 seconds, then 3 more. I pulled over at the first wide shoulder I found and walked the length of the trailer. The doors were sealed with the original locks, numbers matching my manifest. I put my ear to the trailer wall and heard nothing. I knocked back once. Silence. Then, after a pause, 3 more knocks from inside. I called dispatch. They called the warehouse? The warehouse confirmed sealed machine parts, no personnel, no live cargo of any kind. Properly packed and loaded. Dispatch told me to proceed and report anything unusual at delivery. I drove on. The knocking continued throughout the night. Always three, always evenly spaced, always followed by the same pause. What made it worse, what I didn't fully register until about midnight, was that the rhythm had begun to sync with my windshield wipers. 3 knocks for 3 wiper passes, then silence while the wipers continued, then 3 more knocks. Like whatever was inside was listening to my truck. At 3 a.m., somewhere in the dark stretch between Gallup and Albuquerque, the knocking changed pattern. Still 3, but faster now, urgent. And then something that I've turned over in my mind 100 times since. It moved. I could hear it tracking from the back of the trailer toward the front, 3 knocks in one position, then 3 more a few feet closer. Walking. Something was walking toward the front of my trailer, knocking as it came. I did not pull over, I drove faster. I reached the facility at Albuquerque at 4:40 a.m. and waited in my cab until the loading crew arrived at 6. I made them open the trailer before I'd sign anything. They cut the locks and swung the doors, and we all stood there, looking into the trailer together. Every crate was sealed, undisturbed, exactly as loaded. The shipment was intact and verified against the manifest item by item. Nothing was loose, nothing had shifted. There was no space large enough inside those crates for any living thing to have traveled in. But the floor of the trailer, under the crates, in the narrow strip of visible space along the sides, the floor was covered in deep, parallel scratches. Fresh scratches, raw wood, running the full length of the trailer from back to front. The kind of marks that might be made by fingers if the fingers were trying very hard to hold on. Story 11 of 30. The GPS led me to a town that disappeared before sunrise. Collard Creek was not a town I'd heard of. My GPS routed me through it on a back road detour, and I went along without much thought. It was 11 p.m., I was tired, and a shorter route through an unfamiliar town sounded fine. The GPS showed it as a small incorporated area about 12 miles off the main highway, then back on again. I found it easily enough. A main street with storefronts, an old church with a lit sign, a gas station where a teenage boy was pushing a broom slowly around the pumps. I pulled in because I needed fuel. The boy nodded at me without much expression and went inside to start the pump. The fuel was cheap, unusually cheap, dollars below the current price. I thought maybe this was just a small town with no competition. An older man came out of the station while I was filling up. He leaned against the wall and looked at my truck with the mild curiosity of someone who had seen a lot of trucks pass through over a lot of years. We talked for a few minutes about the road conditions, about where I was headed. He seemed pleasant and a little distant, the way some older people get. I asked him how business was in Collard Creek. He said it had been slow since the mill closed. I asked when that was. He named a year that was 4 decades in the past and seemed to think nothing of it. Inside to pay, I noticed the calendar on the wall behind the register was from a year in the 1970s. I assumed it was a joke or nostalgia or just something nobody had bothered to update. I paid with cash, the register was old enough that I wasn't sure it would take a card, and got back in my truck. A few residents were visible as I drove the length of the main street toward the exit. They watched my truck pass with similar expressions to the old man at the station. Mild, unhurried, slightly unfocused, as if they were looking at something behind me. As if the truck itself was the strange thing, and not the town. I found the highway and completed my delivery. The following week I tried to find Collard Creek on a map, to send the gas station a review of the reasonable prices. I found nothing. No incorporated area, no unincorporated community, no historical records of any town by that name in that county. The county records office, when I contacted them, confirmed that the land I described was agricultural, privately held, and had been so since it was first surveyed. There had never been any town structures on that parcel. No church, no gas station, no storefronts. Going back to 1800, nothing. I still have the receipt from the gas station. It's handwritten on paper, so old it's yellowed at the edges. The price is listed in a format that hasn't been standard since the 1970s. The pen ink is faded in the way that takes decades. I paid for that fuel in the present, but the receipt disagrees about when. Story 12 of 30. I saw my own truck coming toward me. Nevada in the middle of the night is its own particular darkness. Flat, enormous. Starlit in a way that makes you feel exposed rather than comforted. I was on a straight stretch of highway west of Elko, nothing in either direction for as far as my headlights reached, doing a steady 65. The road was mine. 3:09 a.m. by the dashboard clock. The headlights appeared ahead of me in my lane. Distant, then closing fast. Wrong way, driver, my first thought, and I moved to the shoulder while hitting my high beams in warning. But as the other truck got closer, something stopped feeling right. The headlights were the same configuration as mine. The running lights were the same. The silhouette of the cab in my headlights, as it rushed toward me, was identical to the truck I was sitting in. It passed me with a rush of air displacement that rocked my rig sideways. I caught it clearly in the instant it went by. My truck, my trailer, my number on the door. The cracked left running light I'd been meaning to get fixed, still cracked. Still the same pattern of break in the plastic casing. Behind the wheel, a figure I couldn't fully process. My own face, or a face like mine, looking straight ahead. I pulled over and sat in the dark for a long time. My hands were shaking. I turned on all my interior lights and looked carefully at every surface of the cab, which I already knew was empty, just to be absolutely certain it was empty. I got out and walked around the truck. I was alone. The highway was empty in both directions. There were no other taillights ahead or behind, no indication that anything had just passed me at high speed. I drove to the next rest area and sat for an hour before I felt safe driving again. When I reached the depot, I pulled my dashcam footage before I did anything else. I sat in the lot and watched the recording from the relevant timestamp. The screen showed my headlights on the dark highway. Then, ahead, lights approaching in my lane. My truck moving to the shoulder, and then nothing. No oncoming truck. Just the edge of the road rushing past as I eased onto the shoulder, then clear highway, then my truck returning to the lane. The camera recorded nothing coming toward me, nothing passing me. A mechanic I trust looked at the footage and confirmed it. No truck. The displacement of air that had rocked me, nothing. My own reaction, my own truck drifting toward the shoulder, all there on camera. But whatever I'd seen coming at me had left no trace on any recording. He suggested a calibration issue, a camera ghost, something technical. I let him suggest it, but I keep thinking about the cracked running light on the other truck, and the fact that mine is still cracked, and the fact that I've been meaning to fix it ever since that night, and somehow never quite get around to it. Story 13 of 30. The abandoned way station that still takes drivers in. You don't think about way stations mostly. You see the sign, you pull in if you're directed, you go through the process, and you pull out. It's automatic after the first few years. I pulled into the one off I-40 eastbound at about 1:15 a.m. because the signs were lit, and I didn't think twice. The officer in the booth was in a uniform I didn't recognize, older style, a cut and color I associated with photographs rather than current issue. He was polite and efficient. He asked for my credentials, checked my log, weighed the trailer, wrote something on a clipboard. He handed me a written warning for a log timing discrepancy, nothing serious, the kind of thing that happens on long runs, and waved me through. The whole thing took maybe 8 minutes. 2 weeks later, I got a notice about the warning and tried to contest it. The officer's badge number, which was printed on the citation, didn't appear in any state database. The badge series it belonged to had been retired in 2003. The patrol car's plate number, which I'd noted out of habit, matched a cruiser that had been involved in a fatal crash and totaled in 1987. The vehicle was confirmed destroyed, off the books for nearly 4 decades. I contacted the transportation department directly. They told me the way station off I-40 at that mile marker had been decommissioned. I asked when. They told me 1987. The facility had been closed following a line-of-duty death, an officer killed by a semi that failed to stop. The building had been shuttered the same week. I drove back out there in daylight. The station was there, weathered concrete, dark windows, the booth still standing, the lights off. The scale equipment was still in the ground but disconnected, cables cut long ago. The parking area was cracked and sun-bleached. A state historical marker near the entrance noted the decommissioning and mentioned, in the impersonal language of official history, the officer who had died there. The citation I'd been issued is printed on paper stock that a records clerk at the Transport Authority described as pre-1990 standard issue, a formulation that was phased out specifically because it yellowed and degraded quickly. My copy issued to me on a night 2 weeks ago is already beginning to yellow at the corners. The date on the citation is correct for the night I received it, but the form number in the upper right corner, the administrative code that identifies what type of citation it is and under what regulatory framework it was issued, corresponds to a regulation that was superseded in 1986. The officer, whatever he was issuing citations under rules that no longer existed. He was doing his job exactly as he'd always done it. He just hadn't gotten the news. Story 14 of 30. Every midnight, the same little girl waves from the bridge. I'd heard the story before I ever drove the county route myself. Older drivers mentioned it the way they mentioned other things they'd seen on long years of night roads, matter-of-factly, without drama, the way you'd mention a particular sharp turn or a stretch of road that flooded in heavy rain. There was a girl on the overpass at Hester Creek. She waved. You waved back or you didn't? She was there at midnight. I drove the county route for the first time in early spring. The overpass at Hester Creek came up about 40 minutes in. It was 11:58 p.m. by my clock. I watched the bridge as I approached, more out of curiosity than expectation, the way you look for things you've been told about. She was there, standing at the rail in a yellow raincoat, the kind that children wore in a different era, bright yellow, hood up, the snaps visible even at distance. She was facing my direction. As I came under the bridge, she raised one arm and waved, slowly, the deliberate wave of someone making sure they're seen. I waved back. It was automatic. You see a child waving, you wave back. She stopped. In my mirror, I watched her lower her arm and turn to face me fully. She tilted her head to the side, a slight movement, methodical, like she was studying something she hadn't expected. And then she stepped through the concrete barrier. Not over it, not around it. Through it. Through solid concrete like it was smoke and was gone. I drove the rest of the route with the radio on loud, which I almost never do. Back at the depot, I looked up the bridge the way you look things up when you're hoping to find a rational explanation. I found it easily enough in an archived local paper. A girl named Lily, 9 years old, struck by a car on the overpass road during a rainstorm in the early 1970s. The article mentioned a yellow raincoat. It mentioned that she had been standing at the rail, waiting for her father's truck to come through because she always waved to him when he drove the county route. He apparently drove that route for many years after her death. He never mentioned whether she waved to him, but neighbors said he always slowed down at Hester Creek Bridge at midnight, whatever night he drove through, even long after he'd retired and was out on the road for other reasons. He always slowed, and he always waved, and then he drove on. I wave now too, every time, without fail. Whatever she is, whatever that tilted head meant, whatever she found when she stepped through the concrete, she waited for her father's truck and she waved to him, and she's still doing it. The least I can do is wave back. Story 15 of 30. The Cargo Manifest. Had my own name listed as the shipment. The load was medical supplies, or that's what I was told, when dispatch handed me the run. Sealed crates, climate-controlled trailer, no special handling beyond the standard cold chain protocol. I signed off on the pickup, verified the trailer was properly sealed, and headed out. The manifest was a multi-page document, the standard format I'd been reading for years. I glanced through it at the fuel station about an hour into the run, the way I always did: weight per crate, hazmat designation, destination address. I was skimming until I reached the contents field for crate 7. My full name. Not medical supplies, not a part number or a product code. My name, my complete legal name, the one on my commercial license. Below it, my date of birth. Below that, my home address, down to the apartment number. I sat at the fuel station for a long time looking at the page. I called a dispatch. She pulled up the manifest on her system and read me the contents of crate 7. Sterile bandaging, gauge 4, 20 units. I told her what my copy said. She told me she was looking at it right now and it said bandaging. She asked if I was feeling okay. I took a photograph of the page with my phone. The photograph was clear. I could read every field, including my name in the contents column. I drove to the delivery address and made the drop, and on the way back I called dispatch again and said I'd send her the photo. I found it in my camera roll. I opened it. The photograph showed the manifest clearly. Every field exactly as I remembered, including crate 7. The contents field for crate 7 read, sterile bandaging, gauge 4, 20 units. The same text dispatch had read me. My name was gone from the image as completely as if it had never been there. I still have both copies of my manifest, the original from pickup and the signed delivery copy. I've looked at them dozens of times. Both say bandaging. I've shown them to no one because there's nothing to show. What I saw is no longer there to be seen. What stays with me is not the name itself, but the address. I had moved 8 months before that run, and my new address had not yet been updated in any of my employment records. Dispatch didn't have it. The trucking company didn't have it. My current address was not in any system connected to my work, but it was on that manifest. Correct, complete, and then gone. Story 16 of 30. The rest area that traps drivers until dawn. I should have been suspicious of the name. Other drivers called it the Loop, though nobody could tell me exactly why or when the name had started. It was a rest area off Highway 6, well-maintained, well-lit, with clean facilities and a small dog walk area. Nothing about it looked wrong. I pulled in around midnight for a 30-minute power nap before the last leg of a 12-hour haul. I woke at 12:30, pulled out of my spot, and headed for the exit. 20 minutes later, I was back in the same rest area. Same entrance, same layout, same yellow overhead lights. I turned around immediately and drove out at a different angle, faster. 20 minutes. Rest area. Over the next hour, I tried everything. Different speeds, different lanes, reversing, taking what appeared to be completely different roads from the exit. Once I pulled out and didn't turn at all, just drove straight. Came back to the rest area from a direction that should have been geometrically impossible given how I'd exited. I wasn't alone. That was the thing I kept avoiding looking at too carefully. There were other trucks in the lot, at least 6 of them, parked in standard positions, dark and quiet. They were there when I arrived, and they were there on every return. I knocked on the window of the nearest one at around 2 a.m. No response, no movement inside. Not sleeping, just not responding. I called dispatch on my phone, connected fine, described my location. She said the rest area at that exit was not listed in their system, which was strange because I had the sign in front of me. She pulled up satellite maps and said there was no rest area at those coordinates, just a stretch of highway. I took a photo of the lit sign. When I looked at the photo, it showed highway. No sign. At 5:47 a.m., I know the time exactly because I wrote it down when it happened. I pulled out and the exit road continued into morning light. No loop back. Open highway, the sound of birds, normal traffic beginning to pick up as the day started. I drove fast and didn't stop for 2 hours. I went back in daylight, out of a compulsion I couldn't explain. The rest area was there, empty, clean, functional. Clearly a real rest area. But in the lot I found something I hadn't noticed during the night. Near the far fence, partially hidden by overgrown grass, there was a line of small markers. Metal stakes in the ground, rusted, each with a handwritten number. I counted them. There were 14 markers. 14 numbers, no names, no dates. 14 drivers, I've always thought, who didn't make it to dawn. Story 17 of 30. I heard someone walking on the roof of my moving truck. It started as something I could explain, a scraping sound, the kind that could be road debris, an antenna vibrating, a loose mounting somewhere on the exterior. I was doing 70 on a clear stretch of highway, so I noted it and kept going. Planned to check at the next stop. Then the scraping became footsteps. Slow, heavy, deliberate, coming from the roof of the cab, moving from a position roughly above the sleeper area forward toward the front. One step, then another, with the particular quality of weight on a surface that you can feel in the vibration of the structure, as well as here. Not road noise, not debris, something walking. I turned the radio off. The footsteps continued. I counted them. 7 steps from back to front, then nothing. I waited through a long silence, gripping the wheel harder than I needed to. Then, from directly above my head, the sound of something sitting down, settling its weight. Right there, 18 inches above me through the cab roof. I kept driving because I didn't know what else to do. I thought about what could physically be on the roof. Nothing was the answer. Nothing that could have gotten there on a moving truck doing 70 on an open highway. I thought about whether I was losing my mind from fatigue, but I wasn't tired. I'd slept 8 hours the previous night and had only been on the road for 4. Then something leaned down in front of my windshield. Long, pale hands, too long, the proportions slightly wrong, reaching from above the glass and wrapping around the top edge of the windshield frame. Just the hands, gripping the glass. Knuckles white from the pressure, or maybe just naturally white. I hit the horn with both hands. Long, sustained blast. The hands released. A sound from the roof above me, rapid movement, backward, toward the rear of the cab, and then nothing. Wind noise, road noise. My own breathing, which was not steady. At the next rest area, I got out with a flashlight and went over the roof as thoroughly as I could reach. No markings, no scratches, no evidence of anything having been up there. The windshield frame showed no marks from the hands. Clean glass, clean rubber seal, undisturbed. I've looked up everything I can think of to explain it. Road hypnosis, auditory hallucinations from engine harmonics, exhaustion-induced perception errors. I apply each explanation carefully and seriously because I want one to fit. None of them account for the hands. None of them explain the weight I felt through the frame of the cab, the physical displacement of a substantial mass moving across the roof of my truck at highway speed, the release of the windshield frame when I hit the horn. Those things happened in my body as much as in my perception. That weight was real. Those hands were holding on. Story 18 of 30. The tunnel that added. 3 missing hours to my route. I've driven most of the roads in this region for 15 years, and I would have said confidently that I knew where all the tunnels were. There are 3 on my regular routes, all documented, all signed, all lit with the same tired fluorescent strips. I know them the way I know my own driveway. The tunnel I entered at 9:15 p.m. on a Tuesday was not one I knew. The road fed into it naturally enough, a curve in the highway, a hillside, and then the black circle of an opening with lights inside. Clean concrete walls, standard lighting, perhaps a mile long based on what I could see of the far end. I drove in. I drove out at 12:47 a.m. Inside the tunnel, I would have said the drive took about 4 minutes. My perception of time was normal, no strange sense of stretching or compressing, no feeling of disorientation. I was alert. I was watching the road. The tunnel felt the length of a normal tunnel. Then daylight, or rather night sky, opened ahead of me and I was out. My clock said 12:47. My fuel gauge was down by an amount consistent with about 90 minutes of driving, not 4 minutes. My stomach was growling, which it hadn't been when I went in. My eyes were tired in the specific way they get after long nighttime driving, not the way they felt after 4 minutes in a tunnel. I checked my dash cam immediately when I parked. The footage showed my truck approaching the tunnel entrance at 9:15. Then a white flash, not gradual, not a fade, a clean cut to white. Then my truck emerging from the exit, 12:47 timestamp. Everything normal. Nothing from inside, not a second of footage from within the tunnel, just white and then out. I've driven that road many times since. I've looked for the tunnel in daylight, at night, in different weather. I've examined topographical maps of the area. The hill that the tunnel should be passing through is there. I can see it from the road. But no tunnel entrance, no bore through the rock, no signs. When I measure the road itself, the distance that should contain a tunnel is slightly shorter than the surrounding geography would seem to require, as if something is compressed there, as if there is less road than there should be, or the road is covering a distance it shouldn't be able to cover in the space it's given. 3 hours of my life are in that tunnel. I don't know what they contain. I'm not entirely sure. I want to find out. Story 19 of 30. The trucker who never stopped smiling. His rig appeared alongside mine somewhere around Memphis on I-40 heading east and matched my speed without any apparent effort. This happens on long stretches. You fall into an informal convoy with another driver without meaning to, and you both hold pace until one of you exits. I glanced over when I first noticed him, the standard situational check, and registered a man behind the wheel, heavier set, gray jacket. A few miles later I glanced again and he was looking directly at me. Not the road. Me. And he was smiling, wide, full teeth showing, the kind of smile that's slightly more than a smile should be, like someone had drawn it on a face without fully understanding how smiling works. The proportions were right, but the quality was wrong. I looked back at the road. 50 miles later, I glanced over. He was still looking at me, still smiling. He hadn't moved. In the time I'd been watching the road, his body hadn't adjusted in the seat, his head hadn't turned, his expression hadn't shifted by a fraction. His hands were on the wheel in exactly the same position I'd first seen them. I accelerated to 90. He matched me without any apparent shift in his posture or any change in the smile. I dropped back to 50 and moved to the right lane. He stayed in the left lane but slowed with me, maintaining position. I took an exit I had no reason to take and got back on the highway at the next ramp. He was 4 car lengths behind me before I'd reached cruising speed. For the next 40 miles, I didn't look at him. I stared at the road directly ahead, radio off, focusing entirely on driving. When I finally checked my mirror, he had moved ahead of me. I must have slowed without realizing, and was now some distance in front, his truck visible in the distance. I watched him in my mirror, waiting for him to look back. In my driver's side mirror, from maybe a quarter mile ahead, I could see his face. He was looking at me in his mirror. Still smiling, still exactly the same smile. And as I watched, he raised one hand from the wheel, slowly, deliberately, and waved. The kind of wave that means goodbye. Then he was over the horizon and gone. I drove the remaining 100 miles without encountering him again. At the depot, I asked around. Nobody had seen a truck matching that description on I-40 eastbound that evening. I checked my dash cam. His truck was there in the footage, visible in adjacent lane shots. But whenever the camera angle should have captured his cab, directly, the image was blurred. Every other vehicle on the road, crisp and clear. His cab, in every frame where it should have been visible, blurred, like someone had smeared the lens at exactly that spot. Story 20 of 30. The voice on Channel 19. Knew my next move. I was on a back road detour I hadn't planned, taking an unscheduled turn because I'd miscalculated my fuel and needed to find a gas station before I hit the highway segment. I hadn't told dispatch about the change. I hadn't told anyone. I'd just turned off the main road and was navigating by memory and instinct. The CB crackled on Channel 19. A voice, calm even, androgynous in a way I couldn't place, said, "Left on Sutter Road coming up." I looked at the road. Sutter Road was a quarter mile ahead, signed. I took it without thinking, and it cut exactly where I needed to go. I tried to key back and ask who was transmitting. The channel was quiet. A few minutes later, "Slow down now. Deer crossing ahead." I braked. 2 deer walked across the road from a tree line with enough leisure that I would have hit them at my previous speed. "Left on Mill Fork," voice said, then right on County 7. I followed both directions. They brought me to a gas station I hadn't known existed, exactly where I needed one. I fueled up and pulled back out onto the road. The voice returned, "Don't stop at the signal ahead." I ran the red light at an intersection that was, as far as I could see, completely empty in all directions. I felt foolish for about 3 seconds. Then I heard the crash behind me, 2 cars colliding at the intersection I'd just passed, coming from directions I hadn't been able to see, at an angle that would have caught me squarely if I'd stopped and waited. I was shaking when I pulled over. A different voice came on Channel 19, clearly another trucker, distant but understandable, asking if anyone had eyes on the accident behind him. He said, "Hey, who were you talking to back there?" I wasn't talking to anyone, I told him. He said I'd been broadcasting for 20 minutes. He said the voice I'd been responding to had been clear and steady on Channel 19 the whole time. I asked him what the voice said. He went quiet for a moment. Then he said he'd only heard my side. He said, as far as he could tell, I'd been talking to dead air. That Channel 19 showed no transmissions from any other source in the relevant period, only mine, responding to nothing. I've checked. Nobody transmits on Channel 19 intentionally. It's a calling channel, mostly ignored, mostly empty. Whatever knew my route and my timing and the deer and the crash had no registered presence on that frequency. It was just a voice, knowing every step before I took it, guiding me through a stretch of road it seemed to know far better than I did. The last CB radio call on Black Ridge Highway was 4 minutes past 3 in the morning when Salman Mirza's truck reached the place where the asphalt ended on Black Ridge Highway, the place where the road simply stopped being a road and became something else. Something darker. Something that had no name on any official document and had never appeared on a single map. Not even the hand-drawn ones that older drivers carried, folded in their sun visors like talismans. He had been driving for 3 days straight, Lahore to Karachi, then back, then halfway back again, following a route dictated not by dispatchers or delivery manifests, but by something quieter and more insistent that lived behind his sternum. His eyes burned with a dry, sustained ache. His hands on the steering wheel had been gripping so tightly and for so long that the knuckles had gone pale, the color of old bone. The CB radio, a battered Cobra 29 LTD, its chassis held together by electrical tape and decades of road vibration, a thing his father had pressed into his hands the morning of Salman's first solo run and said was more important than any map, was off, or he thought it was off. Or maybe he had simply stopped listening. The distinction had blurred somewhere around the second day. His father used to say, "Son, that radio only talks when you actually need it to." He had laughed at this as a young man. The way you laugh at things that sound like folklore when you are 22 and invincible and have never spent 3 days alone inside a truck cab watching your own reflection swim in the darkened windshield. He was not laughing now. He turned the volume knob. An old habit. The same gesture he had made 10,000 times. The muscle memory of a man who spent more time with a CB unit than with other human beings. Static hissed at him. Then silence. Then static again. The road markings strobed beneath his headlights in an endless pale ribbon, and every time he blinked he felt, just for a fraction of a second, that the road ahead had disappeared. That he was driving through pure dark thought rather than through any physical place. Then, so softly at first that he thought he had imagined it, a voice came through the radio. "Hey, you doing all right?" A man's voice, old but untroubled. The voice of someone sitting somewhere comfortable with a cup of tea who happened to notice a lone driver on an empty road and thought he'd check. Salman's hand came off the steering wheel. He picked up the handset. "Yeah," he said, then stopped. "No, I don't know. You on Black Ridge right now?" "Yeah." "Where are you?" Something crackled through the radio, old magnetic tape rewinding, or that's what it sounded like. "I'm here too, same as always. What rig you running?" "Hino 700. "Red, right. Seen it. You alone?" Salman checked his side mirror. "Nothing but black road." "Yeah." 3 days? He went still. He hadn't told anyone that, not his wife, not his dispatcher, not a single soul at any of the fuel stops where he'd filled up and paid and left without speaking a word beyond the transaction. He was the only person who knew. "How do you know that?" The radio went quiet. A long beat of nothing. Then, "Because I've been here 3 days too. 3 years ago. And 9 years before that. And if I count right, this highway has had me 3 times now." Salman didn't understand. "You a driver?" "Was." "Mazda T3500, blue? She died a long time ago at the bend that's coming up. You'll see it in about an hour if you keep going." Salman's foot moved to the brake without being told. The truck slowed. The road ahead was perfectly straight. Perfectly empty. Perfectly wrong. "What do you mean she died?" "Not like that." There was something in the voice, not quite laughter, but the sound a man makes when he has made peace with something that doesn't deserve peace. "I'm alive. I'm just. Look. Some roads keep you. That's the only way I know to say it. This one keeps the ones who come to it with something heavy. And you're running heavy. I'm not carrying anything. No freight, sure, but you're carrying something." The cab felt smaller than it ever had. Salman had driven in blizzards, through flooded highways in the monsoon, once through an intersection where a truck had jackknifed and was burning on the shoulder, and none of those had made the cab feel like this, like the walls were paying attention. "What's your name?" he asked. "Bobby. Bobby Hussain. Though the name hasn't meant much for a while." A pause. "You're Salman. Lahore plates." Got Maki Dua painted across your rear bumper. I've been watching you for a bit. Salman checked every mirror. Nothing. No headlights, no shape, no truck. Just the black ribbon of road feeding into darkness in both directions. Where exactly are you? There are 3 places on Black Ridge where the signal carries, Bobby said. This is the first, where you are now. The second is near the bend. The third is only for people who've decided not to come back. The truck's cab felt colder. Salman hadn't touched the climate controls. And you're warning me? I'm telling you what someone told me a long time ago, on a night like this, on this same road. A voice came through my radio and said, "Hey, pull over. Have some tea. Think for a minute." He paused. I didn't listen right away. Took me another hour. But I stopped. And I'm still here to tell you about it. Which is the only thing that matters. The road bent ahead, the first curve Salman had seen in 40 miles of straight asphalt. And there, exactly where Bobby had said it would be, a dirt track split off to the right. It was barely a track at all. More like the memory of 1-2 shallow ruts in the earth, a gap between scrub brush, darkness thickening at the entrance like something physical. Salman stared at it. He thought about 3 days. He thought about why he had not called home. He thought about the conversation he had been running from, the one that had been waiting at his kitchen table for the better part of a year, patient and terrible. He kept driving straight. The dirt track receded in his mirrors. He exhaled, a long, uneven sound. Bobby's voice came through again, quieter now, and Salman almost couldn't make out the words over the static. Something like, "Good man," or maybe, "Go home." The signal fractured before he could be sure. He drove until a roadside dhaba appeared, a small, lit place called Mehman Nawaz, a tired man behind the counter who was awake because someone always had to be. Salman parked the truck. He got out. The cold air hit him like something real, grounded, smelling of dust and dry grass and the faint sweetness of diesel. He ordered tea. Then a second one. Then he sat there for a moment with his phone in his hand, a phone he had not used in 3 days except to confirm deliveries. He scrolled to his wife's name, stared at it. He called. It rang twice. 3 times. Then, Salman, her voice had the particular hollowness of someone who had cried themselves to sleep and woken up still waiting. 2 words in, and he already felt the weight of what those 3 days had cost her. "Yeah," he said. "It's me. I'm okay." "I knew you'd call," she said. "I knew it." They talked for a long time. The tea went cold. The sky at the edges began its slow change from black to blue. Before he got back in the truck, he tried the CB one last time. Channel 19. He held the handset and said, "Bobby, you there?" Static. Long, clear, empty static. "Thanks," he said to it anyway, for whatever that was. He set the handset down, started the engine, and pulled back onto the highway heading north. Toward home, Black Ridge Highway fell away behind him. He did not look back at the place where the dirt track had been. But for the rest of his life, whenever he passed a man driving alone at night, in a truck stop, at a fuel station, pulled over on the shoulder staring at nothing, he would find an excuse to stop. To say, "You doing all right?" To stay just long enough to hear the answer. He never explained why. He didn't need to. Some things make more sense when you leave them in the dark where you found them. 2. The woman who knocked at every truck stop at 313 am there is an unwritten rule among long-haul drivers. You don't ask about certain people. You don't offer rides to certain figures standing alone on certain roads at certain hours. You don't repeat, in daylight, what happened to you in the dark. This is not superstition. Superstition implies doubt. The men who follow this rule do not doubt. They simply know. Hamid Faruqi first saw the woman at 3:13 in the morning, and he remembered the time precisely because his watch stopped at that exact moment. A Seiko given to him by his grandfather, which had run without interruption for 22 years. Stopped cold, the hands frozen at 3:13. At the same instant, 3 knocks landed on the door of his roadside dubba on the southern stretch of Black Ridge Highway. He had been alone in the place, except for one driver asleep in the corner booth, head on folded arms. The knock came like a metronome. 1, 2, 3. Even intervals. Careful, not urgent, not timid. The knock of someone who had done this before. Hamid opened the door. The woman stood in the dark outside, wrapped in a maroon shawl from crown to ankle. The light from the daba barely reached her. Her face was in shadow. "Water," she said. "Can I have water?" He gave her water. She drank one careful sip and held the glass back to him. "There's a truck coming," she said. "Orange, Toyota. The driver hasn't slept. Give him tea." Hamid stared at her. "Where did you come from? Do you have a vehicle?" "The highway." She turned and looked back down the road, the empty, lightless road, and then looked at him again. "I'm always here," she said. She walked away. Hamid stepped outside after her, into the cold. There was no one. The road stretched in both directions, black and empty and perfectly still. 20 minutes later, an orange Toyota truck pulled in. The driver, a young man, the particular gray exhaustion of someone running on nothing, ordered tea and sat and did not speak. Hamid brought the tea without being asked twice. The driver drank it, sat another hour, fell briefly and deeply asleep in the booth, and drove away before dawn looking better than he had any right to. Hamid told no one. He thought about forgetting it. He thought about forgetting it for a full week. Then, at 3:13 the following Wednesday, the knock came again. 3 times, even intervals. He had been watching his watch since 3:00. Couldn't help himself. Watched the minute hand tick to 3:12. Watched it reach 3:13. The knock came on the last tick. He opened the door. The woman in the maroon shawl. "Water," she said. "Yes. But first, who are you?" "Water," she said again. And something happened when she said it the second time. Something Hamid could not explain and did not try to. Not even in the journal he later kept. Something that made the question evaporate before it reached his mouth a third time. He gave her water. She told him about a driver stranded on the bypass with an overheating engine. He found the man 40 minutes later, engine temperature gauge buried in red, steam coming from under the hood. Hamid gave him coolant from his own emergency kit. The man made it to the next town. This continued, weekly, sometimes bi-weekly. Always 3:13, always 3 knocks, 1, 2, 3, spaced with the precision of a tuning fork. Always water. Always a driver somewhere on the highway who needed something, a jump, a radio call, a meal, someone to sit with them while they held themselves together. Hamid started a journal. Date, her words. The driver's situation, what he did, what happened. Every entry resolved correctly. Not once did the information prove wrong. One night he asked her in Urdu, the same language she used, "Are you a ghost?" She stood quietly for a moment in the doorway. Then something passed across the lower part of her face that might have been a smile. "No," she said. "I'm what this highway has instead of one. Every road needs someone who watches it. This one is mine." "Since when?" "Since the first time I walked it. 1987, I was looking for my brother. He'd been driving this route and stopped calling home. I came to find him." She paused. "I got lost instead, but the highway didn't let me leave, so I stayed." "You stayed." He repeated it carefully. "Here, on the highway. Time moves differently here. I move with it now." He wanted to ask more. The question about whether she was alive or dead formed somewhere in his chest and traveled up toward his mouth and stopped there, somewhere behind his teeth, as though the highway itself had put a finger to his lips. "Your name?" he said instead. She hesitated. It was the only time he ever saw her hesitate about anything. Nargis. They called me Nargis Akhtar. A beat. People did. When there were people. He wrote the name down that night. And then, because he was a man who could not leave a thread unpulled, he drove to the district records office the following week and asked a clerk he knew to help him search. He found it in an accident report from October 1987. A female fatality on Black Ridge Highway, vehicle collision, no survivors. Name, Nargis Akhtar. Age, 28. Hamid drove back and sat in his empty daba for a long time with the folder on the table in front of him. The next Wednesday, when the knock came, 1, 2, 3, he opened the door immediately. She was there, shawl, shadow, the stillness she carried like something worn close to the skin. Water, she said. He gave it to her. Then, Nargis. Your brother, his name was Kamran. She went very still. He's not driving anymore, Hamid said carefully. He's in Islamabad. He's a mechanic, has a family. I spoke to a man who knows him. He said Kamran as well. That he's happy. The word happy sat in the air between them. Nargis raised her face, and for the first and only time, the light from the daba reached her fully. Hamid saw her face completely. He was a practical man, not a poetic one, and later when people asked him to describe what he saw, he could only say, she looked like someone hearing news they had been waiting decades for. Like something was being put down. Something very heavy. Happy, she said quietly. Yes. She returned the glass. She turned toward the road. Nargis, he said, will you come back? She didn't turn around. She walked into the dark. She did not come the following week. Or the week after. Or ever again. Hamid kept the journal. He kept the empty glass on the counter, washed, but always there, always filled with water, every night. Just in case. The highway continued its business. Trucks ran north and south. Men drove through their private midnights. Hamid stayed open and gave tea to people who needed it, and sometimes, though he could not have said exactly why, he found himself checking on drivers who hadn't asked for help, sensing something off in the way they sat or ordered or stared at nothing. And he was usually right. He wrote in the journal on the last page, the night he finally accepted she wasn't coming back, the highway kept her until she had an answer. Or maybe she stayed until she found one. I'm not sure there's a difference. Either way, she watched this road, longer than any of us, and she was careful with everyone who passed through it. That seems worth writing down. He closed the journal. He placed it on the shelf behind the counter, between a Quran and an outdated trucking atlas. He never told anyone about Nargis Akhtar. Some things, he believed, belonged to the road that made them. But on certain nights, always around 3:10, always when he found himself alone in the daba with the lights low and the highway outside quiet as held breath, he would fill a clean glass with water and place it by the door. Not out of hope. Not really. Out of something older than hope. Something closer to keeping faith with a road that had done its best for a very long time to keep faith with the people who traveled it. The highway that doesn't exist on any map Zamir Ahmad, had been a land surveyor for 26 years. In that time, he had mapped mountains, floodplains, disputed borders, and the tangled peripheral edges of cities that were always growing faster than any official document could track. He was good at his work in the way that men who find their exact purpose early in life are good at things, with a sureness that had nothing to show off about because it never doubted itself. His world was coordinates, projections, datums, contour lines. It was the satisfaction of imposing precision on ambiguity, of looking at a piece of earth and saying, here is exactly where you are. Which is why, when he first saw the road, he assumed he had made an error. He had been driving northeast from Multan, a survey job waiting in Dera Ghazi Khan, a government contract for agricultural land demarcation. Late September. Mid-afternoon light, flat and golden. His GPS was functioning. His paper maps, he always carried paper maps, a habit his colleagues considered eccentric, were folded correctly on the passenger seat. And then, where the GPEs showed empty scrubland and the paper map showed nothing but open terrain, there was a road. Asphalt, black, clean, recently laid. Running northeast in exactly the direction he needed to go. No signs, no kilometer markers, no painted lines, no reflectors. Just a road that was unmistakably a road. Doing exactly what a road does. Zamir slowed, pulled to the shoulder, looked at his GPEs, looked at his paper map, looked at the road. He was not a man given to dramatic reactions. He took out his field notebook and wrote, "Road present. No correspondence on GPs or paper survey. With the prox. 7M. Asphalt condition, good. Origin, unclear." He noted the time and his last confirmed GPS coordinates. Then, because he was a surveyor and surveyors investigate anomalies rather than turn away from them, he drove onto it. The road was real. Tires on asphalt. A particular sound, a particular feel. The slight give of good surfacing. The scrubland fell away on both sides. The road went straight and true. He drove for 25 minutes. Then he tried to turn back. He reversed, made a 3-point turn, drove back the way he came. 25 minutes. The road should have ended at the point where he'd entered it. Instead, it continued ahead of him in both directions, a long, clean stroke across the earth, going nowhere he could name. He turned right. The road curved gently right and then returned to the same heading. He turned left. Same result. He stopped the car and sat for a moment with his hands in his lap, looking at the dashboard. The GPS had lost signal entirely. The screen showed his last known position, static, blinking, unhelpful, Zamir Ahmad. 26 years of professional certainty, sitting on a road that did not exist, without a signal, without a reference point, without the faintest idea of what to do next. He did what he knew how to do. He drove forward. If a road exists, someone built it. If someone built it, it goes somewhere. If it goes somewhere, there are people there. An hour later, a structure appeared on the right side of the road. A toll booth, decades old, the canopy collapsed on one side and rusted through on the other. A string of dead electric lights. And in the shade of what remained of the structure's roof, a rope cot, and on the rope cot, a very old man lying on his back with his eyes closed. Zamir stopped. Got out. Approached the man and touched his shoulder gently. The old man opened his eyes and looked at Zamir without surprise, without any of the ordinary adjustments a sleeping person makes when suddenly woken. He simply looked, as though waking up to find a stranger standing over him on a phantom road in the middle of nowhere was the most expected thing in the world. "You're here," the old man said. "Yes," Zamir said. "Where is here exactly? I can't locate this road on any of my maps." The old man sat up. Each movement was deliberate, as though every joint required individual negotiation. "It's not on any maps. Never has been." "That's not possible. Roads are built by people," the old man said. "I know. But this one wasn't built the usual way." Zamir looked at him. "Then what way?" The old man's expression was the one Zamir would spend months afterward trying to describe, the expression of a person who knows something you don't, but wants you to arrive at it yourself, not because they're being coy, but because they understand that being told a thing and understanding a thing are completely different experiences. He reached under the rope cot and produced a ledger, thick cloth bound, its spine cracked and soft with age. He held it out. Zamir took it, opened to the first page. The first entry was dated 1953, then 1961, 1974, 1982, 1989, 1995, 2001, and so on forward, entries from across decades, some in Urdu, some in a regional dialect, a few in uncertain pencil that had faded to near nothing. Each entry contained a name, a date, a point of origin, a stated destination, and a final column headed simply, "What were you looking for?" Zamir turned the pages slowly. The answers in that last column were nothing like the rest of the document. The rest was precise, administrative. The record of a man taking his responsibilities seriously. But those answers were different. My brother, a forgiveness I was owed. Something I lost that I can't name. Home, though I'm not sure where that is anymore. The version of my life I left behind. Someone to listen. The choice I should have made 20 years ago. He closed the ledger. His throat felt strange. What is this road? He asked. And the question was no longer the surveyor's question. It was the other kind. The old man looked at him steadily. That's the wrong question. The right question is why you're on it. I drove onto it by mistake. I was navigating to... No one drives onto this road by mistake, the old man said. Not unkindly. As a simple fact, this road appears to people who need it. Not always when they want it, usually when they're running from something that's been patient enough to follow them. Zamir set the ledger on his knee. Outside, the road was silent and golden in the afternoon light, and the scrublands stretched away on both sides, and everything was perfectly still. 26 years, he said, more to himself than to the old man. I've been mapping other people's land for 26 years. I know exactly where everything is. Everything outside you, the old man said. Zamir was quiet for a long time. My son, he said finally. We haven't spoken in 3 years. I know why. I've known why since the first week. But knowing and admitting are different things. And He stopped. He was not practiced at this. His professional life had given him very little practice at this. I convinced myself that if I kept working, kept moving, kept being useful to other things, I wouldn't have to sit still long enough to feel it. The old man said nothing. He simply waited, which was its own kind of answer. I don't know how to fix it, Zamir said. I know how to fix survey errors. I know how to correct a boundary dispute. I don't know how to. He gestured vaguely at the general project of being a father who had let 3 years of silence calcify into something that felt permanent. You're not here to fix it, the old man said. You're here to stop running from it. Those are different things. You can't fix a thing you won't stand still in front of. Zamir took out his field notebook. Not to record coordinates. He opened to a blank page and picked up his pen and sat there for a moment. Then he wrote, There is a road here that is not on any map. I cannot explain it. I drove onto it and cannot find my way off. An old man here has kept records of everyone who has come to it. The common thread in all of them is that they came here not because of where they were going, but because of what they were avoiding. He turned the page. He wrote, My son is named Arif. He is 24 years old. I haven't spoken to him in 3 years because I was wrong about something important, and I was too proud to say so. And now the silence has gone on so long, it has started to seem like its own kind of answer, which it is not. It is just a silence. Silences can be ended. I have been treating it as though it cannot be. He closed the notebook. The old man held out the ledger, open to the next blank line. Zamir took the pen and wrote, Zamir Ahmad. Looking for my son. Good, the old man said. It was a simple word, but it contained something complete. How do I get out? Zamir asked. Drive. The road will let you go now. Why now and not before? The old man tilted his head slightly. Before, you didn't know where you were going. The road doesn't release people who have no destination. That's what keeps them here. Not the road itself, but the not knowing. He folded his hands in his lap. You know now. Zamir got back in his car. He started the engine. He drove forward. 8 minutes later, not the hour it had taken before, not the endless circling, he came to the end of the road. Real highway. His GPS blinked twice and recalibrated. His position appeared on the screen, exactly where he should have been, an unremarkable stretch of the N55, trucks passing in both directions. He pulled to the side and looked back. Scrubland, open, flat, uninterrupted, No road. No old man. No toll booth. Afternoon light falling on empty earth as though nothing had ever been there. Zamir sat for a long time. Then he took out his phone. The signal was strong. He found Arif's number, the one he had memorized 3 years ago when he deleted it from his contacts. The one that had never left him because some things cannot actually be deleted, only relocated to a place that aches more than your phone. He pressed call. 1 ring. 2. 3. Hello? The voice of his son. Older, steadier than Zamir expected. Not the voice of the argument, but the voice of the 24-year-old man on the other side of 3 years of silence. Zamir opened his mouth. Arif, he said. It's your father. He stopped. He had prepared nothing. He had nothing prepared because he had not known until today that he was going to make this call. I was wrong. 3 years ago, I was wrong. And I was too proud. And I am sorry. That's all I called to say. You don't have to. Abu. 1 word. His son's voice sang the word that meant father. Zamir's eyes closed. They talked for 2 hours. Parked on the shoulder of the N55, trucks passing, the sun dropping toward the horizon, the sky going through its whole careful progression of oranges and pinks and then blue. They talked through the anger and the grief and the miscommunication and the pride and the years, all the years that had been piling up in the silence, which had not been emptiness at all, but had been full of things that needed saying and simply hadn't been said. When Zamir finally drove home, it was full dark. He reached his house and sat in the driveway for a moment. He thought about the ledger, all those names, all those dates, all those entries that said, in one language or another, I came here looking for something I lost, something that couldn't be measured or located or put on any map. He thought about the old man who had been sitting at his post in a ruined toll booth on a road that didn't exist, keeping records of everyone who had come and gone. Not interfering, not explaining, just waiting, and recording and being present to the people who arrived, having run as far as they could run. He wondered who the old man was looking for. He thought about asking next time. Then he thought there probably wouldn't be a next time, that roads like that one don't tend to appear twice to the same person, once the person has understood what they came for. He took his field notebook inside and placed it on the shelf where he kept his personal things, not with his survey equipment, not with the professional records, but with the things that mattered in a different way. His father's compass, a photograph from his wedding day, a letter he had written and never sent. Arif came to visit 3 weeks later. They sat at the kitchen table and ate together and talked about ordinary things and some things that were not ordinary at all. Zamir's wife watched them from across the room and did not ask what had changed, because some things are visible even when you don't know the details. Months later, unpacking boxes from a move, Arif found the field notebook. He flipped through it, columns of measurements, coordinates, technical notation, and then found the 2 pages near the end in a different register entirely. He read them. He did not understand all of it. He understood enough. He came to find Zamir in the next room. Abu, this notebook, there's something in here about a road. Yes? A road that's not on any map. Yes? Arif looked at him. Did you find it? Zamir thought about the answer, about what find means when what you're looking for is not a location, but a willingness to stop, to stay still, to stand in front of the thing you've been running from. I think it found me, he said. Arif nodded slowly. He closed the notebook. He handed it back. Zamir placed it on the shelf, between his father's compass and the unsent letter, where the unmappable things lived. I picked up a hitchhiker who had been dead for 20 years. The night I picked up the hitchhiker, I had been driving for 11 hours straight. My name is Dale Mercer, and I've been hauling freight across state lines for going on 22 years. I know these roads the way most men know their own backyards. Every dip, every blind curve, every stretch of highway that turns mean after midnight. I'm not the kind of man who scares easy. I'm not the kind of man who sees things that aren't there. Or at least I wasn't. Not before that October night on Route 7 through the Pennsylvania Hill Country. It was raining the kind of rain that doesn't care about your windshield wipers, the kind that turns the world into a gray smear and makes the yellow center line disappear. I had a load of dry goods heading to a distribution center in Scranton. Nothing unusual, nothing fancy. My radio had cut out somewhere around mile marker 140, and the silence in the cab was starting to press in on me, the way silence does when you're tired and alone, and the dark outside seems absolute. That's when I saw her. She was standing at the edge of the road with her thumb out, wearing a yellow raincoat that caught my headlights and held the glow like something phosphorescent. I didn't even make a conscious decision to stop. My foot just came off the gas, and I was pulling to the shoulder before I'd really thought it through. I know truckers aren't supposed to pick up hitchhikers. Company policy, liability, all of that. But something about that yellow coat and all that darkness made it impossible to drive past. I rolled down the window, and she climbed up on the running board and looked in at me. She was young, maybe 19 or 20, with dark hair plastered flat against her face from the rain and pale skin that seemed almost luminous in the cab's interior light. Her eyes were brown and very calm, not the relieved, grateful calm of someone who's just been rescued from a stormy roadside. A different kind of calm. The kind you see in old photographs. "Where are you headed?" I asked. "Home," she said. Millhaven. I knew Millhaven. It was a little town about 30 miles up the road, the kind of place with one stoplight and a diner that closed at 8. "I can drop you at the turnoff," I told her. She smiled and climbed in, and I pulled back onto the highway. Her name was Lucy. Lucy Crane. She told me that much within the first few minutes, and then she mostly just sat there, watching the rain on the windshield with that peculiar calm. She wasn't unfriendly. She'd answer questions. She'd speak when I spoke. But there was a quality to her that I couldn't place, like she was listening to something I couldn't hear. I figured she was just tired, maybe had a rough day, maybe was dealing with something private. I didn't push. The heater was running full blast. I noticed after about 15 minutes that Lucy wasn't damp anymore. Her hair was dry, her yellow coat was dry, but I figured the heat had done that. I didn't think much of it. "You live in Millhaven your whole life?" I asked, making conversation. "Born there," she said. "I was away for a while, but I'm going back now." "Family there?" She paused before answering. "My mother. She's been waiting a long time." Something in the way she said it made me quiet. The rain hammered the roof of the cab, and the windshield wipers beat their slow rhythm, and the dark pressed in from all sides. We drove. Around mile marker 162, she spoke again without being asked. "Do you know what it's like," she said, "to be somewhere between places? Not here, not there, just in between?" I said I supposed all truckers knew something about that. She smiled at that, a small, private smile. "I suppose you would." When we got close to the Millhaven turnoff, she directed me down a county road I'd never noticed before, a narrow lane between walls of wet pine trees, the asphalt cracked and broken, old enough that the center line had worn away entirely. I didn't question it. I just drove where she told me. We came to a farmhouse at the end of the lane. It was old, much older than the trees around it, with dark windows and a front porch that sagged on one side. A single light burned in an upstairs window, pale and yellowish. Lucy put her hand on the door handle and then turned to look at me. In the glow of the dashboard lights, her face was very clear. Those calm brown eyes. That pale skin. "Thank you, Dale," she said. I hadn't told her my name. Before I could say anything, she was out the door and moving up the porch steps, quick and light despite the dark and the rain. I watched her go. She opened the front door without knocking. It swung inward as if someone had been waiting just behind it, and she disappeared inside. I sat there for a full minute before I drove away. I didn't think about the name thing until I was back on the highway. I turned it over in my mind, trying to find an innocent explanation. Maybe she'd seen it on my logbook. Maybe I'd told her and forgotten. I was tired, exhausted. Really, the mind plays tricks. I made my delivery in Scranton, and on the drive back, in the morning light, I took the Millhaven turnoff again, found the county lane, drove to the end. The farmhouse was still there. In daylight, it looked even older, more abandoned, paint long gone, windows filmed with decades of grime, the porch not just sagging but partially collapsed. No car in the overgrown drive, no sign of life at all. I got out of the truck and walked to the door. There was a tarnished brass knocker in the shape of a bird. I knocked. A woman answered. She was old, 80 at least, and she looked at me with eyes that were clouded with cataracts but still sharp underneath. "Can I help you?" she said. "I'm sorry to bother you," I said. "I gave a young woman a ride last night. She said this was her home." "Lucy? Lucy Crane?" The old woman went absolutely still. "Lucy was my daughter," she said. Was. Past tense, even though I'd watched her walk through that door 12 hours ago. "Ma'am," I said carefully, "I saw her come into this house last night. I dropped her right here." The old woman shook her head slowly. "Lucy died 20 years ago this past October. Hit by a car on Route 7 while she was walking home in the rain." She paused. She was 20 years old. I don't know how long I stood there on that rotting porch. Long enough for the old woman to reach out with one paper-thin hand and touch my forearm. "She used to hitch rides," the woman said quietly. "Said it was easier than walking in the dark." Her cataracts clouded eyes found my face. "Did she get home all right?" I looked at the farmhouse, at the dark windows, at the sagging porch where I'd watched a young woman in a yellow raincoat climb the steps and go inside. "Yes," I said at last. "She made it home just fine." The old woman smiled. It transformed her ancient face into something almost young. "Good," she said. "I've been waiting." She closed the door and I walked back to my truck, and I sat there in the gravel drive for a long time, trying to make sense of what I'd seen, what I'd heard. The night Lucy had been in my cab, the heater had run hot the whole time, yet the seat where she'd sat was cold when I finally touched it. Cold like a thing that had never been warm. I drove back to Route 7. At mile marker 162, I slowed down and looked at the shoulder of the road. There was a metal cross there, the kind families leave at accident sites. It was rusted with age. A yellow plastic flower, bleached nearly white, was tucked at its base. The date welded into the cross was October 14th. I had picked her up on October 14th. I still drive Route 7. I have to. It's on most of my Scranton runs. But now, whenever it rains in October, I keep the radio on and I don't look too hard at the shoulders. And if I ever see a young woman in a yellow raincoat with her thumb out in the rain, God help me, I'm not sure if I'll stop or put my foot to the floor. What I do know is this. She never asked for anything. She just wanted to go home. And maybe that's all any of us really want, to find our way back to the place where someone is waiting with the light on. Even if the light is 20 years old. Even if the door opens before you knock. Even if the woman on the other side has been waiting the whole time, patient as the dead, for a face she loves to come walking out of the dark. I've been driving these roads for 22 years. I've seen deer standing frozen in headlight beams. I've seen accidents still smoking in the dark. I've seen things a man shouldn't have to see. But nothing has stayed with me the way Lucy Crane stayed with me. Not as a nightmare, not exactly, but as a weight that sits somewhere between my breastbone and my spine. A reminder that these roads are older than we are, that the night holds more than we can see. And that sometimes, on the worst and darkest nights, the kindest thing a stranger can do is just stop. Just let the lost find their way to wherever it is they're supposed to go. I hope her mother is at peace. I hope the light in that upstairs window has finally gone out. I hope Lucy Crane is home for good now, done with the wet road and the long walk and the waiting. I think she is. When I dream of her, and I do dream of her, more than I'd like, she's always smiling that small, private smile. Like she knows something I don't. Like she's exactly where she needs to be. Maybe that's the best any of us can hope for. Story 2. Every time I passed mile marker 66, someone appeared in my mirror. I've checked the mirrors 10,000 times since I started trucking back in 2009. It's habit, tap the brake, check the side mirrors, glance at the rear view. Engine, mirrors, road. You do it so many times it becomes part of breathing. You stop noticing what you're doing and just do it. That's why it took me almost a month to realize what was happening. I run a regular route, Chicago down to Memphis and back, twice a week, every week. I know that stretch of highway the way I know my own face. I know where the speed traps are, where the pavement buckles, where you lose radio signal, and where you pick it back up. And I know mile marker 66 on the southbound I-57 because it marks the midpoint of a particularly boring stretch through central Illinois where the corn goes on forever in every direction and the road is so flat and straight that the horizon looks like a ruler. The first time it happened, I wrote it off. It was a Tuesday in late August, maybe 3 in the afternoon, sky white with heat and the cab smelling like coffee and fast food wrappers. I passed mile marker 66 and checked my rear view out of reflex, and there was someone sitting in the sleeper berth behind me. I nearly drove off the road. I spun around so fast I wrenched my shoulder. The berth was empty. Curtain half pulled back, the way I always left it, the narrow mattress bare. No one there. I was alone in the truck. I sat there breathing too fast for a few seconds, then settled myself. Sleep deprivation. Visual fatigue. You stare at a road long enough, your brain starts manufacturing things. It happens. I turned the radio up and kept driving. The second time was the following Friday. Same highway, same direction, and I was ready for the boredom of central Illinois this time. Had podcasts queued up, had gas station coffee in the cup holder, had called my wife while I still had good signal and was feeling alert and sharp. I passed mile marker 66, checked my rear view from habit, and there was a man sitting in the back. He was old. Maybe 70. Wearing a red flannel shirt and sitting very straight with his hands on his knees, looking out through the windshield past me at the road ahead. He had a face like carved wood, deep lines around the mouth, heavy brows, and he was absolutely still. I hit the brakes. The truck shuddered and slowed, and someone behind me leaned on their horn, and I grabbed the curtain and tore it aside, and the berth was empty. Empty. I was alone. I pulled to the shoulder and sat there for 10 minutes, hands shaking before I could drive again. I didn't tell my wife. I didn't tell anyone. Who would you tell? What would you say? I started to think it was stress, the monotony of the route, some kind of highway hypnosis that was producing visual glitches. I started making sure I slept well before every run. I started taking stretch breaks more often. I bought a better brand of coffee. None of it made a difference. Every time I passed mile marker 66 on the southbound, not the northbound, only southbound, only at that exact marker, I saw someone in my rearview mirror. Never the same person twice. An old woman with a hat covered in plastic fruit, a teenage boy wearing a soccer uniform, a little girl, maybe 6, holding a stuffed rabbit and staring at me with no particular expression. A heavy-set man in a business suit, loosened tie, briefcase on his lap. A young woman in scrubs. They were all different, but they all had 2 things in common. They were sitting very still, and when I turned around or tore back the curtain, they were gone. I started keeping a log, date, time, description of the figure. After 2 months, I had 31 entries. I'm a methodical man, I keep good records, I track fuel mileage and maintenance schedules. It seemed right to apply the same precision to this. I also started researching. That stretch of I-57 didn't have an unusual accident record, or at least not compared to any other rural interstate. The area around mile marker 66 was farmland, had always been farmland. There was no town nearby, no significant landmark. I looked for anything, historical events, local legends, anything that might explain why that specific point on the road was producing these visions. What I found took me 3 months to find. and I only found it by accident. I had stopped for lunch at a diner in a small town a few miles off the highway and got to talking with an older man at the counter. A farmer, I think, or he had the look of one. We were talking about the highway, the truck traffic, how the county had changed over the decades, and I mentioned mile marker 66 the way you mention any familiar landmark. The man put down his coffee cup. "You drive that stretch regular?" he said. "Twice a week," I told him. "Years now." He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "You know there was a bus crash out there? Long time ago. Before the interstate, back when it was just a two-lane county road. Bus full of passengers going south. Something went wrong." He shook his head. "Lost a lot of people. Whole bus full nearly." I asked him when this was. "Oh, Lord," he said. "50s, I think. Maybe late 40s. Before my time, really. My daddy used to talk about it. They rerouted the county road eventually, built the new highway over the same ground." He looked at me sidelong. "Why, you seeing something out there?" I kept my expression neutral. "Just curious," I said. But I thought about that all the way home. A bus crash, decades ago before the interstate was built. Maybe 30 or 40 passengers. People who had been traveling south. People who had died in transit, on that ground, at what was now mile marker 66. People who might still be, in some sense, I don't have the language for traveling. I don't know if I believe in ghosts. I'm a practical man. I believe in tire pressure and logbooks and the importance of getting enough sleep. But I also know what I've seen with my own eyes, 31 times and counting, and I know that every one of those figures in my mirror had the same posture, upright, still forward-facing. The posture of someone sitting on a bus. The posture of someone going somewhere. After I found out about the crash, something shifted in how I saw it. I wasn't afraid anymore exactly. Sad, maybe. Or something like sad. These people had been on their way somewhere and had never arrived, and now, by whatever law governed such things, they were still on their way. Still passengers, still in transit. And maybe that rearview mirror was the only window they had left. I still drive that route. I still pass mile marker 66 twice a week. I still check my rearview, and sometimes there's someone there, sitting in the back of my cab, absolutely still, watching the road go past. Now, when it happens, I don't slam the brakes. I don't reach for the curtain. I just keep driving, give them the ride they're still looking for. And when I pull off at my next stop and open the sleeper curtain to check and find it empty as always, I don't feel frightened. I feel something more like sympathy for all the journeys interrupted, all the destinations never reached, all the passengers who just want to get where they're going. I hope wherever they're headed, they make it. Story 3. The Empty School Bus that followed my truck all night. I want to be clear about something before I start. I'm not a man who embellishes. 17 years in trucking has a way of burning the romanticism out of you. You see the road for what it is, asphalt and white paint and the slow arithmetic of miles, and you stop expecting it to be anything else. My name is Carter Webb, and I'm going to tell you exactly what happened on the night of February 3rd on US 90 through southern Mississippi, and I'm going to tell it without exaggeration, because the truth of it doesn't need any. I had picked up an empty trailer in Mobile and was heading west to a depot in Baton Rouge. Deadhead run, no cargo, just me and 4,000 pounds of empty metal, and the long flat dark of the Gulf Coast at 2 in the morning. I prefer deadhead runs. The roads are clear, there's no pressure, and the cab feels lighter somehow, even if the weight specs tell you different. The bus first appeared in my mirror somewhere around mile marker 219, between the towns of Moss Point and Escatawpa. I noticed it because the headlights were an odd configuration, older style, the round, sealed beam units you don't see much anymore. And because the vehicle was sitting higher than a car, the lights elevated like something big running dark back roads at night. School bus, I realized after a few moments. Standard full size, maybe late 1970s by the silhouette. Yellow, though at night the color is mostly guesswork until you're close enough. I didn't think much of it. School buses make deliveries, maintenance runs, all kinds of things that don't involve children. A bus at 2 in the morning on a highway is unusual, but not impossible. But after about 20 minutes, the bus was still there. Same distance behind me, I'd estimate 200 yards, maybe a little more. Not gaining, not falling back, just maintaining. I changed speeds to test it. I know that sounds paranoid, but In this business, you develop habits around things that follow you. I slowed to 55. The bus slowed. I pushed it up to 72. The bus matched me in under a minute, settling back to that same 200-yard interval. When I came to a long curve, I could see its headlights angled with the arc of the road, and in the brief moment before the curve straightened, my passenger side mirror caught the front of the bus in better light. The windshield was dark. No driver visible. That chilled me. I knew there had to be a driver, the thing was moving, but in that flash of mirror light, there appeared to be no one behind the wheel. I told myself it was the angle, the darkness, the fact that mirrors compress and distort. I told myself the driver was just reclined back or wearing dark clothing or otherwise invisible from that distance and angle. I told myself a lot of things. The bus kept following. An hour passed. I called my dispatcher, not to report anything, just to have a voice in the cab. We talked for a few minutes about my ETA, and then I let the conversation lapse, because even as we spoke, I was watching those headlights in my mirror with a growing concrete certainty that something was wrong. I pulled off at a truck stop around 3 in the morning, partly to use the restroom and partly because I wanted to see what the bus would do. I took the off-ramp and watched my mirrors. The bus slowed at the ramp entrance. Paused then. And this is the part that still makes my skin tighten when I think about it. It followed me in. It pulled to the far end of the lot, where the lighting was thin, and sat there with its engine running. I could see the exhaust rising in the cold air. I could see the silhouette of the bus against the tree line. I could not see anyone inside. I got out and walked toward it. I'm not sure what I intended to do. Knock on the door, I suppose. Have a rational conversation with whoever was driving about why they'd been tailing an 18-wheeler for an hour across southern Mississippi. Rational is what I am. It's what I depend on. I got to within 30 feet before I stopped. The bus was yellow, I had been right about that, and it was old. Very old. The paint was faded and chalked, the kind of deterioration that takes decades. There were numbers stenciled on the side, County School District 14, and below that a route number I couldn't fully make out. The windshield was intact but grimed with the kind of filth that accumulates when something has sat unused for years. More importantly, there was no one in the driver's seat. I could see straight in through the windshield in the lot lighting, and the seat was empty. The steering wheel turned slightly, barely perceptibly, as if adjusting to something, and then the bus shifted into gear, and it moved. It moved away from me, back toward the highway ramp, without a driver. I watched it go. I watched it get back onto US 90 and head west, the direction I was heading. I stood in that lot for 10 minutes. I thought about not going. I thought about calling my wife or my dispatcher or anyone who could talk me into a sensible explanation, but there was a load to deliver and a schedule to keep, and in the end, the practical machinery of trucking life is stronger than fear. I got back in my truck and pulled onto US 90. The bus was there, 200 yards ahead of me now, leading rather than following. Same faded yellow. Same old sealed beam headlights, now seen from the front in the mirrors of passing cars, though there were few cars at that hour, and the ones that passed the bus seemed to give it no special notice. I followed it for another 2 hours. I am not proud of this. I should have taken a different route or pulled off and waited. Instead, I just followed. It led me through the coast, through the dark towns, and then just outside of Gulfport it turned off the highway onto a side road. I did not follow it down the side road. But I slowed enough to see where it went, down a lane through scrub pines, toward what appeared to be a low building with a caved-in roof, what might once have been a school. I could see it in my headlights for just a moment before the trees swallowed the lane. The building had been burned. Long ago, from the look of it, but burned. I looked it up later, found an archived newspaper story from 1963. A school bus in Gulfport County transporting children home after dark, the driver had misjudged a railroad crossing. The bus had stalled. A freight train. 21 children. The bus had burned. I drive US 90 sometimes still. I haven't seen it since that night. But I want to tell you something. In that archive story, there was a photograph of the bus before the accident. The route number stenciled on the side. It matched what I'd seen. And I think about those 21 children riding home in the dark and the driver who couldn't save them, and I wonder if that bus is still making its last run, still trying to get them home. After all these years, I hope it finds the road eventually. I hope they all get where they were going. Someone was living inside my sleeper cab. I want to be precise about what I mean when I say someone was living in my sleeper cab, because the word living is doing a lot of work in that sentence, and I need you to understand exactly what I mean before I tell you the rest of it. I don't mean someone broke into my truck at a stop and hid back there. I mean someone had been living there, routinely, regularly, over a period of time, using the space the way you'd use a home. Eating there, sleeping there, keeping things there. While I was in the cab driving, while I was at the truck stop, while I was doing all the ordinary things I do on a run, unaware that the space behind my head was occupied. My name is Carter Mills. I've driven for a regional carrier out of Memphis for 9 years. My rig is a Kenworth T680 with an extended sleeper, which is more space than one driver needs but gives you room to stretch out on the long runs. I sleep there, obviously. I keep a small cooler, a bag of clothes, a tablet for watching shows during rest periods. Normal stuff. The sleeper is mine. My space. I know every inch of it. That's why I noticed. It started with small things. Small enough that I dismissed each one individually. My cooler. I opened it one morning in early September out of Nashville on a run to Louisville, and the contents had been rearranged. The Gatorade I'd put on the left was on the right. The string cheese I'd packed on the bottom was on top. I'd told myself I must have done it in the dark when I grabbed something in the night. I do that, reach into the cooler half asleep. Figured I'd reorganized it without noticing. 3 days later, a granola bar missing from my bag of road snacks. I counted them when I pack. I'm particular about food, portioned them out for the run, and I was one short. I decided I'd miscounted. A week after that, my tablet, which I leave propped on the shelf above the bunk when I'm driving, was at a different angle than I'd left it. Tipped slightly toward the cab, as if someone had watched something on it and put it back not quite right. I started paying attention. What I found over the following 2 weeks was a pattern. Things in my sleeper would be very slightly different when I came back from stops. Not moved obviously enough to be certain, never enough for me to be sure I hadn't done it myself. A pillow at a different angle. The small vent above the bunk open when I thought I'd left it closed. My extra pair of boots, which I keep under the bunk, with a smear of road dust on the right toe that I didn't remember being there. I told myself I was imagining it. The road does things to your mind on the long hauls. You start seeing patterns that aren't there. Paranoia is an occupational hazard. Then I found the food wrappers. I'd gone to a rest stop in Kentucky, done my 30-minute break, come back to the truck. I climbed into the sleeper to get a change of shirt because it was hot, and I'd been sweating. And at the back corner of the bunk, tucked between the mattress and the side wall, I found 3 granola bar wrappers. Not mine. Not the brand I buy. A different brand. And a crumpled fast food bag, grease-stained, from a place I hadn't stopped at. Someone had eaten in my sleeper. I stood in the middle of my sleeper cab with those wrappers in my hand, and I did not breathe for a long time. I searched the sleeper. Thoroughly, every cabinet, every storage bin, under the bunk, in the bunk, behind the folded privacy curtain. Nothing. No person. No sign of a person other than the wrappers and the small displacements I'd been cataloging for weeks. I called dispatch and told them I thought someone might be accessing my truck at stops. They took the report seriously. This is a security concern. Cargo theft often involves people hiding in vehicles, and arranged for a security check at the Memphis terminal when I came in. The security check found nothing. The truck was clean. I drove the next run on high alert, checking the sleeper every time I stopped. Coming back to the truck early, watching the parking lots. Nobody near my truck. Nobody climbing in. Nobody anywhere they shouldn't be. And yet, the granola bar on the shelf above the bunk that I'd put there that morning was half eaten when I came back from my afternoon break. Half eaten and placed back exactly as I'd left it. Something had eaten half my granola bar and put the other half back. I had been gone from the truck for 22 minutes. I sat in the driver's seat and I thought about all the things I knew. I knew nobody had gotten into my truck in 22 minutes in a well-lit rest stop parking lot. I knew I'd been watching the truck from the building, glancing at it periodically, the entire time. I knew the truck had been locked. I also knew that half a granola bar was gone and the half that remained had tooth marks in it that were not mine. I have large teeth. These marks were smaller. I want to tell you about the night I heard breathing. This was 2 weeks after the wrappers, 3 weeks after the granola bar. I was on an overnight run, pulled over at a truck stop in southern Illinois for my mandatory rest period, 8 hours. I'd set my phone alarm, put in my earplugs, pulled the curtain, and gone to sleep on the bunk. I woke up at what my phone said was 2:47 a.m. I lay in the dark behind the curtain and I was very still, and I listened. Breathing. Not mine. Not the particular rhythm of my own breathing that I know from years of lying awake on this bunk. Slower, quieter, from the direction of the back wall of the sleeper, from the corner where I'd found the wrappers. I did not move for a very long time. The breathing continued. Steady, not labored. Not afraid. Just present. The breathing of something that thought it was alone. I reached for my phone. Slowly, without sitting up. I turned on the flashlight and I pulled back the curtain. The sleeper was empty. But I could still hear it. For 2, maybe 3 seconds after I pulled the curtain, I could still hear it. Quiet, steady, close, and then it stopped. I did not sleep again that night. In the morning, I called my wife. I told her everything. She was quiet for a long time, and then she asked if I wanted her to call someone. I asked who. She didn't have an answer. I installed cameras. 2 of them, one facing the sleeper bunk, one facing the cab interior. High quality, always recording, with motion detection. I reviewed the footage for 2 weeks. The camera facing the sleeper never showed anything except the bunk and the shelves and the occasional sweep of truck, stop lights through the curtain. No person. No movement. Nothing. But on 4 separate occasions, the motion detection alarm triggered from the sleeper camera while I was inside a building, a rest stop, a diner, a fuel station. Each time I reviewed the footage, I saw the sleeper. Empty, dim, normal. And on the shelf above the bunk, on 3 of those 4 occasions, something that had been in one position when I walked out was in a different position when I came back. The camera showed me the room changing without showing me anything changing it. The last thing that happened was the note. I came back to my truck one morning from a diner breakfast, 45 minutes inside, eggs and coffee and a newspaper, normal morning, and when I climbed into the sleeper to get my sunglasses, there was a piece of paper on the bunk. Small piece of paper, torn from something larger. Written in pencil, small neat handwriting. It said, "Please don't look for me. I am not hurting anything. I will find somewhere else." And then below that, after a space, "Thank you for the granola bar." I sat on the bunk and I held that paper. I sat there for maybe 20 minutes, thinking about breathing in the dark, thinking about wrappers tucked behind a mattress, thinking about small, careful hands putting a tablet back at a slightly wrong angle. When I finally drove out of that parking lot, I left the cooler stocked. I left a bag of granola bars on the shelf. I left the privacy curtain cracked. I don't know what was living in my sleeper. I don't know if it was a person. I know the cameras never showed it and the security sweep never found it, and the breathing stopped when my light came on. I know it wrote in neat pencil handwriting. I know it said thank you. Whatever it was, whoever it was, it kept its word. After the note, nothing was ever moved again. The cooler was as I left it. The granola bars stayed where I put them. The tablet remained at the angle I'd propped it. It had found somewhere else. I still leave the curtain cracked. I don't know why. Maybe I just like thinking that somewhere on these roads, whatever was keeping me company in the dark of my sleeper, whatever small, quiet, careful thing had chosen my truck for reasons I'll never understand, maybe it's all right. Maybe it found what it was looking for. Maybe it's still out there somewhere in the night, on the back roads and the rest stops and the long dark hours between cities, breathing quiet and eating half a granola bar and putting the rest back carefully, not wanting to take more than it needs. That detail gets me. Every time. The other half of the granola bar placed back exactly as it was. It wasn't greedy. It was just trying to get by. I understand that. God help me, I understand that completely. The highway patrol officer who was never in the record's eye have spent 18 months trying to find Officer D. Marsh of the Missouri State Highway Patrol. He doesn't exist. I have called the MSHEP Public Records Office, the specific troop district for the area where I encountered him, the Missouri Department of Public Safety, and a friend of mine who works in law enforcement in St. Louis and knows how to run these searches properly. All of them came back with the same answer. No officer named D. Marsh, badge number 4471, is or has been employed by the Missouri State Highway Patrol. The man who stopped me on I-44 in Phelps County at 2:08 a.m. on a November night was either someone impersonating a state trooper, a serious crime, or something else. Something I don't have a clean word for. I am going to describe him, and then I am going to tell you what he told me, and then I am going to tell you what happened 40 minutes after he drove away. And you can draw your own conclusions because I have run out of conclusions to draw. He came up behind me with his lights on, standard stop, blue and red in my mirrors. The instant sick feeling of a driver who is now doing the math on his logbook hours and his last wait station check. I pulled to the shoulder. He parked behind me. Normal. He was in full uniform. I have been stopped by highway patrol a number of times over my driving career, and I know what the uniform looks like. His was correct in every particular. The tan shirt, the dark trousers, the campaign hat, the badge visible on his chest when he came to the window. He had a flashlight. He had a clipboard. He had a name tag that I read clearly in the cab light. D. Marsh. And below that a badge number, 4471, he was approximately 45 to 50. Lean, with a face that I would describe as weathered and careful, gray at the temples. He moved the way experienced officers move, deliberate, unhurried, aware of everything. He asked for my license, registration, and operating authority. I provided them. He looked at them for a longer time than usual. "You're running late," he said. "Little behind schedule," I said. "Weather earlier. Where are you headed?" "Springfield," I said. "Drop at a distribution center." He nodded. He handed my documents back. And then, instead of going back to his cruiser to run my information, which is what they do, every time, they go back to the cruiser and run your CDL and your plates and your dot number, he stayed at my window. "I need you to hear something," he said. His voice had changed. Not dramatically. It was still low and even. The voice of authority, but there was something in it now that hadn't been there. A kind of weight, like he was choosing every word with unusual care. "The road ahead is going to look clear," he said. "For about the next 30 miles, it's going to look clear, and you're going to want to make up that time you've lost. I'm asking you not to do that." I looked at him. "Is there something on the road?" "There will be," he said. "Keep it under 55. Stay right. If you see brake lights ahead, stop completely. Don't try to navigate around whatever it is. Full stop." I didn't know what to say to this. It wasn't any kind of stop I'd ever had. It wasn't a citation. Wasn't a warning. Wasn't a brake check or a log audit. He had stopped me to tell me something was going to happen on the road ahead of me. "How do you know?" I asked. He looked at me steadily. "This road," he said. "I know this road. He handed the clipboard toward me. On it was a piece of paper with a name and a date. A driver's name I didn't recognize. A date from 4 years previous. That driver was in a hurry too, he said. Mile 184. Right side of the road. He took the clipboard back. 55, he said. Stay right. He walked back to his cruiser. His lights went off. The emergency lights, the headlights, all of them. I sat on the shoulder and watched in my mirror, and the cruiser was there, and then it wasn't. No acceleration, no lights pulling away, no crunch of gravel as it moved. Just gone dark highway where a cruiser had been. I wrote down what I could remember. D. Marsh, badge 4471. Missouri State Highway Patrol. November 2:08 a.m. I-44 westbound Phelps County. I pulled back onto the highway. I set my cruise at 54 miles an hour. I stayed in the right lane. At mile marker 184, I came around a long curve and found 3 cars across both lanes. An accident that had just happened, the vehicle still settling, no emergency services on scene yet, glass scattered across both lanes, and a car on its side partially blocking the right shoulder. If I had been doing 70, which I had been before the stop, I would have had no time. At 54, coming around that curve, I had time. Not a lot, but enough. I was the first driver on scene. I called 911. I got out and checked on the people in the cars. 2 were shaken but functional. 1 needed help but was alive. I stayed until the ambulances came. When the state troopers arrived, 2 of them, both in their 20s, I told them another officer had stopped me about 40 minutes ago, told me to slow down, that something was going to happen on this road. I told them the name and badge number. One of them looked at the other. D. Marsh? The younger one said. The other one had an expression I couldn't read. We'll look into that, he said. When I followed up, first with M. Shep Records, then with the Troop District, then through every channel I could find, the answer was always the same. No officer by that name, that badge number. No record of a traffic stop at that location at that time in any of their systems. I submitted a formal inquiry. I received a formal response, the search was conducted, no matching personnel record was found. I contacted the local newspaper in Rolla, Missouri on a long shot and asked if they had any records of an officer named D. Marsh who'd worked this stretch of I-44. An older reporter there, 60-something, been covering Phelps County for decades, called me back the next day. D. Marsh, she said. Dennis Marsh. My hands went cold. Yeah. Dennis Marsh worked this road, she said. Retired maybe 15 years ago, passed away not long after. Heart attack, I think. He was well known around here. Older trooper, worked I-44 for most of his career. He was involved in a bad accident years before he retired. Multiple fatalities. That stretch around mile 183, 184, it affected him. She paused. Why are you asking? I told her. All of it. She was quiet for a long time. Then she said, Dennis Marsh knew that road better than anyone who ever drove a patrol car on it. If something was going to happen, he'd know. He's been dead for 15 years, I said. I know, she said. We sat with that for a moment. She and I, on the phone, with the weight of it between us. He stopped a couple of other drivers, she said finally. Over the years, reports came in that never matched any officer on duty. I wrote a small piece about it once, maybe 10 years ago. The department told me to leave it alone. I asked if she still had the piece. She emailed it to me. 3 paragraphs, buried in a local news roundup from 2014. 2 drivers who'd been stopped near mile 184 by an officer in a Missouri State Highway Patrol uniform. Both times, an accident ahead. Both times, no record of a stop. Both times, the name D. Marsh or the badge number 4471. Dennis Marsh has been dead for 15 years. He stopped me on his road on a November night and told me to slow down. He knew something was going to happen at mile 184. He always knew. I drive I-44 still. I drive it often. It's part of my regular corridor, Every time I come to that stretch, to the long curve before mile 184, I set my cruise to 54, and I move to the right lane, and I watch everything with both eyes. I have not seen the cruiser again. I have not seen the campaign hat, or the weathered careful face, or the clipboard. But I know he's there. Some people leave when they die, and some people stay with the thing they knew best, the thing that mattered most to them, the road that was theirs for 30 years, and they stay on it because the work isn't finished, because the road is still dangerous, because there are still drivers coming around that curve too fast in the dark. Badge 4471. D. Marsh, still on duty. Some roads have the best protectors. My dashcam recorded someone sitting beside me. I need to tell you about the footage before I tell you anything else, because the footage is the thing that makes this impossible to dismiss. I have the footage. It's on a memory card that I've had sitting in a locked box in my bedroom for 14 months. I've watched it 7 times. 7 times in 14 months, which is both more and less than you might think. More because each viewing costs something I'm not sure I can get back, and less because every few months the need to verify that it's real becomes stronger than the need to protect myself from seeing it again. It is real. The footage is real. My dashcam is a dual lens model, front-facing and cab-facing. I bought it for insurance purposes about 3 years ago. It records continuously while the truck is running, loops over old footage every 72 hours, and saves footage automatically when the motion sensor detects impact or hard braking. I never paid much attention to the cab-facing lens except to occasionally glance at the preview to make sure it was working. I paid attention to it the morning of April 17th. I had been on a long overnight run from Louisville to Cincinnati and back. A short regional haul should have been routine. I'd left the terminal at 11 p.m., made my delivery at the Cincinnati warehouse at 2 in the morning, and started back. I was tired by the time I hit the highway south. The road was empty, and the night was deep, and I had the radio on low, and I was doing what you do on familiar roads in the dark hours, managing my alertness, watching the road, not thinking too much. I got home at 6. I slept. I got up the next day and went through my usual morning routine, which includes a quick check of the dashcam footage from the previous run. I developed this habit after a near miss last year, just to review anything that happened. I plugged the memory card into my laptop. I watched the outbound journey without incident. Louisville to Cincinnati, mostly dark highway, nothing unusual. I started watching the return. Cincinnati to Louisville, I-71 South. I'm visible in the lower portion of the cab-facing frame, my shoulder, the back of my head, the occasional profile when I check my mirrors. Normal footage. The road ahead is visible in the front-facing lens, empty and straight. I'm watching the footage and I'm drinking coffee, and I'm half thinking about something else entirely. And then around the 40-minute mark of the return leg, I see it. The passenger seat. The passenger seat, which was empty when I got in the truck and which I had verified, was empty. Because I always throw my bag on the passenger seat when I drive, and my bag was on the seat in the outbound footage, and in the return footage my bag was on the floor beside the seat because someone was sitting in the passenger seat. I put the coffee down. I backed the footage up, played it again from the beginning of the return leg. My bag is on the passenger seat for the first 11 minutes of the return leg. Then there is a frame, a single frame, 1/24th of a second, where the bag is on the seat, and the next frame, the bag is on the floor. Not thrown, not knocked. On the floor neatly, as if placed there. And in the seat where it had been, a figure. I want to describe this figure carefully because I have looked at it on a large screen and I have zoomed in on every pixel I can extract, and I want to be precise. It was human in shape. Sitting in the passenger seat in the normal orientation, facing forward, upright, slightly reclined the way you sit in a truck cab. The proportions were right for an adult. Head, shoulders, torso, the suggestion of arms resting in the lap. The details are where it becomes impossible. The figure had no defined edges. It was present in the sense that the seat looked occupied. The cushion was depressed, the shape was there, but the figure itself was not solid in the way a person is solid. It was more like negative space, like a person-shaped absence that was nonetheless more present than the air around it. And it was looking at me. I know this because the cab-facing lens is angled to capture the driver's area, and the figure's head orientation, what I can determine of it, is turned slightly toward me, toward the driver's seat, toward where I was sitting 11 inches away. I sat at my kitchen table and watched myself drive home, not knowing that something was sitting beside me. In the footage, I am completely unaware. I check mirrors, I adjust the radio once, I reach for a water bottle. Normal, the figure sits beside me for 1 hour and 7 minutes of highway driving. Then, 14 minutes from my terminal, it is simply gone. My bag is back on the passenger seat. I didn't put it there. The footage is continuous. No cuts. It's just back. I watch the footage where the figure disappears frame by frame. One frame, figure present, bag on floor. Next frame, figure absent, bag on seat. 14 minutes from home. It got off before I reached my terminal. I called the dashcam manufacturer. I spoke to their technical support team about whether the dual lens setup could create artifacts or overlay errors that might produce a figure-shaped shadow in the cab-facing footage. The technician was patient and thoughtful, and ultimately told me that what I was describing wasn't a known artifact of the system, that the cab lens and road lens were independent, and that if I was seeing a figure in the footage was showing what the camera saw. I showed the footage to 4 people. My wife, my brother, who works in video production, a truck driver friend named Mike, a woman from my church who I trust to be level-headed. All 4 of them saw the figure. My brother, who is the most technically minded of the group, spent 2 hours examining the footage on his professional editing setup. He told me there was no compression artifact, no lens reflection, no sensor issue that would explain it. The seat appeared occupied because something was occupying it. "What is it?" he asked. "I don't know," I said. "Was there anything unusual about that night?" he asked. "About that road?" I thought about it. The run had been standard. But on the outbound leg, coming up the highway in the dark, I had passed the scene of an accident. The aftermath, just the debris and the flares and the state patrol cars. The vehicles already moved, but the glass still on the road. It hadn't been a current incident. The traffic had been moving through normally. An old scene, already cleared, just the residue of something bad. My brother looked at me and I looked at my brother. "You think something followed you back," he said. "I don't know what to think," I said. "I have not reviewed the dashcam footage since the 7th viewing. I know it's there. I know what's on it. I had the system professionally examined. The cameras are in good working order. The memory card is intact. The footage is authentic. I still drive. Same truck, same routes, same dashcam. I don't watch the cab-facing footage anymore, which I know is not rational, but the rational choice and the survivable choice are not always the same thing. But there's one thing I do now that I didn't do before. When I get into my truck, before I start the engine, I put my bag on the passenger seat. I buckle the seatbelt across it. Not all the way, I'm not claiming the logic is sound, but enough to make it clear that the seat is occupied. Spoken for. Taken. I drive with the radio on now too. Conversation radio, talk shows, voices. The cab is full of voices. It hasn't appeared on the footage again. I check the preview screen each morning, the way I used to, just the quick glance to confirm the lenses are working. The passenger seat is always empty on the preview. I tell myself that's because my bag is there. I tell myself the seatbelt across the bag matters. The thing is, in that footage, on that night in April, it never moved. It never reached for anything. It never tried to communicate. It just sat there in the dark cab of my truck for 1 hour and 7 minutes on an empty highway at 4 in the morning and looked at me. The road ahead in the front lens was clear the whole time. Nothing came out of the dark. I got home fine. Maybe it was protecting something. Maybe it just needed to get somewhere. Or maybe the roads at 4 in the morning have their own passengers, and sometimes a camera is honest enough to show you what's actually sitting beside you in the dark. I don't know. I drive with the radio on. I keep the passenger seat buckled. And every morning, before I pull out of the lot, I say out loud, quietly, not to anyone in particular, I say, wherever you need to go, I hope you get there. That's all I can do. I think that's all anyone can do. The fuel station that only appears during thunderstorms. The first time I stopped at the station, I wasn't even sure it was real. To clarify, I mean real in the ordinary sense. I mean I wasn't sure the building I was looking at was a currently operating business and not an abandoned structure with lights on for some inexplicable reason. The place had that quality that some buildings have, the quality of having been more things than it currently was, of carrying its history visibly, like a face that shows its age, but the pumps were running, the lights were on. And when I went inside, a man behind the counter sold me a cup of coffee and made change from a real register. So I accepted it as real and moved on. And I didn't think about it much until the second time. The second time I understood. Let me give you the geography. I run a route that takes me through the western edge of Tennessee, cutting north on a state highway through a stretch of rural nothing before I pick up the interstate. It's a road I've been on maybe 24 times over the years, and I knew it well enough. The crossroads, the grain elevators, the $1 store in a crossroads town, the long, flat stretches that go straight for miles. There is no fuel station on that stretch. I knew this. I had run out of fuel on it once, years ago, and learned to always top off before entering it because there was nothing for 30 miles. The first storm night, I stopped at a fuel station I hadn't seen before. I remember the weather precisely because weather is always the first thing in my mind on a drive. November, late full thunderstorm moving across Tennessee from the southwest, lightning illuminating the flat country and strobing white every few minutes. Rain coming down hard enough to turn the road into a mirror. I was watching the storm and the road and the fuel gauge, and I was calculating that I'd have enough to make the 30-mile stretch when I saw the lights. A fuel station on the right side of the road, lit canopy, lit sign, Hollis Fueling, the kind of name that suggests a family business from decades past. 2 pump islands. The building behind them, a low cinder block structure with a lighted window. I pulled in because the fuel gauge was closer to empty than I'd calculated, and having a station appear when you need one is not something you refuse. The man behind the counter was old, 70, 75, white-haired, with the unhurried manner of someone who has been doing the same job for a very long time. He sold me the coffee and made change, and told me the storm was going to follow me north for a while before it broke. He said it the way people say things they know from long experience, not from a weather app. I asked if he was always open this late, open when it's needed, he said. I thought that was the kind of thing old men who run rural fuel stations say, the laconic folksiness of someone who's seen enough of life to distill it to short sentences. I thanked him and left. The second time was 8 months later, a March storm, bigger than the November one. The kind of storm that darkens the whole sky from horizon to horizon and makes you feel like the atmosphere has decided to make a point. Same road, same direction, same approximate stretch of the 30-mile nothing. And there were the lights again. Hollis Fueling. I pulled in again, not because I needed fuel this time, I'd topped off deliberately, but because I'd been thinking about that station for 8 months, half convinced I dreamed it or misremembered where it was, and here it was again, exactly where I remembered, exactly as it had been. Same man behind the counter, same white hair, same stillness. He looked at me when I came in, and he nodded as if he remembered me, which meant either he had an excellent memory for faces or he didn't get many customers. "Coffee?" he asked. "Please," I said. While he poured it, I looked around the interior. Small, not much bigger than a gas station bathroom in the modern sense, with a few shelves of road supplies and a refrigerated case of drinks. On the wall above the register was a photograph. Black and white, framed, a man in a truck in front of what looked like this same building except newer, the sign reading Hollis Fueling in fresh paint. "Your family?" I asked, nodding at the photo. He looked at it. "My father," he said, "built this place in 1948. I looked around the interior again. 1948 made sense, suddenly, for everything about it. The layout, the fixtures, the quality of the cinder block. A place built in 1948 and unchanged since. "You've been running it since then?" I said. "Since he couldn't anymore," the man said. I drank my coffee. I asked him something that had been bothering me since the first visit. "I drive this road regularly," I said. "I've driven it maybe 20 times over the last few years. I never saw this station until last November, and I've been watching for it since. Drove this stretch in good weather twice since November, daytime once. Didn't see you." He looked at me the way people look at you when you've said something they've been waiting to hear. "What was the weather last November?" he asked. "Storm," I said. "Big thunderstorm." He nodded. "And tonight?" I gestured at the window where the lightning was strobing the parking lot. He nodded again. "Trucks need stopping places," he said. "Storms are when drivers are most likely to need stopping." I sat with that for a moment. "You're saying you're only here during storms," I said. He considered this. "I'm saying," he said carefully, "that storms are when the station is most useful." I asked him then, directly, because I had been thinking about it for the 15 minutes I'd been sitting on that stool. I asked him when he'd last had another customer. He thought about it. "Last spring," he said. "Bad storm came through in April. Man in a pickup was about to go into the ditch on the turn north of here. Came in. Settled down. Made it home." "You remember the year?" I asked. He named a year that was not last year. It was 9 years ago. I put the coffee cup down. "You remember the year clearly," I said. "I remember every customer," he said. He said this without weight, without drama, the way you'd say any plain fact. I paid for the coffee. I walked to the door. I stopped with my hand on it. "Your name," I said. "Is it Hollis? Same as the sign?" "My father's name," he said. "William Hollis. I'm James." "James," I said. "Thank you for the coffee." "Drive careful," he said. "Storm's going to get worse before the turnoff. Stay centered in your lane." I drove careful. The storm did get worse. At the turnoff north, where the state highway met the county road, there was standing water across both lanes that I wouldn't have seen coming if I'd been going any faster than I was. I was going slowly because I'd taken the time to stop. I've been on that road 7 more times since. 3 times in good weather, 2 times in light rain, once in a clear night, once in a morning fog. I did not see Hollis Fueling on any of those drives. The last time I saw it was a June storm, 3 months ago. Biggest storm I've driven in years, the sky was that particular green-black that tornado watches are made of. I was white-knuckled and doing 40 and watching the ditches. And there were the lights. Hollis Fueling. Both pump islands lit. I pulled in. James Hollis was behind the counter. He poured my coffee before I asked. I sat and listened to the storm. After a while, I asked him something I'd been working up to for 3 years. "James," I said, "are you all right?" He looked at me. I said, Are you okay out here? Is there anything you need?" He was quiet for a moment. And then he smiled, a small, tired, true smile, the kind that means something. "I'm where I need to be," he said, "doing what I need to do." The storm broke about 2 hours later. I drove north in clearing skies. I didn't look in my rearview mirror as I passed the place where the station would have been. I didn't want to see the empty field. I know it's there. But it's also there when the storms come. And that, I've decided, is what matters. Every driver warned me never to stop at exit 47 in 12 years of driving. I have been warned about maybe 40 exits, and about 38 of them the warning made sense. Bad neighborhood. Way station that runs slow. Truck stop with a reputation for theft or worse. Diner that'll give you something you'll be sorry for. These are the warnings that have practical content, that pass between drivers the way useful information should, specific and actionable and grounded in experience. Exit 47 was different. The warnings about Exit 47 were not specific in the practical sense. Nobody said there was theft there, or a scale house with a grudge, or a diner with bad hygiene. What they said was, don't stop there. Not at night, not in the day, not for fuel, not for any reason. Don't turn on that ramp. Don't let your curiosity get the better of you. One driver said it with the particular flatness of a man who has made peace with something. You go up that ramp, you come back wrong. He didn't explain what he meant by wrong. He didn't have to. Exit 47 is on a stretch of highway in rural Missouri that I ran 4 times a year on a Memphis to Kansas City contract. It's not a busy stretch, farm country. Mostly, the kind of road where you can go 20 minutes without seeing another vehicle. Exit 47 is a standard cloverleaf exit with a numbered county road and nothing visible from the highway except trees and a water tower about half a mile off in the distance. The first 6 times I ran that stretch, I didn't stop. The warnings had done their work. The 7th time, I stopped. I want to be honest about why, because the why matters. It wasn't bravado or skepticism. I was tired and the fuel situation was more aggressive than I'd planned for, and the next confirmed fuel stop was 20 miles on, and I'd noticed what looked like a gas station sign visible from the shoulder just past the exit ramp. A rational calculation. The warnings were vague, the fuel gauge was not, and I made a choice. I took the ramp at exit 47. The county road at the bottom of the ramp was narrow and cracked. The kind of pavement that's been patched so many times it's more patched than original. I turned right, toward where I'd thought I'd seen the gas station sign, and there it was, maybe a quarter mile from the exit, a fuel station with a lit canopy and 2 pump islands. I pulled in. The station was small, old, the kind of operation that exists because it's always been there rather than because there's sufficient business to justify it. The pump I chose was one of the older analog models. Though functional enough, the numbers rolled up correctly. The nozzle fit my tank. The fuel flowed. I went inside to pay. The interior was dim. 1 fluorescent light working, 1 flickering, 1 out. A few shelves with the kind of merchandise that nobody ever buys but that fuel stations keep anyway. Dusty candy bars, automotive fluids. An ancient rack of road maps for states I couldn't identify from the angle I was standing. A register at the counter. No one at the register. I stood there for a minute. Called out. Nothing. I looked around the store. I went to the back, a short walk, the place was maybe 30 feet deep, and checked the restroom. Empty. I came back to the register and waited. After maybe 5 minutes, a door I hadn't noticed beside the register opened, and a man came out. He was indeterminate in age, somewhere between 40 and 70, the kind of face where you can't tell because something in the expression doesn't age the way normal faces do. He wore a work shirt with a name embroidered over the pocket, but I couldn't read it from where I was standing. He moved behind the counter without looking at me. Pump 3, I said. I told him the amount. He looked at the register. He looked at me. You came off the highway, he said. Yes, I said. Exit 47, he said. Yes, I said. He nodded slowly. He rang up the fuel. He gave me my total. I paid. Standard transaction. But as I turned to go, he said, You'll want to leave quickly. I stopped. Why? The people here, he said, don't always know you're not from here. I looked at him. I looked around the empty store. What people? I said. He looked at me steadily. Leave quickly, he said. Straight back to the highway. Don't look into the field on your right. I looked at the window. Outside was the pump canopy, and beyond it the county road, and beyond that a field on the right side. Dark. I could see the shapes of things at the field's edge, post shapes, the suggestion of structures. "What's in the field?" I said. "Leave," he said. Not unkindly, not with alarm, just the plain word, delivered with a weight that made it clear he'd said it before. I went back to my truck. I pulled out of the station. I drove toward the exit ramp, moving the way you move when something has told you to move, faster than casual, not quite fast enough to be panicked. The speed of a person maintaining dignity while listening to their instincts. I did not look into the field on my right. I almost looked. You understand how these things work? The instruction not to look is the thing that makes looking feel most necessary. The body's need to evaluate threat requiring visual confirmation of what the threat is. My head turned slightly, my peripheral vision already picking up movement at the field's edge, shadows in the dark that were perhaps shaped like. I kept my eyes on the road. I made the ramp. I accelerated onto the highway. I put 5 miles between me and exit 47 before I exhaled completely. At a rest stop, I called Roy Dumas, the longest tenured driver I know, the man who'd given me the original warning about exit 47 8 years ago. He answered on the third ring, which meant he was awake, which meant he was on a run. I told him I'd taken the exit. There was a long silence. "You came back," he said finally. "Yes," I said. "You went to the station," he said. It wasn't a question. "How did you know there was a station?" "There's always a station," he said. "Everybody who goes up that ramp ends up at the station. That's what the exit is for." "What is the exit for?" I said. Roy was quiet for a moment. "There used to be a town there," he said. "Before my time. Long before. Small community. Farming community. Something happened to it. I've heard different versions. None of them are good. The town's been gone for a long time, but something about that exit, something about that road." He stopped. "The man at the counter," I said. "He told me to leave. He told me the people there don't always know I'm not from there." "The man at the counter is the only one who knows," Roy said. "Or maybe he's the only one who's had long enough to figure it out. I don't know his story. I know he's been there every time anyone's gone up that ramp, going back as far as I've talked to people about it." "What's in the field?" I said. Another long silence. "The people who don't know they're gone," Roy said. "Going about whatever they were doing when whatever happened, and sometimes they see you and you don't look right to them and they—" He stopped again. "Roy," I said, "what happens to the drivers who don't come back right?" "Nothing that shows on the outside," he said carefully. "Nothing you can point to. But you talk to them 6 months later and something's not where it was. Like a photograph with one thing changed, you know it's different, but you can't say what." I drove home in the dark thinking about that, about what I'd almost seen in the peripheral edge of the field, about shapes at the border of a town that wasn't there anymore, going about the business of a day that had ended so long ago they didn't know it had ended, about the man behind the counter who warned them, who kept watching the road and warning the drivers who came off the ramp, not understanding what they'd turned toward, who had been doing it long enough and alone enough that maybe the distinction between him and the rest of them was thinner than it appeared. Exit 47. I've run that route 6 more times since. I stay in the right lane and I watch the water tower off in the distance, and I keep going. Every driver warned me. They were right. If you see exit 47, keep driving. Don't look at the water tower. Don't think about the station or the man behind the counter or the field on the right side of the county road. Just keep going. The fuel gauge can wait. Trust me on this one. The convoy that vanished into the night fog there were 7 trucks in the convoy when I joined it. When the fog cleared, there were none. I want to be careful about how I tell this, because the temptation with a story like this is to dramatize the central mystery at the expense of the texture, the accumulated small details that made it feel real, that made the vanishing so much more disturbing than just a disappearance. The texture is what convinces me, on the nights when I sit up and second-guess my own memory, that it happened the way I remember it. The texture is what I come back to. Let me give you the texture first. December, Interstate 80 in Nebraska, moving west. The kind of Nebraska winter night that the state specializes in, flat and dark and enormous, the sky pressed down close by cloud cover. No stars, no moon, nothing but your headlights and the white lines and whatever the dark decides to show you. I'd been running for 6 hours out of Des Moines, and I was tired in the way you get tired on flat roads, where the sameness of the landscape stops giving your mind anything to grip. The fog started around Kearney. Ground fog off the Platte River, thick and white, the kind that sits in layers. You drive through clear patches, and then suddenly you're in it, zero visibility. And then you're out again. Disorienting. The kind of conditions where you slow down and pay attention and count the time until it's behind you. I came up on the convoy about 40 miles west of Kearney. 7 trucks, all roughly the same type, standard 18-wheelers, dark-painted cabs, trailers without visible markings. Running in close formation, maybe 300 feet between each truck, which is tighter than recommended but not unusual when experienced drivers fall into a line and pace each other through bad conditions. Their headlights made a chain in the fog, appearing and disappearing as the fog thickened and thinned. I came up on the tail of the convoy at about 60 miles an hour and naturally fell in behind the last truck, reducing my speed to match theirs. I keyed my CB. Standard greeting, making my presence known to the convoy ahead. No response. This wasn't unusual. Not everybody monitors Channel 19 anymore, especially solo operators who don't feel like listening to chatter. I announced my position again, said I was behind them at roughly 300 feet, asked if anyone had their ears on. Silence. I stayed in position. The convoy moved steadily, about 55 miles per hour, even speed, no acceleration or braking. In the fog, this kind of steady pace from the vehicles ahead of you is genuinely reassuring. You let the guy in front set the tempo, and you watch his lights. I watched their lights for 40 minutes. Now let me give you the details that bother me. The things I noticed in those 40 minutes that I couldn't explain at the time, and can't explain now. The trucks had no clearance lights. Every commercial truck is required by law to have amber clearance lights across the top of the cab and the trailer. In fog, on an interstate, at night, those lights are what you track. They're the first things visible as you approach. These trucks had no clearance lights. Their only visible lights were headlights visible from behind as reflections and tail lights. Red, steady. No running lights on the trailers. No dot reflective tape. No company markings visible. And they made no sound. I know how that reads. I know how insane it sounds to say that 7 18-wheelers on a federal interstate made no sound. But I rolled my window down in those 40 minutes several times, and the sound that came in was the sound of my own engine and the fog-muffled howl of my own wind noise, and below that, as best I could hear, nothing. The trucks ahead of me were not generating the sound that trucks their size and speed should generate. Sound carries differently in fog. I know this. Dense moisture in the air changes acoustics. This is the explanation I've applied to this. Every time. I'm not fully satisfied with it. The vanishing happened at a point where the fog got very bad, the worst patch of the night, white and total, closing down visibility to maybe 50 feet. The tail lights of the truck directly ahead of me had been steady and red for 40 minutes. I watched them, and then I watched them dim. Not switch off. Not disappear suddenly. Dim. The way a light dims when its power source is being reduced, the red going to dark red, going to a smear of color, going to nothing. Not like lights going around a curve or dipping below a ridge. More like they were moving away from me without moving, getting farther without the distance changing, receding into a dimension that wasn't ahead of me on the highway. I braked. I slowed to 40, then 30, watching the fog ahead for the truck. Nothing. I pulled to the shoulder. Emergency flashers on. I sat and watched the lane ahead of me. No trucks came up behind me. No one passed me going west. The highway in both directions was empty. I got out and stood in the fog. I stood at the edge of the lane, and I listened. Nothing. Not 7 trucks doing 55. Nothing. I drove on. Slowly, fog thinned after a few miles and then cleared. Open Nebraska highway again, flat and dark, the lights of a small town off to the south. No convoy ahead of me in any direction I could see. I drove to the next rest area and I called a driver I know who runs I-80 Nebraska regularly. Woke him up. I told him what had happened. He was quiet for a while. Dark cabs? He asked. Close together? No lights on the trailers? Something went cold in my chest. Yes, I said. How long did you run with them? 40 minutes, I said. That's longer than most, he said. What does that mean? I said. He told me what he knew, which was fragmentary and uncertain, but which he'd assembled over years of hearing things on this run. There had been a convoy accident on I-80 in Nebraska, years ago, serious one, multiple trucks involved, in fog, in winter. A chain reaction collision. Several drivers killed. He wasn't sure of the exact date or location, but thought it was in this general stretch of road. He'd encountered the convoy once himself, 6 years ago. Had run with them for about 15 minutes before they disappeared. Had been shaken enough to pull over and collect himself. They don't hurt you, he said. As near as I can tell, nobody who's run with them has come to harm. They just run their route. Whatever route they were on. And then they disappear, I said. Into whatever the fog is on that stretch, he said. Yeah, I drove home over the following 2 days. I thought about those taillights dimming. The particular quality of the dimming, not like lights going off, but like something departing. Like the last moment of something moving away from you in every direction at once. I thought about 7 drivers who died in the fog on this road, and what it would mean if dying on a road is not always the end of the shift. What if some of them, some of the dead, are still out there? Still running their route? Still pushing west on I-80 through the Nebraska winter fog, not knowing they've reached the end of something? Still pacing each other through the bad conditions, because that's what you do in a convoy. You pace each other, you look out for each other, nobody gets left behind. Maybe that's why they stay. Maybe that's what the convoy is. 7 guys who looked out for each other and died together and can't quite stop doing the thing they were doing when they stopped being able to do it. I don't know. I drive I-80 in Nebraska when the fog is down, and I watch for the taillights now. If I see them, I don't think I'll follow this time. But I understand why I did. There's something comforting about having company in the fog, even that kind of company. Even company that disappears. I found my own grave at an abandoned truck stop. The name on the marker was mine. The dates were not right, not yet. But the name was mine, and when you find a grave marker with your name on it in an abandoned truck stop in the middle of Arkansas, the dates become something you examine very carefully and do not stop thinking about. I've been staring at the photograph I took for 8 months. I've shown it to 4 people. All 4 of them read the name the same way I do. My name. My full name, not a common one, not something that appears coincidentally. My name, rendered in the kind of weathered stone lettering that suggests decades of exposure. The stone itself was old. The name was not. Let me set the scene because the scene is part of it. Highway 65 in central Arkansas, coming south through the Ozark foothills, heading to a delivery in Little Rock. I'd been on the road since midnight, and it was coming up on 5 in the morning. That hour when the night hasn't ended, but the day hasn't started. When the world is running on its own time and you're the only one who knows it's happening. I needed to stop. Not for fuel, for the mandatory 30-minute rest that my logbook required before I was willing to write the rest of the run. I'd been watching for somewhere to pull off safely, and the highway was giving me nothing. No rest areas, no open businesses, nothing but dark road and dark tree line. I almost missed the sign. It was a billboard-sized thing set back from the road. Dark wood with faded painted letters, Hilltop 24-hour truck stop, with an arrow pointing down a side road to the right. The paint was old enough that I couldn't make out the smaller text, but the arrow was still legible and the road was there, so I turned. The side road dropped away sharply from the highway and curved around a low hill, and the truck stop revealed itself as I came around the hill. A large paved lot, a main building, fuel canopy, the bones of what had been a substantial operation. It was abandoned. Clearly abandoned for years. The windows of the main building were dark and several were broken. The fuel canopy had a section of roof that had given way, and the paving was cracked and grass sprouted. But the lot was flat and large, and I needed 30 minutes. I parked. I set my alarm. I closed my eyes. I woke up with 20 minutes still on the clock, too restless to sleep, and I got out and walked. The truck stop had been a real operation in its day. The main building was bigger than I'd initially thought. Diner, fuel station, small market, showers, the whole amenity package. Through the broken windows, I could see the outlines of booths still in the diner area. The counter still in place, a menu board on the wall with letters that had slid and fallen, but still partly legible. The place had been left mid-operation, not cleared out, which gave it the unsettling quality of all suddenly abandoned spaces, the sense of a life interrupted rather than concluded. I walked around the building. Behind the main structure was a smaller one, what might have been a maintenance building or a driver's lounge, separated from the main building by about 30 feet of cracked pavement. And beyond that building, at the tree line where the lot met the beginning of the hill's forested slope, was a small enclosed area. I walked to it. It was a grave plot. 6, 7 graves marked with stones of different ages, headstones of various sizes, some simple flat markers, 1 or 2 larger upright stones. This is not as unusual as it sounds in rural Arkansas. Family cemeteries on private property exist throughout the region. Small plots maintained through generations, sometimes absorbed into the land around them when the family moves on or dies out. The hilltop property probably had been family land before it was a truck stop. The graves had probably been there longer than the business. I walked through them, reading what I could read. Several were from the early 20th century, one from the mid-1800s. The stones were mossy and worn, the inscriptions partly illegible. I crouched to read them in the light of my phone. And then I came to the last one, set apart from the others by a few feet. Newer stone, the weathering was less advanced, the edges still sharper than the older markers. The lettering was clear. My name. My full name. Both names, first and last. The last name is not common. I have never met another person who shares it. Seeing it on a grave marker in an abandoned truck stop in Arkansas while the sun was barely thinking about rising was an experience I am not going to try to describe fully, because some experiences don't fit in words, and the attempt just makes them smaller. The birth year on the stone was not my birth year. It was 22 years earlier than my birth year, which means whoever this person was, they were born in a different generation than mine. The death year was this year. I am going to say that again because it is the part that I have spent 8 months sitting with. The death year on that stone was this year. Not last year. Not a year in the past. This year. The year I am currently in. The year I found the marker. But there was no death date. Just the year, as if the date wasn't known yet, or wasn't finished, or hadn't happened yet. I took the photographs, 11 of them, from different angles in the best light my phone could manage. I walked back to my truck. I drove south to Little Rock. I made my delivery. I drove home. I did not sleep well for a month. I hired a genealogical researcher, asked her to look for anyone with my full name born approximately 22 years before me with any connection to Central Arkansas. It took her 2 weeks. She found one person. Born in the year on the stone. A truck driver. Worked regional routes through Arkansas and Missouri. Died in an accident on Highway 65 in Central Arkansas. She found him. The accident had been at a curve on Highway 65, not far from the Hilltop truck stop turnoff. She sent me the death record. The name was mine. His name. The same name, 2 generations apart. He had died on this road. Was he related to me? The researcher found a possible connection, a branch of the family that had moved to Tennessee, which is where my grandfather was from. Nothing certain, a thread, not a proof. But his name is on that stone. And his name is my name. And the road he died on is the road I drive. I went back to the Hilltop property in August, drove the side road, parked in the lot, walked to the grave plot. The stone was there. I stood in front of it for a long time. The death year was still this year. There was still no date. I have 3 months left in this year. I am not a superstitious man. I am a truck driver. We are by necessity pragmatists, but I've taken 3 things from this, and I've made them rules. I don't drive Highway 65 at night anymore. Daytime only. Clear conditions. I've reduced my hours. I don't push the limit anymore. Mandatory rest is mandatory. And I check in with my wife every 2 hours on every run. She knows where I am, always. Every stop, every deviation. The stone has my name on it. It might be a man who died on this road 60 years ago, whose only connection to me is a shared name and a shared profession and a shared stretch of highway. Or it might be a warning so specific it found a way to reach me in a language I'd have to take seriously. I am taking it seriously. This year is not over. I am going to finish it. Whatever is on that stone, whatever it knows, I intend to make it wrong about the date. Even if it doesn't know the date yet. Even if it's waiting to find out. So am I. So am I. Story 7. The Trucker Who Never Stopped Smiling. I met him at a truck stop in Amarillo, and at the time I thought he was just one of those people who exist in permanent good humor. The ones who smile through everything because they've made a decision about the world and they're sticking to it. I've met a few people like that in this business. Long-haul trucking selects for a kind of equanimity that can look, from the outside, like joy. But his smile was different, and I knew it was different before I could have told you why. I know now. My name is Harold Wick. The trucker I'm going to tell you about I only ever knew as Dane. He had his name stitched on the front of his denim jacket in yellow thread, the kind of personal touch some old-school drivers do. Dane. No last name I ever learned. We were both fueling up adjacent pumps. He looked about 50, maybe older, weathered skin, thick hands, the kind of eyes that have been squinting into sun and headlights for decades. He was smiling. Not broadly, not artificially, just this constant, settled, present smile, as if whatever he was looking at was mildly, reliably pleasant. He noticed me looking and said, "Hell of a sunset, isn't it?" I looked west. The Texas sky was doing what Texas skies do. Enormous orange and violet, the horizon flat and the clouds catching fire. I agreed it was something. We got to talking, the way you do at pumps when you're both waiting for the same slow fuel delivery. He was heading east, same direction as me, though he was going further, all the way to Memphis, he said. Maybe past that. I was stopping in Oklahoma City. Inside the truck stop, we ended up at the counter near each other, and over coffee I noticed the smile didn't go away. Not once. He ordered coffee and eggs and thanked the waitress with that smile. He talked about the drive with that smile. He looked at his phone, at his map, at the table, at me. Same smile. Unwavering. I asked him how long he'd been driving. Long time, he said, smiling. Longer than I can really account for. You like it? I do, he said, and there was something in the way he said it. Simply, with complete conviction, but with an undertone I couldn't identify. There's nowhere better to be for me. The road keeps going. I keep going with it. I asked him if he had family. He said he had people he thought about often. Not quite an answer. I asked him where he was based out of. He named a city I didn't recognize, said it quickly, in a mumble that I didn't catch cleanly. When I asked him to repeat it, he smiled and said it didn't matter much. Most people hadn't heard of it. We parted ways at the parking lot. He shook my hand, firm, dry, normal handshake, and said it had been good to talk. I watched him walk to his truck. He had an old Peterbilt, very well maintained for its age, and he climbed in and started up and pulled out without checking his mirrors? No, that's not right. He didn't check his mirrors because he didn't need to. He pulled out without hesitation, as if he knew exactly where everything around him was, as if he could see the lot without looking. I saw him again 3 days later, westbound on I-40, going the opposite direction from Memphis. He was smiling, same smile. He saw me and raised one hand in a wave. I saw him a week after that, on a truck stop camera feed that was playing on a TV in a diner, one of those segments about highway safety, with footage from DOT cameras. There was Dane's Peterbilt in the background of several shots, and when the camera briefly caught the driver's side window in one clip, there was his face, smiling. I started asking about him, described him, the denim jacket with the name stitched on it, the old Peterbilt, the smile. I described him to other drivers, to dispatchers, to truck stop employees on my regular routes. Most people either hadn't seen him or couldn't say, but 2 drivers had. A man from Tennessee named Garrett who'd talked to Dane in a rest area said he'd thought Dane was unusual but couldn't specify why. A woman named Rosa, who drove the same I-40 corridor, said she'd seen him on and off for years. Always the same truck, always the same face, always that same expression. How many years? I asked her. She thought about it. I've been driving since 2001, she said slowly. He looked the same when I started as he looks now. 20-some years, same face, same smile, same age. I found an archived trucking forum post from 2008. Someone describing a driver named Dane in a Peterbilt, yellow stitched name on his jacket. The smile. Found another from 1997, same description. Found a mention in a printed trucking newsletter from 1989, a brief note about a helpful driver who'd assisted another trucker with a breakdown. The name Dane. The description of the smile specifically noted. 1989. Possibly earlier. Same man, same truck, same expression. I don't know what Dane is. I don't know if he was ever a man in the ordinary sense, or if he became something different at some point on the road, or if the road itself in some way produced him, a figure assembled from the collective experience of millions of long-haul miles, wearing a human shape and keeping a human smile. What I know is that he's been out there for a long time, that he drives roads that don't end, heading for destinations that keep shifting, that he's always moving, always smiling, always willing to talk to a stranger at a fuel pump in Amarillo about a Texas sunset. There's worse company on a long road. There are worse things to be than the figure that keeps moving, keeps finding something mild and reliable to smile about, even when the road never ends and the destination never arrives. Maybe especially then. I still look for his Peterbilt when I'm out west. Haven't seen it in a while, but I'll keep looking. And if I see him at a fuel pump, at a diner counter, on the highway going the opposite direction, I'll wave. Because whatever Dane is, he's been company to a lot of lonely drivers on a lot of long roads, and that seems worth acknowledging. That seems worth a smile in return. Story 8. The Voice on Channel 19. Knew my next move. Channel 19 is the truckers' channel, the open CB frequency everyone monitors, where you call out accidents and construction and bears holding radar guns on the interstate. It's communal in the way all shared frequencies are communal. Anonymous voices from a community of strangers, information flowing in all directions, no one sender and everyone a receiver. I have been using Channel 19 for 17 years. I know its texture, its rhythms, its cast of recurring voices, the handle names people use, the banter, the brevity. It's a language I speak fluently. The voice on Channel 19 that night spoke my language perfectly. It's part of what made it so frightening. My name is Dennis Yuba. The run in question was a night haul from Omaha westbound on I-80 through Nebraska, a road I know as well as my own face. Flat, long, sometimes hypnotic in its repetition. It was February and the temperature outside was single digits, and there was light snow on the pavement. Not enough to be dangerous, but enough to make you careful. The voice first spoke to me at around 1:30 a.m., somewhere west of Grand Island. Westbound I-80, you've got a rough patch on the pavement coming up about 2 miles. Might want to ease down. Standard road condition call. I eased down. There was a rough patch. I appreciated the warning and thought nothing of it. 20 minutes later, westbound past Shelton, your left rear's carrying a little high. Might want to pull in and check your air. I pulled into a rest area and checked the left rear of my trailer. The tire pressure on the inside left was marginally elevated, Not dangerous, not yet, but higher than it should have been for the ambient temperature. I bled a little pressure, thanked whoever had called it on 19, and pulled back out. That's better, the voice said. That was the first unusual thing. You don't verify a tire call on the CB. You can't see another driver's tires from a moving vehicle in the dark, well enough to know if someone has adjusted their pressure. But I wrote it off. Maybe he'd seen me do something in the rest area from across the lot. 10 minutes later, westbound. You're going to want to take the Kearney Service Plaza, south side. Bay 3 is open and they've got somebody who can look at that left rear more thoroughly. I had not mentioned having an issue with my left rear. I had not broadcast anything on Channel 19 beyond a brief copy when I'd acknowledged the original tire call. Who is this? I keyed. Who am I talking to? No answer. I waited. I tried again. Then, Kearney Service Plaza, Dennis, south entrance, Bay 3. My name on the open channel, from a voice I didn't know. I should have just kept driving. But the thing about the tire was real. The pressure had been high, the adjustment was real, and whatever this voice was, it had been right about the road conditions too. I pulled into the Kearney Service Plaza. Bay 3 was open. A mechanic looked at the left rear. Found a small crack in the inner sidewall that would have blown on me inside of 2 hours. I asked the mechanic if he'd been monitoring Channel 19. He gave me a look that said he hadn't. I got back on 19 as I pulled out of the service plaza. Whoever you are, I said, you just saved me a blowout. A long pause. Then, you've got 2 more hours of road tonight. After Ogallala, you want to stay right of the center line through the overpass section. There's ice on the painted marks. How do you know where I'm going? I said. I know your route, the voice said. I've known your route for a while. What does that mean? Another pause. I used to drive this highway, this exact run. I know every mile of it. The voice was calm, not threatening, but with something in it that I can only describe as depth, like hearing a sound from inside a very large, very hollow space. I know what happens where. I try to help when I can. Help who? Whoever's out there and needs it. I asked him his name. He said not to worry about that. I asked him where he was, what mile marker, what vehicle. He didn't answer that either, but for the next 2 hours he stayed on 19. He told me about ice on the overpass. There was ice. He told me about a deer on the shoulder 8 miles before the Wyoming line. There was a deer. He told me to slow before a curve I thought I knew because the road had been repaved and the camber was slightly off now. It was. He knew the road. He knew it in the way you know something you have driven 1,000 times, intuitively, from memory, from love. Just before I took my exit, he spoke one last time. Good run tonight, Dennis. Get some rest. Thank you, I said. I mean it. Silence. Then, very faintly before he dropped off entirely. Someone did the same for me once. Kept me safe on a bad night. Tried to pay it back ever since. The frequency went quiet. I waited at the exit ramp for 5 minutes, listening to the empty channel. Nothing. I've asked around. Nobody knows a voice on 19 that matches what I heard. A voice that knows road conditions nobody can see, that knows drivers' names, that knows routes without being told. Nobody's had a conversation like mine. But other drivers, old-timers mostly, the ones who've been on 19 long enough to have heard everything, sometimes talk about a voice on the open channel that seems to know more than it should. That gives warnings nobody could give. That signs off conversations with a familiarity that makes no sense. My theory, and it's only a theory, is that someone who loved that highway never fully left it. That some part of him is still out there on I-80, still monitoring the channel, still calling out the rough patches and the black ice and the deer on the shoulder, still doing for strangers what he couldn't do enough for himself, maybe, on his last run. Paying it back, one broadcast at a time. I leave Channel 19 open now. I never used to. Too much noise, too much distraction. But I leave it open and I listen, and every so often, on a bad night, on a dark Nebraska road, I hear something that makes me slow down or move right or check a tire. And I say copy, and I slow down, and I'm grateful. The highway takes care of its own. Doesn't matter how long they've been gone. Story 9, I delivered a coffin that arrived before I did. I want to be methodical about this. When something doesn't make sense, my instinct is to establish the facts that can be established and work outward from there. 16 years of trucking has trained me this way. When something goes wrong with a load, you don't guess. You document, you trace. So I am going to document what I know in the order that I know it, and you can draw your own conclusions. My name is Thomas Greer. On April 14th, I picked up a load at a mortuary supply company in Columbus, Ohio. The load was 1 unit, a casket, wooden, mid-range mahogany, sealed in its manufacturer's packaging. It was going to a funeral home in Parkersburg, West Virginia, for a viewing scheduled that weekend. The manifest gave the funeral home's address, a contact name, a man named Dorrance, and a delivery window of Thursday morning. I loaded the casket myself, with the dock crew at the Columbus facility. I watched it go onto the lift gate, watched it secured in the trailer, confirmed the seal on the trailer doors. Seal number QV2291A. I wrote it on my manifest. I left Columbus at 11 a.m. on Wednesday. The drive to Parkersburg is roughly 2.5 hours. I took US 33, a route I've done many times. Nothing unusual. I arrived at the funeral home at 1:45 p.m. The receiving door was already open. A man came out, 50s, dark suit, the measured quiet of someone accustomed to proximity to grief. He introduced himself as Dorrance. I introduced myself. I told him I had his delivery. He looked at me with an expression I couldn't immediately read. Then he said, "We received the casket this morning." I told him that wasn't possible. I had been loading it at 11 a.m. It was now 1:45 p.m. I was standing at his door. He invited me inside. The casket was in the preparation room, uncrated, already positioned. Dark mahogany. The exact model I'd loaded. He showed me the receiving paperwork, signed in at 9:17 a.m. 2 hours before I'd finished loading in Columbus. I went out to my trailer. The seal on the doors was QV2291A, intact and unbroken. I broke it and opened the doors. The trailer was empty. I have never had a load disappear from a sealed trailer without the seal being broken. The seal was not broken. I watched it applied. I have the seal number on my manifest. The seal I broke in Parkersburg matched the number on my manifest. The trailer it was on was my trailer, with my unit number connected to my truck. The casket had been in my trailer when I left Columbus. The casket had been in Parkersburg since 9:17 a.m. Both of these things are documented. Both are verified. They cannot both be true, and yet they are. I called the Columbus facility. They pulled their loading dock records. The casket had been loaded on my trailer at 10:47 a.m. Their dock cameras confirmed it. The lift gate, the strapping, the trailer door closure, all of it on record. I called the funeral home's receiving records. The casket signed in at 9:17 a.m. The delivery driver, according to the log, had signed as T. Greer, my name. Delivered by me, according to their record, a full hour and a half before I'd finished loading it. I asked Dorrance if he could describe the driver who delivered it. He said he hadn't seen the driver personally. The delivery had been handled by his assistant, who was off that day. The delivery record showed the signature and the time, but no physical description. I drove back to Columbus. I went to the Columbus facility and pulled the security footage of the delivery bay for that morning. The cameras showed my truck, my license plate, my unit number, backing to the dock at 8:49 a.m. A figure climbed out of the cab, male, my approximate build, wearing a jacket similar to mine. The dock crew loaded the casket. The truck pulled away at 9:05 a.m. At 8:49 a.m. on April 14th, I was at home in my apartment in Columbus, 40 minutes from the facility, eating breakfast. I have a receipt from a gas station I stopped at on the way to work, time-stamped 10:14 a.m. The figure on the dock camera was not me. Could not have been me. But he drove my truck and signed my name and delivered a casket that I then loaded 2 hours later and delivered again. I have no explanation for what happened. I have the documentation, the timestamps, the camera footage stills. I have the manifest with my seal number. I have 2 verified delivery records for the same casket on the same day from the same driver. What I think about sometimes, alone on a dark road, What was in the casket when it arrived in Parkersburg at 9:17? The manufacturer's packaging was already removed when I saw it, so I can't know its condition on arrival. I can only know that by the time I arrived, it was in the preparation room and the funeral home staff seemed to find nothing unusual about it. Nothing unusual about a casket that arrived 2 hours before it was loaded. What was in it during those 2 hours? Was it empty? Was it, in some sense that I don't have language for, waiting? A casket that arrives before its journey is an ending that precedes its story. A vessel that gets to its destination before the contents are ready. And who was the figure on the dock camera, wearing my approximate shape and signing my name? I have thought about this most of all. Whatever it was had my build and my jacket and my truck and my signature. It completed my delivery before I arrived to complete it. It was me, or something that had decided to be me, or something that knew what I was going to do well enough to do it first. The casket eventually held someone, the viewing happened that weekend, I confirmed later, and everything went normally. The family never knew anything was wrong. Maybe that's the point. Maybe whatever delivered that casket 2 hours early was making sure nothing went wrong. Making sure the vessel arrived safely, making sure the weekend proceeded, making sure the final viewing happened without incident. A guardian of sorts, working ahead of schedule, borrowing a name and a truck to make sure the cargo arrived intact. I can almost make peace with that explanation. What I can't make peace with is the empty trailer and the unbroken seal. What I can't make peace with is my name on a delivery log for a delivery I didn't make. What I can't make peace with is the question that sits at the center of all of it, that I return to in the small hours of every long night. If something delivered the casket before I did, what was it carrying it for? Story 10. The Desert Road, where every exit leads back. I drove 11 hours in what should have been a straight line. At the end of 11 hours, I was in the same place I had started from. The road went forward, the miles accumulated on my odometer, the fuel diminished in my tank, the tires wore the road as tires always wear road, and I went nowhere. Every exit I took, every turn, every deviation from the main road brought me back to the same stretch of desert highway I had been trying to leave. I have never told this story without people looking at me with the particular expression that means they are deciding whether to take me seriously. I have decided I don't care about that expression anymore. My name is Aurelio Reyes. I drove freight across the American Southwest for 14 years. The road in question is a stretch of US 491 in the Four Corners region through the Navajo Nation. I am going to describe exactly what happened, and I'm going to ask you to take it at face value, because I was sober, I was adequately rested, and everything I experienced was confirmed by my truck's own instruments. It was early June. The desert in June is not beautiful. It's a fact, brutal and clear. The sun absolute and the landscape stripped to its elements. I was hauling building materials from a depot in Gallup West to a construction site outside of Shiprock. A route I'd done a dozen times, 5 hours there and back. I left Gallup at 8 a.m. Standard morning, clear sky, light traffic. At around the 75-mile mark, I noticed something wrong with the road ahead. Not a physical obstruction, the road looked clear, looked normal. But there was a quality to the air over it, a shimmering that was more than heat mirages, something with a thickness and texture that heat mirages don't have. I'd driven desert roads for years. I knew what heat shimmer looked like. This was different. I drove into it. For about 30 seconds, the shimmer surrounded my truck. My windshield washed with it, the cab light going strange, the radio cutting to static. Then it cleared. The road was normal. The desert was normal. I drove for another hour, then I passed a mile marker I recognized. Mile marker 75. The same mile marker I'd passed when the shimmer began? I had driven an hour past it. I should have been at mile marker 75 or thereabouts. I was at mile marker 75. I stopped the truck, got out, looked at the marker. Definitely 75. Looked at my odometer, it had accumulated the miles, all of them. The full 60-plus miles since I'd last been at this marker. The miles were real, the fuel consumption matched, but I was back. I drove forward again. Another hour? Another known marker? I started looking for them now, watching the numbers. They counted up normally, 75 to 76 to 77 and so on. all the way to somewhere in the 140s. Then I came around a curve and there was mile marker 75 again. I tried exits. There were 2 county roads that I knew in that stretch, both of which I'd taken before. I took the first one, headed north, drove 10 miles, then turned around and came back to US 491. I was at mile marker 75. I took the second county road, south, drove until it rejoined another highway, took that highway east, drove 40 minutes, then turned north, then west, looping back toward US 491 from a completely different approach. I came out at mile marker 75. I tried stopping at mile marker 75, engine off, for 2 hours. Waited, watched the desert, saw nothing unusual, heard nothing except wind and the occasional distant bird. Then I started up and drove forward. Mile marker 75 again, 60 miles later. By my 9th pass through that mile marker, the fuel gauge was showing serious concern. The sun had tracked across the sky and was now well into afternoon. My odometer showed I had driven nearly 600 miles on a route that should have been 75 miles one way. The fuel was real. The miles were real. The road was refusing to let me through. I will tell you what I did on the 10th attempt, because I had run out of logical options and had started to think in other terms. I stopped the truck at mile marker 75. I got out. I stood on the road in the June heat, and I said out loud into the desert air, I have a delivery, building materials for a construction crew that needs them. I'm just trying to get where I'm going. Please let me through. You can imagine how I felt saying it. Standing on a desert highway in the middle of the afternoon, talking to the air. I got back in. I drove. Mile marker 76. 77, 78, on through the markers, all the way to Shiprock. The shimmer never appeared again. The road never looped. I made my delivery 3 hours late and told the crew I'd had mechanical trouble. I have researched that stretch of road since. I have read about the landscape it crosses, about the land it passes through, about the history under it. I'm not going to characterize what I read or make specific claims about it, because I'm an outsider and I know my limitations. What I will say is this. The land in that part of the country is old in a way that few places in North America are old. It has been inhabited and crossed and cared for and fought over for thousands of years. It has meaning that doesn't translate into highway miles and cargo manifests. Maybe the road tests something. Maybe it asks something from the people who cross it, some acknowledgement, some moment of honesty about what you are and why you're there. Maybe saying I have a delivery and I just want to get where I'm going was the correct answer all along. Maybe the correct answer is always the simplest one, what you're carrying and where you're trying to take it. I've driven US 491 since. The shimmer hasn't appeared again. Mile 75 has stayed where it belongs, but I slow down at that mark every time. I say something. Quietly, I say just passing through, carrying what I need to carry, heading where I need to go. I say it like a statement of intent, like a pass that opens a road. Every time, the road stays open. I don't know what happened that June day, or what I stumbled into, or what the correct framework is for understanding it. I only know that some roads are older than the trucks that drive them, and some passages require something other than a vehicle and a cargo manifest. Some passages require you to be honest about what you're doing on the road at all. Once you are, once you can say it plainly and mean it, the road opens up. It always has. The road always goes through. You just have to know what you're carrying and where you're going. And mean it.